first game against Kartik. He played quite solidly with black, and I think that was the right call. Finally, Hikaru qualified, and you have to be patient in this format. Just avoid any unforced errors. Yeah, and finally, as Hikaru also said, the class should prevail in a long run. No, if draw, another game, another draw, you keep on grinding your opponent. The top guys are top guys for a reason.
They are indeed. And one of those top guys, of course, Magnus Carlsen, who will probably be fashionably late, as he often is in so many tournaments. He is facing his compatriot, Grandmaster Aryan Tari. They have faced each other so many times over the years. They faced each other in Norway chess across many time controls. And how ironic it is that they travel all the way across the world to Baku, Peter, only to face each other in round 3. But both of them were aware of the bracket. They were aware that this is possible. And a warm handshake. They're all smiles in these first 2 minutes before the game begins.
Yes, this was the moment of smiles, because I think once the game starts, there is no more friendship. I mean, you have to put it aside. It's always a very big challenge. There's also this big question that who benefits from it. Yeah, that is this a chance for Tari, that he knows Magnus so well, or simply Magnus knows Tari, and I mean Tari's plays so well that he knows his weaknesses, where to hit him. I'm very interested how these players will approach this match.
And I like Magnus's new look. He's shaved, he's gotten a haircut, and his form has been incredible. I really like watching Magnus taking on 25, 2600 grandmasters, because he really puts the naysayers to bed. You know, those people who say, well, you know, super GMs only face other super GMs. When Magnus faces someone like Levan Pansalai, a very strong grandmaster, honestly, he shows the incredible abyss that stands between them, the difference in class. And Magnus was able to encapsulate that in his 2 brilliant games against the Georgian Grandmaster. There we see another matchup, Peter, that I'm very excited about. Mamedov against Nepomniachtchi. The clocks have started. The round begins on time, and we are off.
And d4 on the board.
Indeed. And how is Aryan going to respond? They've probably played everything between themselves. E4, D4. Is it even worth preparing for Magnus Carlsen at this point?
Well, you definitely have to kind of recheck some of the lines that you are most afraid of, but you probably know that it's anyway not going to happen. Yeah, Magnus will always come up with something that you least expect. Yeah, that's I think also the very big strength of Magnus, that he's not only a very universal chess player in the middle games, but he can play any opening. He simply understands and feels every single structure.
First crossroads, obviously, 3 main options. Knight c3 leads to the Nimzo Indian. Knight f3 would likely allow a Rogozin, and Magnus going principled with knight c3. And I'm expecting bishop b4 from Aryan Tari. Of course, d5 would have transposed to the Queen's Gambit, declined. And which Nimzo Indian line is Carlsen going to choose? Is it going to be something sharp like a3 or f3? Or is it going to be something more traditional like e3 or perhaps queen c2?
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I'm such a big fan of the Nimzo Indian from the black side. I'm always so relieved when I have the chance putting my bishop on b4, welcoming all white's options. But yeah, white has tons of ideas, direct approaches, very aggressive approaches, just let's play chess approach with forward move e3, as you mentioned. But Magnus is posing, and it's a bit, he's playing mind games with Aryan. He does not want to reveal yet which direction he will go.
Yeah, those blissful couple of seconds when you can still keep your opponent guessing. Against a certain someone at the Sinkfield Cup, Magnus even trotted out the G3 variation, but something tells me that that line will not be repeated for another good couple of years. But interesting, Magnus just kind of looking up into the skies. It's impossible to read into his mind. He obviously has a line planned. He's not sitting there deciding on the spot. But like you said, Peter, I think this is more about playing mind games than it is about choosing a line off the menu. I think that choice was already made yesterday evening.
Yeah, or this morning. basically it's playing with Aryan's head. Yeah, that okay. You know that I can play queen c2. You know I can play a3. I can play e3. I can play forward move knight f3. But knowing that I believe that Aryan is a big expert himself in knight f3, I'm least expecting Magnus to go for that because you don't want to be in your opponent's territory.
That makes a lot of sense. Plus, knight f3 allows a transposition to the Rogozin if black is so inclined. Although I think it might be more in the spirit of the Nimzo to play something like b6. And there are even lines where black immediately captures on c3 and then plays d6 and quickly pushes e5. That's a very Nimzo Indian-esque way to treat this position. But Magnus, just not only is he not moving, he doesn't seem to be anywhere close to making a move, just taking a sip of water, looking around the playing hall, settling himself down. And very interesting. Magnus distracted by the games of his friends and neighbors there, Fabiano Caruana to his left.
Well, or could it be that actually he did not expect the Nimzo Indian from Tari? It might sound very strange because everybody plays the Nimzo Indian, but I believe that Tari has played quite a lot of Grunfelds. He has also played, and first Magnus Jadoubs the chessboard. He's cleaning the chessboard. Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah, this is a classic chess player move, using the finger to wipe away imperceptible hairs and other particles away from the square on which you want to put your subsequent piece. But I think you might be right, Peter, in the sense that Aryan Tari played this d5 c5 line in a Norway chess tournament, so maybe he didn't expect the Nimzo Indian.
Yes, exactly. Maybe that was also the reason why Magnus chose the move knight c3 here. Let's just return one move. So knight f3 d5, knight c3 c5 was something that Tari had been playing a lot. And maybe after knight c3, Magnus thought like, let me provoke d5. And in this case, I can get the Carlsbad structure, which Magnus is so famous for handling it perfectly with white and with the black pieces as well.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Of course, knight takes d5 was also a possibility that might have been within Magnus's purview, but it's so interesting understanding the backstory, right? How could it be possible that someone doesn't expect an opening as common as the Nimzo Indian, and yet you look at what your opponent recently plays. You try to play that guessing game, and it is a complete guessing game at this point because everyone's opening repertoires are so universal. The days of predicting 40 moves, Peter, are largely, I think, in the past. It's still possible if all the stars align, but the stars almost never align anymore.
Yes, that's true. I mean, the old school chess, I was also famous for, that I'm sticking to my one and only repertoire, which I know in and out. But definitely in the era when the computers got so strong, it's such a danger. I mean, no matter how well you are prepared, the opponent can target you in just one single line, and then basically are playing against a supercomputer. It's just a very scary strategy, and we see that everybody's moving around and trying not to be targetable.
Yeah, that's, I think, a great way to put it. And I feel like we've invested so much time waiting for Magnus's response. At least I'm thinking, okay, he's got to make a move. He's got to make a move. And he's been thinking for over 5 minutes, which is a pretty inordinate amount of time. I don't know if we should wait for his move at this point, Peter, because we're so invested in this, or if we should kind of travel around the horn because we have quite a few interesting openings on some of the other top boards.
Yes, exactly. Let's move on. Let's go to Hikaru.
Ooh.
And wow, exactly.
Whoa. A rare guest, isn't it?
Yes, I'm guessing that it was third move g3 and then Hikaru used the chance to go c5. That's my guess, but let's take a look what really happened here. d4 knight f6, c4 e6, g3, and Hikaru goes for c5. Exactly.
Yeah, this is a much more common version of the Benoni because the g3 line is considered to be inferior to the main line with knight c3 and e4. I don't know what the current theoretical assessment is. I think it might still be an edge for white, but the surprise value of the Benoni coupled with the unbalanced position which arises as a result, I think a very clear sign that Hikaru's playing for a win with black. He's not mincing his words. And I think 94 is the main move in this position, Peter. I haven't brushed up on my Benoni theory in, I think, many years.
Yeah, there are all kinds of move order finesses. I mean, 94 used to be the main move. Also, people started playing bishop f5, I believe. I do recall some very modern games like bishop f5 and then knight h4, bishop falling back to c8, and then you kind of say that, you know what, this knight on h4 is awkward. You will have to lose your time to move it back. It's a razor sharp opening. I see that Benjamin wasn't surprised, by the reaction looking at his time. Basically, he instantly replied, and maybe he was provoking Hikaru also for this sharp position.
Yeah, I mean, it makes more sense that he would have expected this than if Hikaru had played into the Benoni from the start. Because Benjamin knows that Hikaru wants to play for a win. He wants to take a low-hanging fruit kind of opportunity. If there's a decently reputable line that gives him an unbalanced position, then he's very likely to go for it. And Hikaru is the first to take a think in this position. So you point out knight h5, Peter, knight e4, I know is a move as well with this exchange sacrifice on f4, but I don't remember exactly how it goes. And Hikaru, as you're showing that line with rook e4, knight d2, I think rook takes f4, no idea what the current theoretical standing of this line is, but Hikaru plays a third move. Yeah, bishop takes b2, and the position is incredibly chaotic, but Hikaru throws in the move a6, and white is likely to respond with a4, so that doesn't necessarily mean Hikaru won't go for one of the lines that we've outlined. He's just tossing these moves in.
Yeah, I think there was also a moment when people were considering that after a6, a4, knight e4 is even stronger because you might be able to put that rook on b4. That's why you are trying to provoke all these a6, a4 businesses. Yeah, a4 on the board. And let's see how the game progresses.
Knight h5, knight e4. Of course, neither move is strictly speaking forced. We're seeing an opening explorer. A couple of alternatives. h6 is a move. The queen from d8 can come out to c7 because there's a problem with the development of your queenside pieces. You can't go knight bd7 because the d6 pawn falls. Of course, that is the cardinal sin of the Benoni. It's that you have this constant problem with the d6 pawn, and that's why white has deployed the bishop to f4.
Yeah, and that was the reason why you mentioned that, yes, a little move like queen c7 comes also into consideration, and then follow it up with knight b7, slowly developing.
Indeed. And white has the classic maneuver knight d2, knight c4. Given two tempi, that will cause major stress on the d6 pawn. And many years ago, Peter, my coach told me one phrase that stuck in my head, which is that if you can force the move bishop g7 to f8 in the Benoni, that means white has succeeded. Of course, that's a very sweeping generalization, but I found it to be true a lot of times, which is why black has a ticking clock here. Black has two moves to create tension before white gets that knight to c4.
Yes, exactly. And that's why also the move you mentioned, and I haven't highlighted yet, h7, h6 also exists, exactly with the fact that if white goes for knight d2, then black can target that bishop on f4 immediately with g5. So a small, little innocent looking move h6 has a deep strategical sense as well.
And Hikaru taking his time. Obviously, he is aware of this position. I think less experienced viewers always associate thinking with, okay, clearly Hikaru is in new territory. That's definitely not the case. He's been aware of this probably for well over a decade now, probably even more. So, as you pointed out in the Magnus game, Peter, it could be many different things. He could be remembering his prep. He could be deciding between two different moves. And I think it's important to keep an open mind with regards to what exactly a top player is doing when he's taking time in a well-known position.
Yes, yes. I mean, okay. After g3, Hikaru kind of blitzed out the move c5, and it indicates, yes, on one side that he wants a sharp battle. On the other hand, he's probably also fed up of playing against the Catalan, yes, because he's the high-rated player. He wants to have chances to play for a win, and the Catalan is so solid from the white side. Yeah, it's basically almost impossible from black side to generate any winning chances. So in this sense, c5 fits perfectly into Hikaru's mind. However, the big question is, why did Benjamin play the move g3? He could have played the move knight f3, and after d5 played the move g3. So I'm kind of feeling he was also playing mind games, and he believed that, okay, in a solid game, I will never ever get a chance of beating Hikaru, and this is my only game with the white pieces. Tomorrow I have to play with the black one. So let me try to provoke him into some territory where we both will get chances. Yeah, this could be also some kind of a strategy from Benji's side.
Whoa, that's a really interesting thought. Obviously, knight f3 allows the Bogo Indian, but that would have been unlikely from Hikaru. We would have likely seen the move d5, which would have allowed g3. And Hikaru has been drawing a lot of games in that relatively fashionable Catalan line. So interesting psychological decision making from both sides here. Hikaru contemplating his 11th move, and perhaps that gives us a good opportunity to keep going around the horn. I see some interesting strategical battles on the top boards. Mamedov against Nepo are in a canal variation Sicilian. Wesley So has an interesting opening against Mussard, but I'll give you the final say, Peter. Where to next?
Yeah, okay, let's go then to Nepo. I mean, Mamedov, very experienced player, and Nepomniachtchi now for this match he returns to his beloved Najdorf, I'm guessing. However, Rauf said no. You don't want to play your Petrov. You want to be aggressive with the Najdorf. I will not give you this chance. And yes, exactly. This is what we are seeing. Knight e4 c5, knight f3 d6, bishop b5 check given. Knight d7 c4, a super solid system from white side. White gets this Marozzi bind, and okay, it's a complex position. What is your take? Do you have any experience in this type of structures or this move order specifically?
Bishop b5 check is my main move. I'll reveal some trade secrets. Not that I have any tournaments planned against the d6 Sicilian, but I've actually never played lines with c4. I almost always prefer putting the pawn on c3. So in response to knight d7, I've always played the main line with castles. Black generally throws an a6, and this bishop d3 move is very fashionable. In the old days, it was totally de rigueur to play it with bishop takes d7 and d4, kind of like an open Sicilian, but bishop d3 has really enlivened the line. And then the idea is to play c3, bishop c2, or rook e1, bishop f1. And in either case, you're trying to push d4 and occupy the center. But Peter, I think it's important to clarify, like, this is the same umbrella as what we see in the game, but the type of position could not be more different with the pawn on c3 versus the pawn on c4. So Mamedov's line leads to a fundamentally different structure. I have a lot less experience from the white side here, so I would only get this from the black side as a Najdorf player. I'm thinking of this almost as a hedgehog, like black can play a6 and b6, and I never know if white is supposed to give the light squared bishop away on d7 or tuck it away on c2. What do you think about that strategic question?
Yeah, I believe that usually if white already plays like this, then he is willing to give up his light squared bishop. And let's, for example, make two moves just to illustrate, like castles, a6, bishop takes d7, bishop takes d7. Typically, black wants to play short castle and b7, b5. So a very typical way for white to react to this is to fall back with the queen to d3, get the knight from f3 to d4, get a very nice grip on the b5 square, making sure that black will not be able to break, and then slowly, step by step, developing the rest of the army. This is kind of the typical stuff. The big question is all the mind games. Yeah, like after castles, does black play the move a6 or first castles himself as well? Basically indicating that, come on, okay, how long you are able to keep that bishop on b5? Maybe you will trade on d7, then I might have saved the move a6, which in long terms is anyway useful. So it's more about mind games. I don't think that you can really change the character of the game right now.
And of course, if white procrastinates on the decision of what to do with the bishop, is there a case to be made after both sides castle? Is black trying to go knight d7 to c5? Probably not, because that knight could be pushed away with b4. Maybe knight b6 is an idea in order to prepare a6 and sort of trap the bishop. I say it in air quotes because bishop a4 is always possible, but if you can trade that bishop and quickly go b7, b5, as you indicated, that signals success for black.
Exactly. Yeah. So basically, I would think that if you already play like this with white, then maybe you just take on d7, bishop takes d7, you fall back with the queen to d3. It's also, once you have fallen back with the queen to d3, you might have the idea of going bishop f4, targeting the d6 pawn, which was impossible with the queen on d4 due to the e6, e5 fork. And black will most likely play the move a6, and then we are back to the same position what we discussed.
That makes a lot of sense. So currently the ball is in white's court. We are expecting Ralph to continue developing with short castles. What might his other candidate moves be? Well, obviously he might be thinking about bishop takes d7 straight away. One tempting move for newer players, Peter, I think that I wouldn't recommend is e5. This creates an explosion in the center. It's very tempting, but the d7 square is very well protected. So black could have just taken and castled, and bishop g5 instead is Ralph Mamedov's choice.
Yes, that's kind of I would not say shock, it's a little bit maybe too dramatic, but certainly it wasn't my main candidate move. First of all, for the reason that I don't believe that white ever threatens to take on d7 and then take on f6, whereby I will be always happy to sacrifice this pawn on d6 with the two bishops and so on. I mean, to start with, I always have the chance of simply taking on c3 and then damaging the pawn structure, and somehow I believe that black will always have big compensation. So maybe the move bishop g5 is just a developing move without the concrete idea of taking anything. But to me, the move short castle looked more natural.
And Jan already responding with short castle. We think that Ralph is either going to do the same or play bishop takes d7. But I agree. I mean, this is also a very common idea in the Rouser Sicilian and in the queen takes d4 Sicilian, where you almost always leave your d6 pawn on pre. And you don't even have to have anything concrete. Just the fact that you have the bishop pair and bishops on f6 and c6 already generally gives you sufficient compensation for the pawn. So I'm on the same page. A little bit surprised at bishop g5. Perhaps retaining the flexibility of the bishop's development would have been a more testing way to approach this position.
Yeah, I think it's also a very calm position with a lot of finesses ahead. It might give us a good time to move on to something more dynamic. You mentioned the game. Which game did you mention? Wesley So's game, yeah, against Musa.
There's So Musard and Svidler Van Forest. Both are really interesting. We have a pawn on b4 in Musard Wesley So. I'm trying to get my bearings here, Peter. What is going on?
Yeah, because one thing is clear that it was a very solid anti-Berlin. Yeah, just to move back a bit, just to see the first couple of moves. Yeah, so we are faced with an anti-Berlin with d3, bishop c5, bishop takes c6, d takes c6, short castles, and after queen d6, actually there is this shocking b to b4 move. It's a very interesting pawn sacrifice. I'm not sure if it was played yet, but definitely it was played today. So I'm not revealing any secret if I'm saying that, yes, this is a very interesting novelty.
Typical Jules Musard. I mean, these are the kinds of lines that you expect from him. Such an enterprising player. A search, opening Explorer search, turns up exactly 0 game. Now, I'm afraid to ask this question. This is the forbidden question in all of our minds. What happens? What horrible fate awaits black in response to bishop takes b4?
Yes, well, it's a good question. Bishop takes b4. It's almost like some Evans gambit, right? I mean,
yeah.
Okay, yes, you go b4 and
and then you think.
Yeah, well, no, I think that the whole point is the move c3. Because if you go back with the bishop to a5, then white can develop with the bishop to a3 very quickly. Let's just highlight this, that suddenly the bishop appears. So it means that black won't be able to castle. The move c6, c5, which would be very tempting, is met by d3, d4,
or
breaking
queen a4
the center. Yes, pardon me, yes, c5 just blunders the bishop with the queen a4. So if you have to move, then you already feel like, no, I don't know what is it.
Oof.
White has tons of different options. I don't know exactly in which move order, but it's certainly very risky. So the big question is that after bishop takes b4, if we retreat the bishop to c5, however, then we run into d4, which is impossible. And I believe we already got the answer to our question that why bishop takes b4 is kind of a very dangerous move.
That's such an insightful comparison, Peter, to the Evans, because it works exactly the same way as the Evans. You play b4, you play c3, And one of the indelible cogs of that makes the Evans machine run is this bishop a3 idea that prevents black from castling. And obviously this is also a choice based on Wesley's stylistic tendencies. You know, Wesley would hate to play a position with his king stuck in the center like that. Not that anybody seeks those positions out, but players are on a sliding scale of their comfort level with ultra sharp positions. And I think Wesley looked at the position after bishop a3 and ruled it out of hand. And for that reason, he retreats the bishop to b6. But just like in the Evans, when black doesn't accept the pawn sacrifice, this is a benefit for white. White's grabbed a lot of space. White can play a4. White can play bishop b2. So that pawn on b4 not only is good in and of itself, White's also opened up a lot of prospects for his pieces around the queen side. Is it fair to say that this is already a successful opening innovation based on Wesley's last move?
Yes, and the point I think is that when you play the move Queen d6, you are hoping to surprise your opponent because obviously I think recently it was clear that Knight d7 is the main move,
Hmm.
and if not Knight d7, then there is this solid move Bishop d6. But the move Queen d6 is quite rare. And then I believe that Wesley wanted to surprise Jules with Queen d6 and got counter surprised by b4, and this is not a pleasant one. Yeah, if you have to fall back with the bishop to b6, and then you feel like yes, there are all these dynamic possibilities that you mentioned with a4, bishop b2, and all kinds of craziness starting. Then the only good news for Wesley is that Musa started to think. So it's not like he's blitzing out his moves instantly.
Yeah, and of course, when you're preparing a move like b4, you have to spend the brunt of your time on bishop takes b4. You have to spend the majority of your time considering the acceptance of the sacrifice, especially when you're playing someone as well prepared, armed to the teeth as Wesley So. So maybe Jules looked at bishop b6 briefly, just kind of briefly figured out where he wants to put his pieces, but probably didn't spend as much time on it because it's just not as testing. It's not as principled. But I would be very surprised if Musard had no preparation, if his file ended after bishop b6.
Yeah, it's kind of strange, right? Because b4 has such a shock effect that you might actually anticipate that no one gonna be daring to take that pawn.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if he's prepared, he might take it, but then he might have not played the move Queen d6 because he already has too much respect for b4. So over the board, any single good player would automatically, intuitively retreat that bishop, and he says, I'm not losing immediately. I might get stability, so I'm gonna go for bishop b6.
And stability is the key word there, Peter. At least for me, when I face a move that I don't know and it's early on, I try to classify it as what type of unexpected move it is because some moves are clearly positional. So you're more comfortable. You're like, okay, maybe I'll get a slightly worse position, but I'll be okay. When you face a move like b4, you know that if you respond inaccurately and you go down the primrose path, you actually can lose the game pretty quickly. So your top priority is no longer okay. I want to maintain equality and play principled. Your top priority is let me get my king out of the center and make sure that I'm still alive in 5 moves.
I fully agree. I mean, that's how I would react to b4 as well,
Yeah,
and not only to b4, to any such shocks that you automatically want to make sure that, all right, yes, I might not gonna equalize, but first let me get a solid position and then take it from there.
very, very true. So Musard taking his time. Lots of candidate moves here. A4, bishop b2. You have to decide in what order you're doing things. Now, a4 induces the movement of the a pawn. So it's a hard positional question, Peter. Like, do you want to include a4, a5? Because the difference is now, if you play b takes a5, bishop takes a5, bishop a3, which is the stock idea we talked about, black has ways to deal with the pressure down the diagonal. There's c5, which is very committal, and there's the less committal bishop b4, which I think is based on a cool tactic. If white captures on b4 and captures on e5, he pays the price for delaying the development of his queen's knight. I think either queen b2 or even queen d4 forks the rook and the knight, which means it's out of the question.
Exactly. Yeah, these are typical ideas. And already you feel like if you get rid of white's dark square bishop, then okay, thank you very much. We are kind of surviving, and we survived, and we are looking forward to some strategical battle.
Indeed. Okay, well, Jules is going to spend some time evaluating this position and deciding between a4 and bishop b2, which I think affords us a good opportunity to keep going around the horn. I will point out quickly, we don't have to go to that game just yet. Magnus ultimately settled on a pretty positional line. We have a crazy position in Fedoseyev's game against Arjun Erigaisi, but we can absolutely take it in the direction you want. But Peter, you pointed out that this game, you selected it before the round because you figured, I guess, that the opening might be interesting here. What was your motivation?
Well, simply that, okay, Erigaisi is a very interesting prodigy who, with the white pieces, tries to play very energetic chess. And okay, Fedoseev, the big fish, is usually very good in all these World Cups. Yeah, he has very good record, and he's a very strong player. So I felt like this will be a incredible battle. And the opening phase, however, I'm really worried of Fedoseev because it does not look like a normal Petrov. I mean, it had to be Petrov, but what I'm seeing at the board scares me very much.
Yeah, it's like the Petrov that I dream about at 3 a.m. and wake up in a cold sweat. You know, this is not the Petrov that we've come to expect with this cluster of pieces. That queen on e7 awkwardly blocking the bishop's path. Of course, the bishop is likely to fianchetto to g7, but black isn't making it, Peter. White is threatening c2, c4, which is a potentially devastating positional tactical threat, whatever you want to call it, undermining the d5 pawn. And if black plays c6, then after the trade on d5, the knight from d4 can jump into b5. As the Russian expression goes, black might not collect his bones in another 5 moves. What happened?
Yeah, exactly. That's the very big question. I mean, this is like we haven't reached the 10th move yet, and it looks like black's position is really critical. So yeah, it's the third move, d4 line, knight takes e4, d takes e5. Yeah, this is a big test. Yeah, because here the critical move is kind of bishop c5. Then you have to get ready for some crazy tactics. I think the lines go like bishop c4, knight takes f2, bishop takes f7, king takes f7, queen d5 check, king g6, queen takes c5, knight takes h1, and another move, knight c3. That's kind
Stop
of the
showing us
starting
boring lines,
tabia.
Peter. Way too boring. Anything tactical for us today?
Yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah, this is the starting position, and then you have to analyze, and definitely Fedoseev was not ready for it. He did not expect this line, so he wanted to be solid with the move d5, which is fine. d5 is absolutely fine. Knight bd2, queen d7. It used to be a big novelty. Fabi played it, I think, against Vityugov in the Grenke Classic in 2018, right after he won the candidates in Berlin. And queen d7 was a shocker then. And I believe that Fedoseev thought like, yes, queen d7 is a very solid, good reaction against this line, so I don't need to go for this craziness with bishop c5. However, if you play queen d7, it's not enough to know queen d7. You have to know everything what comes after. And I believe that he was not aware of some trick. After knight d4, queen e7 is still the correct move. But after the move knight to f3, he played g6. He played g6 and he might have had to play knight d7 immediately.
G6. So that was the culprit. Why was it the culprit? Because he's not developing fast enough. And I think that after g6, to understand what exactly Vladimir missed, right? When did he realize that he had messed up? Bishop d3 is Arjun's move. And the natural follow-up is bishop g7. So what happens after bishop g7 to cause him to instead derail completely and develop the queen's knight, which is clearly a sign that he's acknowledged things are moving in the right direction? What was the nefarious fate awaiting black here?
Well, I think that he's not in time because after castles,
Castles?
Again, the move that you mentioned earlier, c4, will be very unpleasant.
So let's say c6, and just something like rookie 1, and the bishop comes out to g5 if the knight moves away from e4. Is that the issue?
Exactly, and also you don't really want to move that knight from e4, yeah, because this keeps the position solid. Yeah, if the knight moves, then bishop g5 comes with a tempo, with a very huge tempo. It's clearly black can't afford that. And basically, here we understood that why computer said that after knight 2f3, you had to target this e5 pawn immediately. Because white has to deal with this pawn, and you win time. Yeah, now white is probably not able to simply sacrifice the pawn with bishop d3, because we might just take it and the bishop can develop in the other direction, and we haven't lost the move for g6.
Wow. So knight d7, not putting off the e5 pawn even one move. That one move allows white to complete his kingside development and put in place all the puzzle pieces to make the move c2, c4 as strong as it is. Trouble for Grandmaster Fedoseev, and we will see if he is able to wheel his way out of this opening situation. But, folks, we're 30 minutes into the first game of round 3 here at the World Cup, which means it's time for our first coffee refill. We hope you're enjoying this exciting round of opening innovations, sharp positions, and interesting battles. We will be back with more games, including the top games from the women's section on the other side of this short break.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, Fide World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
This August, engage in a battle of epic proportions against some of the most bodacious artists history hath ever seen. Behold, Raphael, the Prince of Painters, doth seek a fresh apprentice. Dost thou possess the prowess to impress him? Michelangelo, a true Renaissance man, painter, sculptor, architect, and poet, doth possess a myriad of artistic talents. Yet one wonders, can his creative genius translate to brilliance upon the board of chess? Prepare thyself for a game as dramatic as the Baroque paintings of Artemisia Gentileschi, one of the most expressive artists of the 1600s. Our renowned sculptor, Donatello, stands tall as one of the most important artists of the early Renaissance. His unique blend of creativity, aesthetics, adaptability, and patience maketh him a challenging foe. Lo, Leonardo da Vinci, known for his artistic talents, scientific curiosity, and innovative ideas, is the very embodiment of the Renaissance. He is not only among the greatest artists to ever live, but also one of the greatest thinkers. May fortune smile upon thee. Create thy masterpiece on chess.com. Cowabunga!
37 minutes into the start of game one of day 3 here at the 2023 World Cup in the beautiful city of Baku, Azerbaijan. A nice view of the playing hall there, expansive, all of the players with a lot of space, the boards not too close to each other. And as promised, we would like to look at some of the top games in the women's section, including Alexandra Goryachkina, who has the white pieces against Divya Desmuch. Goryachkina there, looking intensely at the board. Peter, another Benoni-ish, reverse Benoni-ish structure with Goryachkina undermining black center. The last move is e3, and it's currently black to play.
Yeah, and we are actually witnessing a very fresh line. If we just go back to the start, just to understand, because this is modern chess. It gets out of control, and it gets out of control quite quickly. It's an anti-Catalan, basically. Usually in the old times, after knight f6, knight f3, black was taking on c4, and we were getting hundreds of games in that structure, or black was playing bishop e7. Recently the move d5, the move d5, d4 became quite fashionable. Usually, after the move castles, black would have followed it up with the move c7, c5, leading to complete reverse Benoni structures. But however, the move knight c6 appeared, and I think something very similar happened in Jan Nepomniachtchi Magnus Carlsen match in the World Championship. This d3, bishop c5, and then knight b2, knight b3 tempo, and then the bishop falling back to e7. Yeah, this is 21st century chess.
Jeez. Yeah, show this to Capablanca, and he would have just said, take me back to the 20th century, please. I don't want anything to do with 30-second chess and knights on b3. Now, the move e3 makes a lot of sense. Goryachkina trying to undo the Gordian's knot in the center, get herself a better share of the center, and black, of course, responding with e6, e5, solidifying the pawn, opening up the light squared bishop, and asking white politely, or not so politely, whether she wants to take on d4 and what the knight on b3 is doing.
Yes. I mean, however, I'm not exactly sure that e5 was the main idea, or was it that black was ready to take on e3 and then try to push a4? Because after e5 now, my guess is that something like ed, and white, my first reaction was to go bishop f4 and then try to go knight e5. That was my very first instinct.
Same.
Because this is also a very typical way of dealing with all these Benoni kind of structures. But of course, black will push a4 and things get a bit complicated.
So is there a case to be made for white to play a3? A lot of people would resist that move because it creates a big hole on b4, but you could make the case that that hole is unexploitable. The knight on c6 is stuck guarding the d4 pawn. So maybe that pressure on the d4 pawn is worth weakening a square over.
Yeah, these are the very difficult questions. Yeah, that if it's not preparation, if you ever consider playing a4, you will spend 10-15 minutes for sure, because giving up the b4 square is of course such a difficult psychological momentum. Also, probably the fact is that black is not yet castled. That's why white can afford himself to play a4. Yeah, black will need to spend the time on castles, and then we continue our play. But definitely a very interesting and sharp structure.
Indeed, and we will leave Sasha Goryachkina to ponder this important positional question, because we have a game that we have to go to, Peter, in the women's section, and it is the game of the Dutch phenom, Eline Rubers, who has white. And our producer, big shout out for setting us this position, is playing Claudia Coulon from Poland. I've been just staring at this position on my phone for about a minute now, and I have only become more confused.
I can understand that. First of all, I'm a big fan of Eline. I have been following her already for quite some time. I simply love the fact that she plays very principled chess. She's very aggressive. A typical Dutch school. Yeah, this e4 and then go for the sharpest line. Be very well prepared. Have the confidence and faith that you can handle all these sharp positions perfectly. I already last year, when commenting the Chess Olympiad with Peter Svidler, I mentioned that I believe that it's only a matter of time when Eline will have 2500. I really believe in her talent. And yeah, this is another razor sharp position.
Yeah, I was very impressed with her performance in recent tournaments. Her game against Erwin Lamy really stuck in my mind from Tata Steel, and she's been cleaning out the section thus far. Claudia Colon, also very solid player, experienced player, and we have a rouser. This started out as a rouser. Aline playing the Sozin variation. I think it has a different name in the rouser, but Peter, I still think of any bishop c4 move in any Sicilian, I think of as the Sozin, as a self-respecting Najdorf player.
Yes, I perfectly agree with you. It's not a rouser anymore because after knight c6, usually the rouser you have bishop g5.
Yep.
That's the classical rouser, and yeah, after bishop c4, I think it's absolutely fair to call it a Sozin.
So e6 makes sense from black. White playing this in kind of a Velimirovich way, preparing queen e2 and long castle. And a6 almost transitions the game into a Najdorf structure. There's that queen e2 move. Okay, queen c7. Aline making a big committal decision, taking on c6. And in the classical understanding of Najdorf structures, you're not supposed to take on c6 because it helps black play b takes c6. What does that do? Well, that opens the b file, and it also assists in preparing d6, d5. But again, Peter, it's the 21st century, right? It's not just the 21st century, it's 2023, and a lot of traditional ways of understanding the opening have gone out the window. So Aline banking on the rapid kingside attack with g2, g4. She's going to drive that pawn down to g5, regardless of what black does, g5 anyway. And it turns out that if black moves the knight, I think white can capture twice on d5. And that's why she parked her queen on e2. As you're indicating, all of the puzzle pieces come into play. I think Coulon just forgot about g5.
Yeah, this g5 is a big shocker. I mean, because this move d takes c4, it's a very sad choice. I mean, this g takes f6 and the position we had on the board after rook b8. Okay, the move queen takes c4 was played. Long castle already was possible probably, but queen takes c4, this is the current position.
So Aline allowing rook takes b2. I wonder if she wants to castle in response to that move, or why not start with castle queenside? What was the drawback of that? I think the position is still amazing.
Yeah, well, maybe she simply believes that, for example, rook takes b2 is not an issue. Yeah, but the question is, do we castle first or do we include f takes g7? It's always a big debate when you have these f6 g7 pawns. That do you really want to release the tension immediately or leave it there? I believe that both moves are possible.
Yeah, so long castle, my instinct would be to reject it because of bishop a3. But if you look more carefully, white actually can play f takes g7 here, and
Wow.
start praying, start praying. Rook b4 check, king d2, and obviously the queen is untouchable. White makes another queen and chops off the rook along the way. But after rook g8, it's not the easiest position to evaluate. Queen d3. It looks like black's pieces are kind of scattered around the board. It really hurts black that the light squared bishop is not participating in the game. And maybe rook g1 now, just to open a second front and try to go down the g file. You get the g file, you get the d file, and there's bishop c5 ideas. Man, I wouldn't wish this upon my worst enemy, Peter, this position with black.
Yes, I mean, now we see that the g file opened. We get access to the e8 king. The king on d2 is beautifully sheltered among these pieces with knight c3, queen d3, bishop e3. Nothing touches this king. It's a very happy king there, but the colleague on e8 will get into a lot of trouble. So yes, basically the move long castles is absolutely possible. It's a matter of choice how you really want to play it after rook takes b2.
Indeed, and Cologne has to make that move first. I don't even know how to deal with a situation this unenviable. Cologne also had an amazing Olympiad in Baku 2016. So this city has very good recollections for her. She scored 9 out of 11, winning individual bronze medal on board 4. And Peter, at least I can only speak for myself. Maybe you can contribute your input. I definitely associate my impression of cities and the things contained within those cities with the performance that I show in tournaments held in those cities. Like, I'm very, very unobjective. I like Spain. I love Spain as a country, but I love it especially because I got 2 Grandmaster norms there.
I perfectly understand what you mean. That's how chess players' minds work. Yeah, that's how we relate to. And some beautiful places we don't enjoy so much just because of some negative emotions that we encounter there, and some forgotten places, some small places which otherwise as a tourist you would say, okay, what's in store there? Well, but I have won a tournament or I won some beautiful game there, and this is the best town in the world.
That's so true. My mom would always tease me that, when I win a good game, the restaurant would be the best restaurants ever, and whatever dish I got would be, the best cut of meat ever. And I could be served a filet mignon with black caviar. But if I had just lost a game or messed up a norm opportunity, it would taste, like gruel. So that is just the way our minds work. It is the lot of the grandmaster to tie everything into the result of the game that you played that morning. But back to this game, I don't mean to derail us. It's a very unenviable position for Claudio Colon. How hard is it just to deal with this problem at the very start of the match? You're 13 moves in, and you're already staring down the barrel of a potentially lost position after GF castles queenside. You've got no redeeming qualities in your position, no way to ensure the safety of your king, no way to correct your pawn structure. You're showing one way to try to open up some breathing room for the pieces, but this is just hard to look at.
Yeah, especially the problem is that the long terms. Yeah, that how do we ever solve the problem of the king on e8? Now with rook ag1, the natural looking simple move rook g1, we made sure that black king will never be able to castle due to the open g file. The king is stuck. Yes, black will try something with rook b4, but then we just come back with the queen to e2, and our king is super safe. Nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about indeed. Aline will continue increasing her initiative, turning up the pressure dial, and we'll keep an eye on this game. Okay, I think we've got quite a few developments across a lot of the other boards. Maybe we can check out some of the games in the open section. Once again, Magnus Carlsen has finally made his decision about what line he wants to play in the Nimzo Indian. A beautiful bird's eye view there. And Peter, it's like someone threw up all over Magnus's board. What is happening there?
Yes, let me get there because, yeah, this is a very interesting position. And we will have to come back to the start to understand how did this happen and what are the ideas. I mean, I have been preparing quite some World Championship matches, so I can reveal that, yes, this would not come as a surprise to me because if you prepare anything in the Nimzo, you have to know this position in a World Championship match level. But of course, this is completely new territory. Let's take a look. How did we reach here?
So we had 4e3. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, so 4e3, castles, bishop d2. So it's an innocent line. People might think like, okay, why do I need to prepare against this so specifically? But there are so much development lately. It's one of the most fashionable ways to deal with the Nimzo because still a lot of fresh ideas are possible. Bishop d2, c5, a3, bishop takes c3, bishop takes c3, knight e4. That's the point. I mean, black has given up the bishop without destroying white's pawn structure, so it's very logical that you are trying to make sure that you will grab that bishop on c3 at the right time. Knight e2, b6, d5. This is a razor sharp line. Bishop here, black has tons of moves. Ariane opted for bishop a6, and I remember that when we kept an eye on this game, you mentioned that whenever you see a move fc in the Nimzo happening, you believe that this is something special.
I think that's the indicator of an exciting Nimzo Indian. In any position as early as move 4, I think f3 is the most enterprising line, but anytime white plays f3, it means you're going to get tactical. Now, for newer players, important to realize that queen h4 check immediately leads only to the loss of a minor piece because of g3. Notice how the knight on e2 guards the g3 square, so that's important. But Ariantari throws out a lovely tactic. Of course, this was not blundered by Magnus, and this is, correct, Peter, not an entirely unknown concept, and not just in this position. Bishop takes c4 in this position, luring. Yeah, chess.com is showing it as a brilliant move, but it is a pretty basic tactic. Queen h4 check, and you pick up the bishop on c4. What does white get in return for that bishop? That's what I'm struggling in return for that pawn. That's what I'm struggling to understand especially in light of Magnus's move h4, Peter. Is h5 and rook h4 Magnus's idea? Is his initiative going to come on the king side, or is it going to come given his central superiority connected to that pawn on d5?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the whole point of h4 is to go h5, and it's basically a brilliant idea. And I can reveal the secret that when you start looking at f3, then you realize that, okay, but hang on, it's a blunder, right? Because takes, bishop takes c4, black wins a pawn. Then you type into your computer, and then suddenly the computer tells you that after queen takes c4, if you play the move h4 and you have some really good supercomputer, then he will say it's 0-0. And then you get really interested and you start asking your question, what the hell is going on? What's happening here? Why is it 0-0? But if computer thinks it's 0-0, it might be very interesting. You start analyzing, you go deeper and deeper, and it's a fascinating. I mean, that's how you developed the modern chess theory.
What an interesting position. And the fascinating quality of it isn't an imbalance. I mean, we've got the same types of pieces on the board, and it's not like there's that much going on in the center. I think what's interesting is that black has such a hard time getting that knight out of the gate. And if black plays e takes d5, which is a move that occurs to me, trying to garner the c6 square for the knight, it's probably not worth paying the price of giving away the d5 pawn. So what exactly happens if I play ed? I assume you play knight takes d5, and then I go knight c6.
Yes, then of course I will have an eternal knight on d5. But let's see. Yeah, let's see how do we make the most out of it. So knight c6, I'm going to continue with h5.
Yeah, with the idea rook h4. And if I make a neutral move like rook e8, then I'm also struggling with knight c7 as a constant problem.
Okay, you can put, of course,
Rook
the rook
A8.
from a8. Yes, to a8. And okay, it's a very complex position. Hang on, maybe h5 wasn't the best?
You could win
Maybe,
the exchange
yes.
here. Whoa.
Yes, that's it.
Whoa.
Okay.
b3 and queen b5 knight c7, queen a6 knight c7, and queen a5 check. This is the key, Peter. Without this move, everything would fall apart. b4, setting up the attack on the queen. And the craziness doesn't stop here. C takes b4, knight takes a8, b takes a3. Now we've got a completely rational, normal, quiet position here. Nothing to talk about in this position.
Absolutely, yeah. So probably king f2 or queen d2, but king f2 looks like the more ambitious move.
Oh, d7
And,
hangs.
But okay, still, it's a total mess, right?
Jeez, queen takes d7. And it's like with every piece that's captured, the position gets merely more irrational. Okay, so rook t8 does not force the perpetual because the king can run away to h3.
Wow.
Maybe that's why Magnus played h4.
That's the secret. Yes, just to
Wow.
highlight this line.
Yeah. Yeah, incredible. King h3, pre-move.
Yes. Fair enough. Fair enough. But it's such a committal decision from black side, yeah, to take on d5, because you know exactly that after knight d5, there are so many dangers. You notice this line after knight c6 with b3, and then you are losing this exchange. How do you evaluate it? Yeah, nobody tells you that this is a 0-0 position.
Because you absolutely could be lost. Like in that position we just analyzed, if you lose d7 and a3, it's just so hard from the objective point of view, as you're pointing out, but also just from the practical point of view. You just don't know if you're going to be able to keep that a3 pawn, and if you don't, you could just be staring down the barrel of a lost position. And those are the thoughts circling around Aryan Tari's head. Aryan is already down 30 minutes on the clock. This is the kind of position where I could conceivably see someone spending 40. That's the scary thing.
Yeah, I mean, you first also have to understand the dangers, because at the moment, nothing is really threatened. I think one of the most natural moves is something like knight a6, knight c7, try to activate that knight. I also see that it's the first line of the computer, and as I already revealed, I know this position a bit, so I knew that knight a6, knight c7 is computer's top choice. You a little bit tricked me with e takes d5. That was such a move that I haven't looked at.
Yeah, it's terrifying to play it, both if you see this b3 knight c7 idea, also from the positional standpoint. But knight a6, h5 threatens to trap the queen with rook h4. I think that's really cute. how rook h4 actually would trap the queen, but the move knight c7 opens up an evacuation route for the queen to a6. And white probably should throw in rook h4 here just to send the queen to Timbuktu, and then maybe throw in the move h6, g6. And Peter, I would also be terrified of having this position because in my nightmares, I'm already seeing a white queen appearing anywhere along the long diagonal, c3, e5. Even a neutral move like queen d2 just doesn't seem like it leads to an appetizing position for black to play.
Yeah, well, especially if you don't know the computer's evaluation, yeah, because
Yeah.
we know it that alpha 0, h6 pawn, this is some long-term compensation, it can be long-term checkmate, whatsoever. So unless you check with the computer and know exactly that this is fine, there is no way white can immediately make good use of it and you are in time to regroup your pieces and everything is fine, then it's a different story. But over the board, if you have to decide and then you see that, oh my god, Magnus gets pawn to h6, he has definitely analyzed it, probably also for the World Championship match. I'm not gonna go for it. So maybe the move e takes d5 is a little bit more practical in a sense that you at least clarify that it does not give white the chance to play a slow, mysterious chess game, right? Because everything gets much more direct.
I think clarify was the key word you used there. If the position is full of tension, you have no idea if it's equal, but you could also be losing, and that's just the terrifying thing about being an unexplored territory. Whereas concrete positions, they're a little bit easier to evaluate, and it's a little bit easier to reaffirm that yes, I have practical counterplay here. This is where my compensation for the exchange lies, and at least when faced with an unfamiliar move, I definitely try to err on the side of playing more concretely, but without exaggerating the influence, Peter, of the psychological effect, the Magnus effect. I do think that it plays a role. All of your fears, a dust particle starts to grow to the size of a dragon when you're facing Magnus Carlsen. You're triple checking everything many more times than if I think you would have played a regular player. Is that accurate? Is that playing a role? Or is that out of Ariantari's mind right now? Like, oh, I'm playing Magnus, and he's out-prepared me.
Well, I think that it's connected. Yeah, because if it would be just Magnus Carlsen who plays something which is not critical, then I don't really think that you think too much about your opponent. Yeah, you just play according to the position. But when somebody comes up with a stunning idea like this, yeah, sacrificing this pawn and then blitzing out the move h4, then you understand that you actually stepped into some kind of a mine and you don't know how dangerous this mine is. And nobody tells you. Yeah, and this is the kind of craziness in modern chess that you can never be sure. You are so happy if you know that you are playing against your only the opponent, but when you know that it's the opponent plus probably his supercomputer, then you are terrified. And if the name is even Magnus Carlsen, all the more.
Yeah, terrifying from all points of view, and terrifying from the clock point of view as well, as Aryan really, really falling into a major hole on the clock. Well, we'll probably leave him to his devices. We'll keep you well posted on this game, especially after Aryan's next decision, which is going to dictate the course of the game. But we've got so many other interesting battles going on. One particularly crazy one is Ray Robson's game, but we can stick around the top boards. We have Svidler's game against Van Forest that we haven't looked at yet. Peter, you're the driver.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Then let's go to Peter because, yeah, we have been expecting some incredible battle here, and let's see the opening. First of all, the opening, because Svidler sticks to his 1e4. He's a very principled player. He loves to play normal classical chess, and we spoke about that. Jordan is the one who is a very fancy player. He always tries to come up with some original idea. What happened here?
So this was a Najdorf. Svidler with, again, the most principled response, of course, bishop g5, as it has been for many decades. e6 is standard, and already a minor surprise from Peter. f4 is often considered obligatory, but there have been explorations in some other sidelines, and this queen e2 move is really the epitome of modern chess. You put the queen in front of the bishop, but you open up the d-file so that when you castle queenside, you're going to have constant pressure along that d-file and against black's queen. I'll be honest with you, Peter, I'm already on my own here, even as a Najdorf player with black, but my main move there is knight b to d7.
Instead of e6?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So avoiding mainstream theory, just okay. Knight b7 is a main move by itself already, but yes, all right. So e6, queen e2, bishop e7, a very logical, natural move, and h4 happened. h6,
Okay.
bishop d2. The bishop falls back to d2, not to e3.
Ooh.
This is something
Whoa.
special. What is it? It's
No,
not the natural one.
I'm just wrapping my head around why not bishop e3 because and Jordan actually tries to exploit that with his very next move, Peter. He goes queen b6 and says, "Hey, you didn't want to defend the knight. I'm going to attack it, but I'm also not all that enthralled with queen b6 because the knight drops back to b3. Okay, congratulations, you got my knight out of the center, but the queen will now have to waste another tempo dropping back to c7 and h5. Man, I wouldn't be able to predict a single one of these moves, to be honest with you.
Well,
This is over my head.
h5 I think was kind of necessary because now white is
Uh-huh.
really gonna go g4, bishop g2, g5, then everything would be perfectly harmonious.
Uh-huh.
So here basically the move h5, it's understandable, but suddenly then the combination of queen b6 and h5 scares me a bit because it seems like white gets this extra one tempo which is so important for him to stabilize the position. And you did mention that you were not that sure about queen b6. The more natural move would have been b5, but clearly Jordan probably was expecting that this is the mainline preparation of Swidler, so he will better go for some more positional line. But now white gets something, yeah? He gets some control.
Ooh. And rook h3, sending the rook over to g3 in order to provoke the weakness of black's kingside. I really like that idea. Rook h3, rook g3, and also squeezing the juice out of the move h4, because it's not only a move played to develop the kingside pawn storm, but also to open up this pathway for the rook. And the rook is just chilling there. Ding chilling on g3, supporting the knight on c3, pressuring g6, and Svidler repositioning that bishop on d2, which is really getting in its 10,000 steps. Put a Fitbit on it, comes back to g5. And now, finally, Jordan plays b7, b5, which is the obligatory move in all of these positions. Peter stops the further progress of the pawn, and Jordan has just completed the standard minor piece setup with bishop to b7. So what do we make of this? Is Svidler going to go f4 and try to smash through black's pawn skeleton with f5, or is there a more positional way of treating this position? I don't know, something like a slow burn kind of move. I don't know, king b1 to wait for black to put his cards on the table.
Yeah, it's a very big question. Usually king b1 is always useful. On the other hand, you might feel like it could be potentially important now that white has already put the bishop on g5 to go for some very quick f4, f5. Maybe the tempo play might be very important. The big question is, where is black actually placing his king? Will black ever castle short? I don't really believe that long castle is such a tempting option because then this rook on g3 can eventually land on c3 with some very annoying tactical threats on the c file. It's a scary position. I'm a little bit worried for black.
Yeah, any situation where you've got long-term problems with the safety of your king is by definition going to be hard to play. And if you stick in the center, well, then f4, f5 becomes an even stronger idea. So from that perspective, Peter, I really like the idea of f4 because this almost forces black's hand.
Yeah, but by forcing means what? Where do you go?
I don't know.
After
Yeah,
f4?
It forces like black to make a decision. But what's the decision? Like, what do you do?
Yes, exactly. I mean, because okay, after f4, castling short would look like a suicide. Yeah, with f4, f5, I do see that computer is not impressed, but humanly it just feels, oh no. I mean, we're never gonna let that happen.
Yeah, I remember when I played Boris Spassky in a simul game in 2004. He played bishop g5, which I, at that point, still didn't know. I had just started playing the Najdorf. So I played e6, f4, bishop e7, and then I made short castles. And Boris came to the board and started laughing. And I couldn't for the life of me understand why. He already knew that the game was over. Although castle short has become a move in some Najdorf variations, not as early as, move 8, but still. In this position, I castled kingside, and the game did not last another 15 moves. It was a great experience, though.
Yes, I can imagine. Yeah, then
Yeah.
you got crushed on the king side.
I did, and the game's even in the database to my great shame. But in this position after f4, there is this move knight d7 to c5 that the computer was also hinting at. What is the idea? Well, obviously you're attacking e4, and knight takes c5 dc aids in the preparation of the move b4, which is exactly what white needs. But e5 looks very scary here.
Yes, e5 looks scary. However, here probably thanks to this included h5, h4 moves, black has this knight g4, which usually he never has in this type of positions. If the knight would have to go to d5, then typically white has this knight e4 idea, and after trading the dark square bishop, we get access to the d6 square. But thanks to knight g4, suddenly it looks like it might become some kind of a pause, and that black can even afford to let his king come to the center. The bishop on b7 guards the e4 square, so any knight e4 we can just chop off, and after rook hd8 we would be very happy already.
Yeah, once black coordinates, white's got positional problems with weak light squares on the king side. And perhaps for this reason, perhaps for another reason, Peter settled on a slower move, and Jordan's response to that move was instant. We had the move queen e2 back to e1, just tucking the queen away on the back rank. And Jordan responds instantly with rook c8, posing the threat of knight takes e4 and trying to punish white for relinquishing the defense of the c2 pawn.
Yeah, queen e1 came as a surprise, yeah, because king b1 looked more natural, just making a useful move and also waiting for black to make up his mind how he will play. Now we have to worry about this e4 pawn, so something like bishop d3 might be the natural response. However, I'm not that happy. Somehow I was really enjoying that rook being able to lift and control the c6 square. The bishop on d3 doesn't look that impressive to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very positional way of handling things. And at this point, the prospect of castling kingside strikes me as a little bit more appealing, although this f4, f5 plan is still an issue. So maybe Svidler is banking on the just sort of long-term problems that black is going to have with his king.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, and also the point is that whenever black castles and we go f4, f5, black's knight is pinned. Yeah, the knight can never jump to g4, which is a lovely square. Once white, okay, let's just show this. Yeah, the black castles, we play f4, and now black is not able to put the knight on g4 because the bishop is pinned. And this is kind of an annoying thing. So probably black has to play for this knight c5 idea.
Yeah, that's the main way to develop play on the other side of the board. And white could ignore knight c5 and play f5, but that just leads to completely irrational complications.
Yes, absolutely.
I
mean, then already black is the one who decides when to take on d3. Then again, the pawn on c2 will become vulnerable. So the big question: do we castle with black, or do we even consider knight c5 immediately?
Yeah, it's weird. Like when I first looked at this position, Svidler's coordination excited me, f4, f5 excited me. But now that we're really zeroing in on the idea of knight c5, I'm starting to believe in the power of black's queenside counterplay. I see the engine even proposing d5, which in and of itself is a typical move in a lot of Sicilian positions. I would be terrified of playing any position with my king on e7, although you highlighted a situation where black recaptures on e7 with the king and is totally fine. So suddenly Jordan has, 3 or 4 very viable candidate moves.
Yeah, but I don't know if d6, d5, tell me honestly, would it ever cross your mind if you would not see it by the computer?
No, somehow it just doesn't occur to me in this position.
Exactly. I mean, any other Sicilian position, d6, d5 is thematic, but with the white queen eyeing, yes, exactly. However, I believe it's very important to explain that the reason why this knight c5 idea really works is when white has weakened the structure with f4. Because if, just to compare, if black would play the move knight c5 here, probably this would be kind of a sad choice, in a sense if black plays along the same lines, because now the move e5 is very strong. Now, just to compare, this idea with knight g4 the knight eventually can be trapped in long terms on g4 with f3 if we are not forced to go f4. And the computer indicates that some tactics with bishop e4 might already work for white. Well, this is the silicon beast.
Oh, both bishops are staring at each other. What on earth is happening? I guess knight takes c5 is impossible, of course, because the bishop captures on b7 and the queen is overloaded. And if black plays bishop takes c4, then after knight takes c4, the craziness goes on. Look at this line. Knight takes c5, bishop f6. And I think this hinges on bishop f6, knight f6, king f8, and then the obvious queen takes c5. I'm sure that Svidler and anybody would see this in a bullet game. Pretty easy stuff here. Oh, king e7, rook
Yes.
d7. Oh,
Exactly.
what a tactic. My goodness. Be still my beating heart.
Yeah, knight takes d7, knight d5 check.
No.
Unbelievable stuff. Yeah.
The computer is just, I have no words.
Yeah. But, you know, I haven't seen anything out of it, but I wanted to highlight that humanly the feeling is that you only go knight c5 if white had committed f4. That's what we can understand. All these completely crazy tactics and this precision with bishop e4 and like this is already the job of the computer.
Well, this is what Sicilian positions are all about. That is where complexity comes from. Imbalance produces these kinds of ideas. Okay, big decision coming up for Jordan. What is he going to do with his king? Is he going to castle? Is he going to go knight c5? Is he going to make some other move? Or is he going to go for the brazen d6, d5, which we highly doubt? And I guess maybe a good opportunity to keep going around the horn and seeing how these games are entering the middle game. I know it's been a while since we've looked at Hikaru's game, but there's also Anish and some other games that you've selected before the round, Peter.
Yeah, maybe also Ivanchuk. Let's take a look at Ivanchuk versus Wei Yi, because this is also clash of generation, clash of stars. It's always fascinating. And look at this Ivanchuk with the white pieces. I'm not really enjoying this position. Look at this monster knight on e3.
A monster knight on e3, which is aiming at the bishop on f1. e5 here looks completely natural. White's position sucks.
Yeah, how did we reach here? I mean, it's move 14, it was d4. I mean, d4 is supposed to be the solid way of playing chess, right? And then what happened?
Well, this was a kind of a weird opening. I don't know what do we call this? Like a Bogo Indian, but with a pawn on g3. I mean, whatever it is, it still looks relatively peaceful. Okay, whatever, a3, you know, they trade on d2, knight c6. And here the problems begin for Vasya. He goes knight f3. And this nasty idea, knight e4, sending away the queen from the a5, e1 diagonal in order to pave the way for a check on a5. And suddenly, Peter, white is just not in time to keep track, to supervise and babysit everything in his position from the king to the d4 pawn, which is under a serious pressure. Maybe Vasily underestimated this check on a5.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to underestimate because it looks like everything is protected, but suddenly after this check, okay, the move knight d2 is natural.
Mm-hmm.
He might have thought that things are under control, but then suddenly d5 happened and he's kind of pinned long terms. Yeah, this is always very annoying.
Yeah. Ugh.
Knight d6, d takes c5, and knight takes c4, making use of this pin again.
And making use of the pin on the rook on a1. So b4, knight takes b4 is a standard response. Vasily suddenly can't untie himself, and he takes drastic measures in order to ensure king safety, playing queen c3, and that's how we transition to that awful looking position with Wei Yi sticking his knight right where it hurts, preventing white from liberating his position by pushing the e-pawn.
Yeah, knight c2 is a very big threat, and king f2 runs into knight d1 check probably. Could it be? Yes. Let's just highlight, because, I mean, how did this black knight reach here?
Taking on the whole white army. It reminds me of this old game of my coach, Psakis, against Spielman, where black had these two knights deep in white's territory for like 20 moves, and both of them lived to tell the tale. So Vasily was forced instead to move his rook. That means the knight on e3 is stable, and I think e5 is... I would not be able to resist, Peter. Maybe there's a better move. Maybe Maybe bishop d7 and rook c8 is a better idea, but I personally would play e5 here for sure. There is knight e4. Maybe that's what he's calculating.
Yeah, the big question is that do you want to go immediately for some direct action, or black is just thinking like, I got a wonderful opening, let me enjoy this position and not do any committal decisions. In any case, it's a wonderful situation. Ivanchuk is up on the clock, but I don't think that he can really enjoy his time advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Wei Yi doesn't have the kind of position where you're seriously concerned about having 50 minutes, but bishop d7 and e5 look like the two main candidate moves.
Yeah, and they are looking very promising. I mean, I believe that we have seen the action. It was dramatic, and we have to leave the players to figure the rest out. We should keep on moving. And you mentioned, which matchup did you mention?
Well, there's two that have that I'm really curious about. Maybe we can start by updating the audience on Hikaru's game and seeing how that Benoni is progressing. We don't have to spend too long on it. Obviously, the skeleton of the position has remained the same, but a very committal move there by Hikaru, sticking his queen on b3, offering a queen trade. And first impressions, Peter, at least for me, are pretty positive for Hikaru.
I have the same feeling, yeah, that usually this opening up on the b file and getting access to the b3 square before white reached the knight to c4. I mean, okay, one of the lines I believe goes like queen takes b3, rook b3, knight d2. This is like thematic. Black plays the move rook b4, fighting for the c4 square. This is so important. And now the question is, how do we get access to this square? I mean, it's not easy. There is a constant pressure on the b2 pawn by the bishop on g7 and the rook on b4. It's a typical Benoni counterplay.
The engine gives this interesting idea. Rook moves away from f1, and then you slide the bishop from g2 to f1 with a dual idea for pairing knight c4 and also putting pressure on the a6 pawn. It's one of those ideas that's very obvious when it's played on the board, but I don't know if I'd be able to come up with it from scratch, Peter.
Exactly. I mean, usually it's always like this, that whenever computers suggest something, then it immediately makes sense. But it's so difficult to find that first move and then to understand that you really have time and it will really work in your favor. Yeah, this is kind of, I remember that we have a journalist who always asks in the article that what spoke against this move. I mean, I think often when this question is asked, it's the fact that it will never ever cross the human mind. If it crosses already, then you understand it's fine, but it's so difficult. Yeah, our brain is working differently.
Yeah, because a lot of it has to do with certain aspects. Even telling one hint can completely revolutionize your understanding of the position. If someone tapped me on the shoulder and said, listen, Danya, you can, in fact, try to put the knight on c4. It's, well, maybe I can use the bishop, right? So once the engine is kickstarted, yeah, well, you narrow down your search. But otherwise, you're looking at the position and you have no idea where to begin. You don't know, can you get the knight to c4? Is white better? Is white worse? What is the evaluation? And again, when I would look at this with 95, 93 coming in as you're indicating, I would probably take black, definitely in a blitz game, but also probably in a classical game. Just from the perspective of piece activity and what you're expecting out of a Benoni, I think Hikaru has checked all the boxes here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's just very quickly go back to see what happened. A6, A4, knight H5. Yeah, the bishop on F4 was not tolerated. Bishop G5, Queen C7, E4, Knight D7, Queen C2, apparently an inaccuracy, which is more than enough for Hikaru to get everything together. A5, B5, takes, Queen takes B6, White falls back with the bishop to C1 in order to free the way for his knight. And Hikaru played this very, I mean, humanly speaking, I think this Queen B3 is a very annoying move.
Extremely, because what does white do, right? You don't have to trade queens, but that queen on b3 is a bone in white's throat. If you play queen e2, well, I don't know exactly what black does in response. There is knight e5, there's, the standard c4, knight c5 idea, but I like knight e5. This just looks fantastic. White can't move that bishop from c1. White's almost paralyzed here.
Yeah, I mean, everything works in black's favor. You can't play knight d2 probably even because of some queen c2 could be even possible. I mean, the queen can keep on entering and then support the d3 square. Also somewhere some bishop g4 might be looming. So yes, white will have to trade queens, but the problem is that there is no computer next to him to assist that, you know what, actually takes, knight d2 and then rook d1 bishop f1 and you are absolutely fine. Nobody tells you, and your intuition, your instinct says that if I trade queens, black will be perfect in that endgame. And because of this fact that you are not happy with this direction, I'm not sure that you can be calm enough to understand that I have all the time in the world after the trade of queens and knight d2 rook b4 to play with rook d1 bishop f1.
Hikaru, just the ultimate specialist in making people feel uncomfortable with their position. He has such a good sense of practical problems that he can pose, and Queen B3 is really an epitome of what Hikaru does and how he's able to put so much practical pressure. I think it was a great choice of opening in retrospect. Obviously, if Gladura had been better prepared and he would have been better, we would have been criticizing, how could Hikaru have played a Benoni? Why didn't he play solidly? But that is a bit of a trap that sometimes I fall into as a commentator. But nonetheless, I really do think that it was an astute choice by Hikaru, a brave choice. And right now, he's really sitting pretty.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a dream come true. Benoni, Hikaru is also so experienced with this bishop on g7. The reason why he isn't getting that bishop to g7 too often, that he does not play the kings in there anymore because it's too risky against a very well prepared opponent in classical chess. But now that he got that bishop on g7 and he got a stable, good Benoni, I think he's very happy.
Yeah, maybe he's starting to miss openings with a bishop on g7. Hey, there's a reason you started playing the kid in the first place. So Benjamin Gladura, the Hungarian Grandmaster, facing serious practical problems, and we will see how he tries to circle out of them. Another look at the playing hall as Gladura declines the queen trade. We will keep an eye on this game and on the other games. But for now, folks, time for our second break of the day. You're watching the 2023 World Cup from Baku, Azerbaijan, and we'll be back with more action in just a couple of minutes.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
Welcome back to the 2023 World Cup in Baku. Another look at the playing hall there, as we're an hour and a half into game one of round three. Grandmaster Peter Lecko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky chopping it up for you today. We hope you're enjoying the coverage, and definitely the best part is still ahead, as a lot of the games really just only getting into the middle game. We've got so many different interesting openings and innovations as we look at the bird's eye view there. All of the top boards displayed in front of you. And Peter, just looking around, the games are at completely different stages. I mean, Rajabov Santos on the bottom is an end game, but Carlsen Tari actually went down that line we discussed where white has an extra exchange. And Fabi Yilmaz is only about 13 or 14 moves in. Wow.
Yeah, that's typical for modern chess. Yeah, somewhere you get your preparation in, then things are heating up. Somewhere you get surprised, and then you have to slow down. Like it happened to Tari. He ran into this incredible prep by Magnus. It's not that objectively it's a problem, but it's a shock effect, and he had to spend a lot of time.
Indeed, he did. And another player who's spending a good amount of time is David Howell. And David has a very tough pairing. He has not scored well against Wang Hao. He hasn't won a single game against him. In fact, he's lost 4. So for David, not the most comfortable pairing. He's lost 5, that is, with only 1 draw. Now, Peter, you can talk a little bit about how much of a bearing that has. When you get it into your head that you can't play somebody, it really does impact your play. Even if you're a strong, experienced grandmaster who's usually not susceptible to these kinds of thoughts, I personally really feel uncomfortable when I'm facing someone whom I never beat.
Yes, it's incredible. I mean, often there is no real explanation that why it's happening. Yeah, it might be that you lost the first game, and in that first game you were even better. And if that very first game would have gone different way, then the whole psychological situation would be exactly vice versa. But the way it happened, this opponent becomes very unpleasant for you, and then he keeps on beating, he gets more and more comfortable. Also, when you face someone like this, then it's in your mind. And I always feel like a chess player can perform his best when he's just completely quiet, he focuses on the game, and he does not get distracted by his opponent. But if your opponent is already in your head, then expect things to get worse. And I do believe that David had this incredible game in the very last round of the Isle of Man Grand Swiss when he was fighting to qualify for the candidates. And he played with the black pieces, and he lost to Hao there, and Hao went on to win the Grand Swiss and qualified for the candidates. So some really painful memories there for David.
Wow, that merely adds insult to injury when you lose a game that's as important as the one that he lost in the last round of Isle of Man. And they've got a completely irrational position in front of us. I'm not surprised that David has 36 minutes already, and I say this with love. David definitely is a no stranger to time pressure right out of the opening, but I think White's got very good reason to be spending time, because although Black has the outward damage on the king side, and you would be forgiven for thinking that Black's king is the one that can be targeted, I think it's in fact White's king, almost akin to the Van Forest-Svidler game, that has no shelter and no haven. And it's very important that bishop d3 fails to e4. I think that's the tactical detail which makes it very hard for White to complete his development.
Yes, and it's a fascinating line, because we don't have too much time, but just we have to understand how we got here. And it also has a storyline, because yesterday in the Blitz playoff between Daneshvar and Alexander Grishchuk, we have featured exactly the same line. In the 5+3 section, Grishchuk went on to play the short castle line, and we have seen the same narrative with knight d5, rook e8, queen f5, d6, knight takes f6, g takes f6, queen h5. And that game, believe it or not, after the move e5, e4, White shocked Sasha Grishchuk with the move rook g1. And after d5, after d5, a3, bishop f8, came the another shocker, d4 blitzed out. I mean, if your heart does not stop at this moment, then when?
Wow, this is insane. Rook just chilling on g1. for the eventuality the black takes on f3. So I assume you cannot take on f3 at all. That is a completely poisoned knight. Or did he in fact take it?
No, he didn't take it.
He's just
Luckily,
died.
I think luckily for Sasha, he survived this game, and at that moment I felt like he will win the match, because surviving this in a 5+3 segment when your opponent blitzed out all these moves, but we know what happened. I just wanted to highlight that, yeah, we already had some crazy fight in this position. However, now How goes for d6, d5 instantly, and we get similar idea with a3 bishop f8. Yeah, so the black bishop falls back to f8, very important to guard the king. And this is how we reached the current position: takes, d3, bishop e7 back. Wow, bishop e7 back.
Whoa.
What is this?
What a deep move. Bishop e7, bishop e7. I'm trying to look at his next few moves to get a clue about why. Well, the setup he's going for is king h8 and rook g8. So I guess that's the idea. He wants to put the rook on g8, and he does it at the perfect time, because this slows and flat out prevents the development of white's light squared bishop, and has David bitten off more than he can chew with his 14th move, d4. Wang Hao says, bring it on. Yeah, I want to open the center. I'm better developed. h3 to stop bishop g4. And Wang Hao develops his bishop to the other appetizing square, e6. And I'm struggling to figure out a move here for white after bishop e6. Looks like you have to go bishop c3, or maybe take on e5, but that's pretty terrifying.
Yes, I mean, bishop c3 feels like the move, the most natural move. I think that also by this point, David is not really playing for an advantage. So if he feels that after bishop c3 he's safe, then why not? If black is forced to take on d5, I'm not sure if he's forced. You might consider a move like rook a d8, but then you have to get into some crazy calculation. What happens after d takes d5?
Oh my gosh, Peter. We have to show this move. This is insanity. Rook a d8, d takes e5. The top computer move. Had to make sure 4 times that my computer isn't glitching. I'm still thinking my computer is glitching. Are we? Bishop takes a3. Oh my god.
Yeah, is this the reason why David is thinking? Because he spotted it. It could easily be.
Of course. Within the first couple of minutes, I think, of thinking about the move, he spotted it. And the idea is, well, of course, rook takes a3, everybody understands. But ba, you've loosened the bishop on c3, and now you go after it with queen b3. And suddenly white is experiencing massive problems with coordination and with king safety, because bishop d4, knight takes d4, and queen c3 will pick up the rook. Rook c1, queen takes a3, and again, all of your pieces are hanging, and it's the problem with not developing an entire side of the board.
Yes, it's very scary. I mean, this rook c1 would be the most natural, but then after queen takes a3, you lose the game on the spot, because probably bishop d2 will be met by rook takes d2. Yeah, it's just a typical demolishing move.
You're holding the rook over that square already.
Yes.
During the game.
Wow, and he made a move after bishop e6. He took d takes e5 first.
Okay.
But the big question is, if, for example, since we already know that rook a8 is interesting, is the move rook a8 natural? Without this knowledge, I would have said that knight takes e5 is the automatic response.
Yeah, it totally seems that way. Now, f takes e5 is bad, I imagine, because of bishop c3 or rook d1, or
exactly,
what's the benefit of knight takes e5? Yeah, fe just seems like an inferior version. It helps white develop the initiative and quickly gain control of the d file, because black does have to waste a tempo to defend e5, and you don't want to allow rook d1 and bishop d3, and white reaches the ideal setup. Yeah,
basically, as we see in all the lines, whoever gets the first punch against the opponent gets the upper hand. Yeah, and if we are about to complete our development with bishop d3, then black's king on h8 will feel awkward. So I'm expecting, because it's a match, in the first game of the match, knight takes e5 looks like a very solid move because of the tactics that the queen on h5 is hanging. I'm kind of expecting that the move knight takes e5 has to be played. And now that we trade the knights, maybe even queen e5 looks solid enough. But on the other hand, you should never give David a slightly better endgame, because then he will be very dangerous.
Yeah, I have been through that once in Gibraltar 2015, and that was already enough to last me many decades. I know to avoid this like the plague, which is why I think we're likely to see 95-95 and F takes e5. Side question, Peter, and we can definitely keep exploring the lines, of course, but really quickly, Wang Hao announced his retirement. I distinctly remember that about, I want to say, a year and a half ago, 2 years, and now he's playing in the World Cup. What do you think is going through his head? Is he treating this tournament like a sort of semi-vacation? Is he playing for fun? Or was his announcement kind of jumping the gun?
Well, first of all, I'm a very good friend with Hao.
Mhm.
During that Grand Swiss tournament in Isle of Man, basically we were always after dinner. We often went together for dinner and then also walked on the beautiful sea promenade in Douglas together, and we got very close. I'm rooting for him all the time. And I was very sad hearing this, that he announced his retirement. And now we met in Prague. He was playing this super tournament. And I do feel like there is this temptation for him that he wants to play sometimes because he's so strong. He understands that he's so strong. But the tournament in Prague didn't go according to plans. And then he was telling me that maybe he should have not played. The decision to stop was correct. I think it was affected by the fact that the result didn't go that way. If now he will have a wonderful World Cup, and knowing that he's such a brilliant player, if he handles his nerves, then he can beat anyone. I can see that it can change his mind a bit.
Well, that's great to see. Obviously, from the selfish chess fan perspective, we hope that his performance changes his mind. And he did not change his mind about going into a slightly worse endgame against David Howell. He has, in fact, forced the queens off the board. And I guess the point is that black is not really slightly worse. There is this optical damage on the king side. You've got that isolated pawn on h7. But, Peter, I do feel like white has a smidge, a tiny little pull here.
Yes, for sure. I mean, the line I wanted to indicate and highlight when we were not yet sure if we were going to reach this endgame, and I felt like David will play the move g4. If you give David one more chance to get that bishop to g2 and eventually to e4 and his king to e2, I think there is no force in the world that can stop David of not converting that position. So it's very delicate measure for black to be able to neutralize this bishop, I guess, on g2. Try to set up something like c6, rook d8, bishop d5, making sure that white will not be able just to enjoy that position too much. And then there could be an argument that how big is white's advantage? Maybe it's just symbolic.
Man, David just will be sitting there. He loves these types of positions, and he's so good at them, even in acute time pressure. And this is the kind of position that you want to have. It's too early to talk about time pressure, but we're 20 moves in, and the cost of a move just isn't that high with the tactical element taken off the board. My instinct for black would be to play bishop d5 here, but the issue is that after rook g1, it's not a given that the trade of light squared bishops favors black. Black has this awkward bishop on e7. There might be some g5 ideas later on in the game. So that bishop on c3 isn't just biting on granite. It can combine with the pawns on the king side to cause actual tactical problems to black's king.
Yeah, and I also see that, for example, just to highlight strategically what we are really talking about, yeah, that, for example, if ever something like this happens, like bishop d5, white captures, white plays something like king e2, black plays a move like c6, and white is given a chance to placing his king
Oh, God.
on e4, then we see that this cemented bishop on c3 gives incredible advantage. It's only a matter of time till white will break this pawn structure eventually with h4, g5, of course, combined with some rook g1. Ideas, this lovely king on e4 is
Wow.
basically almost by itself winning the game.
Let me put you on the spot, Peter. Obviously, you are a legendary technician. Other than David Howell, which three players would you choose to convert this position with white?
Well, I think there are so many guys who would, raise their hands. Please pick me, pick me. Yeah? Exactly. I mean, it's just super, super nice. And that's the reason why we speculated that basically it's very scary to trade those bishops. And black's best defense is to get c6, bishop d5, and just sit and wait. Because if white ever takes on d5, and we are able to recapture c takes d5, then black has no problems at all to worry about. So a lot of strategical nuances here.
Very interesting. And perhaps we can now look at a game to balance out the positional component of this game, something more tactical, more unbalanced. It's been a while since we've checked the game of Carlsen. Obviously, that position has transformed into a line that we had been discussing, Carlsen up in exchange, and the queens have been swapped. So I'll give you the final say, but looks like Carlsen's game deserves at least a perfunctory look. So they did go down the e takes d5, knight takes d5 line that had been the center of our discussion with b3 and knight c7. The exchange was secured by Carlsen, but then they went in a different direction. We had been focusing on, after knight a, b, the move king f2, Peter, keeping the queens on the board. Magnus prioritized taking them off the board, and of course taking the a3 pawn off the board as well.
Yes, queen d2 also looked to me more natural. On the other hand, this king f2, queen takes d7 line was very interesting because we had to highlight that rook d8, queen d2 check when white's king was hiding on h3, just to show all the dramas that the position has. But queen d2 clearly the professional choice. The queens are traded off. White captures the pawn on a3. Black jumps with the knight to c4, and that's the current position.
Knight c4, posing white with a dilemma, obvious dilemma. Do you stay on the a file and give up the e3 pawn? You would do that if you prioritize neutralizing black's pawn chain, or do you play materialistically with rook to d3? I feel like I'm pretty bad at these types of decisions. My basest instinct is to play rook a6, move away the king, because if you can win the a7 pawn, I think you gain serious winning chances.
Exactly. I mean, somehow the move rook d3 and then giving black the option of eventually going for this pawn push on the queen side. Maybe black can first even put that pawn on d6. The knight is beautifully guarding that pawn, closing down the d file, and then black pushes b5, a5, a4, and then probably white will have trouble solving his problems. So the move that you mentioned, rook a6, is a very practical move. You just make sure that nothing really can happen to you. But what happens if I lock that rook down with knight a5 and trying to run with my king towards the queen side?
I was gonna say it's like a Norwegian prison on a6, but when the king gets to b7, your party time's over. Maybe I can move my king and go rook b1 with the idea of rook takes b6.
Hang on, no, you have also rook h2, rook c2 as well.
Oh, and you get it to c7 in time.
You get it.
Oh, rook h2, king f8, rook c2, king e7, rook c7, and you outrun the black king. But then I go knight c6 and trap the other rook.
Wow. Wow, that's insane.
My gosh. And rook b7. It's not over yet. Rook takes b6 is a threat. But this feels like white's going in the wrong direction. Black can move the rook.
Exactly.
White will be forced to force a draw. And actually, white might not even be able to force a draw that easily because you're 2 pawns down. And if you take on a7, then no, that's out of the question.
Yeah, it's just a lot of fun looking at this type of craziness. I mean, for us, it's very easy to highlight this kind of moves. But yeah, if you have to think about this, that what happens after rook a6, and black even has this option of trying to lock that rook down, a lot of reasons to spend a lot of time.
Knight a5 is such a cool move because you're actively resisting the pawn on e3. But definitely something Magnus will have to have got wagon loads of time. He's still got over an hour, and it feels like he's been thinking for quite a while. But sensing the critical moment is a skill that all of the top grandmasters possess, knowing not only what to think about, but when to pause and think, when to really put a lot of weight behind the decision you're making.
Yes, because every single small nuance can actually turn out to be decisive. And you have to sense the moment that when those little moments, which might not be visible to many others, even to the opponent, can actually decide the direction where the game is going. And often we also have this chance of getting that, according to computer, somebody played with a 99% rate of accuracy and he still lost. And then if you look at this statistics, then you think like, wow, how on earth did this happen? He almost played the perfect game. But probably in one critical moment, he made the wrong decision. And then, despite playing all the perfect moves, he was already on the receiving end and was not able to hold it.
Yeah, I mean, 21st century chess can be absolutely brutal. The margins that decide a lot of these games are razor thin. And we'll probably leave Magnus to make this important decision. We will keep checking into this end game. It does feel like a 2-result game, but definitely you can construct a line where white suddenly ends up in tactical trouble.
Yeah, we also had so much action that we haven't even entered yet the Pragnanda David Navala match, which also I felt like it's something of a very special encounter, clash of generation again. And we see here it's some kind of an Italian. It had to be an Italian. Yes, it was an
100%.
Italian. Whenever
Okay,
we see
was it
this pawn structure, then we know that it's an Italian.
And the pawns on e6 and e5, also likely that there was a trade on e6. And there was also a trade on e3. But then white transformed his pawn structure later in the game. So it was an early bishop e3 Italian. David took on e3. It was quite a symmetrical structure here. c3 by Prague, very typical move, opening up a pathway for the queen. David counterstrikes in the center. I never fully understand these positions, Peter. All of the moves seem to be making sense, though. Queen b3, queen d6, and here's the transformation. You trade on d5, and black refrains from e takes d5, probably because of e4.
Yes, this is a critical moment of the game, because e takes d4 or e takes d5 or even maybe knight e4 is a move. Sometimes this knight e4 appears as well, thanks to the pin. And then you put some, because this pawn on b7 is also hanging, there are some tricks. I can understand, yeah, seeing this kind of tricks, also white can just play e3, e4. We can kind of understand why David felt like, okay, let me take with the queen and clarify the situation. But now black runs the risk of eventually remaining with those weak, vulnerable pawns. e4 played, queens are traded, b6 and king f2. I'm loving this. And this is the reason why I believe that these Indian kids are brilliant, because, of course, you know, they are already so universal. It's not just like they can checkmate the opponent, they are very aggressive, whatever. They are like universal soldiers. They play exactly according to the demands of the position. If you have to play precisely and with lot of finesse, delicateness, they are able to do that. We have already seen Pragnanda in this tournament crushing Maxime Lagarde with some stunning sacrifices. Exactly. He's such a fantastic player. And rook a8, rook a1 is the current position. He is squeezing David.
Yeah, it's honestly breathtaking, the universality of a lot of young, top talented players, particularly, you know, the Indian juniors. I think Gukesh is very similar. Even Nihal, who is, of course, one could argue one step below Gukesh in Prague, but still able to play so many different types of positions as he has already displayed in this tournament. So white has a pretty clear path to improvement, I think. Peter, there is this maneuver knight b3 to d2 to c4, but in order to make that possible, you will bring your king first to e3. But there's a lot of subtlety here on the king side as well. Like black has knight h5, knight f4 as an idea, so maybe you would want to go g3 and park the king, I don't know, on g2 or still on e3. You really have to figure out the right setup here for white.
Yes, I think that if you could somehow get, for example, let's just illustrate something like black's most natural move is knight h5. So king e3 might run into knight f4. So something like g3, rook f7, trying to immediately double up against the knight on f3. The king is stuck on f2 defending the g3 pawn. And here computer highlights a typical move that if you are already into the battle, you are over the board, you can notice as a commentator it's very difficult, is rook f1 to g1, that you can simply sidestep with the rook, making sure that you protect the pawn so that the white king is able to go towards the e3 square. And after rook df8, white falls back with the knight to d2, then goes king e3, then probably with rook df1 protects the knight, and another knight lands on c4 targeting the e5 pawn. So this would be the ideal construction.
That's lovely maneuvering play, and I really like the use of the rook on g1. Yes, it's quote-unquote passive, but you can't think that primitively at this level. Sometimes a piece fulfills a defensive role, and you might say, well, the rook on g1 is passive, but the knight on h5 is also kept at bay. So these two pieces are sort of in a standoff, and everything in service of ultimately putting the knight on c4, as David shifts his rook over to f7 in the game continuation.
Yeah, so a lot of nuances here. I'm just, whenever I see these youngsters able to play this kind of chess already, I'm very, very happy. It's my basically favorite chess. Yeah, all these nuances, and then seemingly winning a chess game without your opponent ever making a mistake. Yeah, that's kind of the dream scenario for me. Of course, it's very difficult because like this, you often don't win too many games. Yeah, that was always my problem.
Don't worry, I relate to that problem as well, Peter. So not winning enough games, yes, check, sign me up. But great stuff by Prague. He's got to keep an eye on his clock, though. He's down at 30 minutes, and we will definitely keep an eye on his game as this end game continues to progress. Man, I feel like I'm at a restaurant. We've got a 5-page menu, and all of the dishes are amazing. And the Anish Giri Bar and Grill, definitely the right place to be here.
Yes, we haven't even had a chance to look at Anish, which just shows that we are spoiled with choice. He's facing Abbasov, a player who is maybe not that famous, but as a chess professional, I know exactly that he's super prepared. I know that he's working very hard. So it's kind of, how do you find his weak spot? Yeah, and these 2 games, mini matches are always so tricky, because if you are unable to find where you can hit your opponent, you can end up having a nightmare of a match. We have been seeing this already in the first 2 runs. And okay, the position that we have on the board should be slightly better for white thanks to the pair of bishops, but of course black is super solid with this construction.
Yeah, it's funny. The eval bar is showing approximate equality, but I would never take black here. I mean, when I looked at this for the first time, it felt quite bad for black because of the pressure in the center and the pressure exerted by the white queen on the rook and the white bishop on the pawn. White's just kind of crisscrossing the board here, and I don't think black can get away with a move like d4. That just feels too committal. I think e takes d4, and this just fails tactically because of the rook on c7.
Yeah, this is a very good point, because I was highlighting now the long diagonal being the problem for black. So a move like d5, d4, trying to lock down that bishop on a1 looks very tempting. And then the anti-positional e takes d4 move is the cause of problem, yeah, because the pin on the c7 rook, or also the queen on from f4 eyeing that rook on c7.
Yes, cd, there's even bishop takes d4, I think. Or you don't even have to. You can play a more solid move. You can take on c6 twice and then capture on d4, and that's just out of the question. You can't get a position like this against Anish Giri. And so Abbasov taking a different round. He says, well, what are the weaknesses in white's position? He notices the d3 square as a potential target for black's knight. Knight b4 is apparently the only way to preserve an objectively balanced position. Good stuff by Abbasov.
Yeah, it was also the main move of computer. And after knight b4, Anish has to show some real intelligence how to deal with this double threat. Yeah, the computer indicates that rook b1 is a lovely move, probably because of knight takes a2 bishop d5 trick. Oof. I'm assuming.
Lovely.
And again, the rook on c7. Yeah, this is, by the way, we haven't highlighted that the last move before we came here was exactly queen a4 to f4 by Anish. So he probably has foreseen all these finesses targeting the rook on c7.
Yeah, rook b1 is such a cold-blooded prophylactic move. When I look at knight b4, my sort of gut instinct is to play something like d4 or even bishop f1. We should also point out that bishop h3 is it's a viable candidate move, and black's queen doesn't have that many squares.
Yes, so basically
queen c6, I guess.
I mean, queen d6 runs into bishop e5 just to highlight this, and well, then queen has to go to c6. Even you have bishop e6 move. Hang on, bishop e6 is a move.
My goodness. And if black plays bishop d6, Peter, then the rook on d8 falls, and there might be bishop takes g7 check.
Yes, bishop or queen g5, yes, with double attack. I mean,
Wow,
just
you
to
can't
highlight why,
f6, bishop f6, and queen g8, queen f7 mate. Oh,
let's put it on the board.
beautiful. Just beautiful. Look at black's pieces smothering his own king.
Yeah, and now we understand already why Abbasov did spend a lot of time on knight b4, because he has to foresee and calculate a lot after bishop h3, queen c6, bishop e6. I believe, luckily for black, he has this strange looking move f6, but an effective one, because you lock down the bishop on a1, and there is still this constant threat of knight d3. The bishop on e6 will be hanging eventually, because the white queen cannot stay forever on f4, I guess. So here, bishop f5, a very, very interesting position.
This is honestly just chess is such a freaking complicated game. Bishop f5, knight takes a2 is not unlikely, right? If you've already put your knight on b4, then there's a sunk cost effect. You might as well, as the expression goes, having said A, you might as well say B. And I love bishop takes h7, Peter, just trying to attack on the light squares. White's got very clear long-term compensation with the idea of dropping the bishop back exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth. Bishop g6, queen h4. I'd be pretty terrified of having this against anybody, but definitely against Anish.
Yeah, and we know that Anish loves all kinds of positional strategical ideas combined with tactics. He's not the one who likes to run forward without believing what he's doing. Yeah, he likes to build up the pressure, but when he builds up and he feels that his position gives him the right to go for the maximum, then he very much goes for it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see bishop h3 on the board.
Side question as Anish contemplates his move. I remember a couple of years ago, we were talking about Anish Giri 2.0 with an excellent performance that he had in Tata Steel. I don't remember exactly the year, but do you know of any other cases, Peter, of a player basically consciously transforming their style throughout their chess career? Would Vladimir Kramnik be a good example of that, as he switched to e4 in the later part of his chess career and just sort of became a lot more tactical? Is that a common thing in the path of a top player?
I think it's kind of common of all the very ambitious players, yeah, because simply people have also, Anish was drawing a lot of games, yeah, but he was also playing those kind of openings which were leading automatically, you know, to such positional battle and everything. So it wasn't exactly clear. I mean, it was clear to me that he can attack brilliantly, but his openings were not really giving him this chance. But if he gets this chance, and he's so good in openings, yeah, he can play any kind of structure. He can play e4 and main lines. He can play all kinds of knight f3, g3, c4, like also today in this game. He's an all-rounder, and it's of course so nice to see him being successful. I mean, whenever, I think this year he won the Tata Steel. This year he won it, and he showed some brilliant play at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, he did indeed. Was he the one who he defeated Richard Rapport in the last round of that scintillating mating attack?
Yes, and before he has beaten Magnus Carlsen in that Queen's England, it was one of those big wins for Giri.
Oh yeah, and he defeated Dingley Ren with the black pieces. Yeah, that was an incredible Tata Steel performance. Just Anish showing what he is made of. And 30 minutes on the clock here. That is not a lot of time, Peter. Not only because you've got 20 moves to make, but you could spend 30 minutes just getting your bearings here.
Exactly. We also saw the brackets, right? That there is a potential Anish Giri Jordan Fan Forest match coming up. And if we talk about Tata Steel, I think we have to mention that in order that Anish could win the Tata Steel, it was that Jordan beat Abdusatulov in the last game with the black pieces. This opened the door for Anish Giri for winning the Tata Steel. And now in this tournament, there might be a face-off between these two gentlemen.
Wow. How incredible would that be? Man, and Svidler Van Forest is another feast for the eyes, of course. I think no matter who wins either match, we're going to have an incredible battle coming up in round 4. We will break, but first I think we should take a look at Hikaru's game one more time, just to see if Gludora, in fact, acceded to the queen trade, which, spoiler alert, I believe he did not. And as a matter of fact, Peter, I had the sense that things were going in Hikaru's favor, and I guess they still are, but it's not clear just from visually assessing the position that black is much better. Because G4 is a big threat, isn't it?
Yeah, well, but I mean, still, it looks to me that black should be super happy. I mean, the most natural move is to bring the knight back from h5 to f6. If you don't want to calculate anything, I guess in a blitz game, you automatically do that. You can simply sacrifice that pawn on a6 because we have lovely compensation. I just don't feel like ever being happy here from the white side. What is your take?
Well, I'm just transfixed by, first of all, I was trying to decipher the engine recommendation queen c8. And I was like, okay, do I play this g4? What am I? Is it bishop takes g4? No. And then I realized queen c8 opens up the pathway for the rook to travel to b4. But that's not the end of the story because queen takes a6 exists. But now I think black trades and suddenly bishop d3 forks the two rooks, and white cannot get two pieces for the rook because you can only capture one minor piece at a time, obviously. So this is a just amazing line that showcases the dynamic nature of the Benoni.
Yes, absolutely. And the reason why I mentioned knight f6 being the human natural move in a blitz game, I was also seeing the engine line, and I believe that in a classical game you have a lot of time, and knowing the tactical abilities, the tactical vision of Hikaru, he is definitely inclined to check where does this road leads us after queen c8. He's spending time. I'm really believing that we might be seeing this.
Yeah, I mean, this is completely up Hikaru's alley. Even if he played this in a blitz game, yes, I would be impressed, but this would just kind of be another day in the office for Hikaru to see something like queen c8 and rook b4.
Yeah, it's a super opportunity for him. The question is, I mean, we do see that the computer suggests after queen c8 the move rook b3. I don't think that humanly you can even consider the move rook b3 because you just trade and then you take on h3. You think like you have just won a vital pawn which decides the game. Of course, rook b3, I think it's a losing move.
Ugh.
But according to computer, you don't have any good moves at all.
Oh my gosh. And not to overstate the case here, but if Gladura, to be honest, I would almost reject any line that involves allowing bishop takes h3. Like once you lose that pawn, it's such a moral defeat, especially because you could easily get checkmated on that side of the board. And I'm already thinking like knight takes g3 and bishop d4. Man, Hikaru just striking at all sides of the board at once. I think that with every ticking second, he's likelier and likelier to play the move queen c8 because we know that he's calculating something. We can just see it.
Yeah, he senses the momentum. And the point is that practically speaking, g4 is humanly the only move.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Everything else is capitulation, right? I mean, we have to play g4 and then to your horror, you have to keep on calculating that, hang on, takes. It looked like it's a good idea, but black has bishop d3. And how do I deal with this?
We should also maybe point out that queen a2 instead of queen takes a6 is kind of a tunnel vision type of move. It's easy to say, oh, well, everything's fine. But after bishop takes g4, everything's fine except the safety of your king. H2, rook takes g4, and this is the Benoni at its finest. Rook takes g2 and queen g4 is devastating because f3 allows the typical check along the a7 g1 diagonal, and this is resigns. Rook f2, rook e1. I mean, just all of the pieces streaming in. It's like black has 5 more pieces than white does, even though technically currently black is down a minor piece.
Yeah, it's, I mean, somehow you don't feel like counting those pieces at all.
No. What pieces, right?
Exactly. Okay, the only question could be like knight e4 trying to bring the rook on the third rank. That's a move that humanly makes some sense, but according to computer, rook takes g2, king g2, queen g4 check.
g3.
Knight g3, and probably you take. No, wow! I thought like you open up the e file that no, but this is then very difficult, and this is exactly the line that then Hikaru has to make sure that he can calculate all the way till the end, because the tranquilo and simple knight g3, fg3, bishop d4 is not so easy to spot.
Bishop d4, so cold-blooded. Moves that create unstoppable threats, slow moves that create unstoppable threats, and it goes on. You can go rook f2, and here you still have to see a key detail. Bishop f2, rook f2, and the check on which hinges the entire sequence.
No,
You have to
in
take
fact,
the...
rook.
Whoa!
Wow.
Oh, it's rook f2.
Yes, exactly. And then you give queen e4 check, because now rook f3, you have queen e2 check.
Because if you had played bishop f2, the queen from a2 rises out of the dead like a vampire and sinks its teeth into the a6 pawn, attacking the rook on e2. How easy is that to blunder from a distance? This is just exceedingly complicated. Okay, now I'm starting to have doubts about whether Hikaru will play queen c8.
Well, but the good news for black is that you feel like you have a margin of safety, yeah, because this rook b4 idea and then sacrificing on g4, I mean, this position, you feel like you are not risking anything. I mean, it's white who needs a miracle to survive. So, yes, this line finally was difficult, but first even white has to get here, yeah, to test black.
Without question. And I agree. Intuitively, black has 2 pawns for the piece. You've got the long-term attack. Hikaru might just go for this and believe that something will manifest itself. Hikaru Nakamura intense, his opponent focused. We are entering the peak of action here in Game 3, Round 3, Game 1 of the 2023 World Cup. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with more World Cup action after this short break.
Is anybody in Snoop's camp playing chess? Is that happening or not?
I haven't seen it. There's some smart people in the camp, so I wouldn't be surprised if people are versed at it.
Really?
A lot of college-educated people, you know. I, unfortunately, am not one of those sophisticated people that play chess in the camp.
What you talking about, man?
I don't play chess. I mean,
You know how to play.
listen, there's a difference with knowing how to start a car up and then driving Formula One racing. It's a difference.
309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 Fide World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Both of the reigning World Cup winners are back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament. They are Jan Krzysztof Duda and Alexandra Kosteniuk, the victors in 2021.
Alexandra Kosteniuk crushing everybody. She is your deserved champion.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 Fide World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. In addition to Zhu Wenjun and Kosteniuk, that list includes Tan Zhongyi, Maria Muzichuk, and Anna Ushenina. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 Fide World Cup.
Okay, we are back. The playing hall at the 2023 World Cup in the historic, beautiful city of Baku, Azerbaijan. You are watching Round 3, Game 1. Grandmaster Peter Leko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky bringing you coverage of this all-important first game of the Round 3 mini matchups. And in front of you there, Grandmaster Alexandra Goryachkina, who is destroying her opponent right out of the opening. Indian IM Women's Grandmaster Divya Deshmukh is in mortal danger and very likely to lose this game. Peter, it is collapse on all sides of the board.
Exactly. I mean, we have been talking about this at the beginning, and we highlighted this move A4, that giving up the B4 square could be possible in this structure. Just very quickly to go back, this was the moment we talked about this. So in the game it happened ED, Bishop G5. It wasn't the top choice of computer, but 2-3 moves later we will see anyway the same ideas. Rook E1 H6, Bishop falls back to D2, and probably Black should have played A4, but then you always have to deal with Knight takes D4. Eventually the Bishop on E7 is hanging. You never know exactly, so Black decided to protect that Bishop with Rook E8, and here came this wonderful move A2 A4, which was the key strategical idea mentioned by the computer to us already back then. The square B4 is not important. White is also targeting the A5 weakness, the D4 weakness. The Black Knight on C6 is overloaded in the long run. And look at this, what happened. Rook A6, Knight E5, Knight B4, C5.
Phew.
And after Knight D7, White opted for Knight takes A5 sacrifice, winning a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, Black just has no moves here. Rook takes A5, obviously. The Knight on B4 has lost its support. Kind of ironic that White weakened the B4 square, and it's precisely the B4 square that ends up potentially winning the game for White, with the Knight on B4 losing its support. It's the position's, I think, less complicated than it appears, because all of the complications clearly work out for White in White's favor here. If Black plays Knight takes E5, I think the point is Rook takes E5, and the Rook has the D5 square. Knight takes D3, Rook D5, essentially traps the Queen and forces the ultra awkward move Bishop D7, which has to be losing. Oh, there's even Bishop F1 here, pinning the Knight against the Rook on A6. Everything is falling apart for Divya here.
Yes. Yes, it is really looking very bad. I mean, the tactic with Knight takes A5 was a simple tactic, which means that probably she missed the move rook d5. Yeah, that's a move you can very easily miss. Believing that, okay, I give up the a5 pawn, but I will hit the d3 pawn and then something work out. But rook d5 is a monster move. And she opted for bishop. What? She opted for bishop takes c5. It's already on the board.
It's on the board, and the so knight takes b7, bishop takes b7. A little bit of chaos there, Peter. Clearly, Sasha will have to calculate this. There's also knight takes f7 related ideas, with the b4 square being as vulnerable as it is. Maybe some check on b3. Wait, actually, that looks super appetizing. Or
Exactly.
am I missing something?
No, I think that, yeah, humanly, if we have a chance on taking on f7, for example, after rook takes e1, very important that we can recapture with the bishop on e1. So we keep the queen on d1, the vital square, king f7. And now the big question is, how do we start? I mean, something like bishop takes b4, queen b3 check looks human enough. And then we take back the bishop. But hang on, there will be c5. So, for example, king f8, the line continues.
Oh, and knight takes b7 is a, saving grace here. Otherwise, white loses a piece. Look at that. c5 opening up an attack on the knight. How easy is that to miss? But now the knight is in trouble. And in fact, will have to sacrifice itself on c5. Wow, knight takes c5 is forced, just because if queen b3, then there is rook b6. And white doesn't even get a pawn, or at least another pawn for the knight. Rooks. Oh my gosh, Peter. Rook c1 here. There's rook c6.
Oh my God. How easy it is to miss that.
What a move.
Yeah, because bishop takes c6 gives the chance for black to capture the b4 queen.
My gosh, rook c6. And of course, white is not losing here. White can always, when you're up a pawn, you have the luxury of playing a move like knight takes c5. And you're so much more active that even down a piece, you can almost just play positionally and be fine. But of course, Sasha would prefer to find something cleaner than this.
Exactly. I mean, here when after bishop takes c5, first you start calculating the move knight takes f7. You hope that it ends the game kind of right away. And then when you see that the line keeps on going and your opponent still has this c5 counterplay and all this knight takes b7, then you might say to yourself, no, come on. I mean, okay, there should be something cleaner. There should be something better, because the position looks so overwhelming.
I feel like Sasha Grishuk had a related problem yesterday, where he was trying a little bit too hard to find the cleanest path to victory, and he was rejecting a lot of lines that contain any degree of complication. Of course, as a result, you have the opposite effect and you end up overthinking it. So sometimes you have to embrace the complications, and sometimes you have to see, yeah, there's a chance that I'll miscalculate, but that's just part of the conversion process. So definitely knight takes b7 should not be shied away from, simply because there's a lot to calculate there. Maybe if the complications work out for white, then she's simply winning there. And that does seem to be the case.
But how does it go? So knight b7, bishop takes b7.
Knight takes d7, and the key is you recapture on e1 with the bishop.
So you take on d7, not the bishop on b7. Right, knight d7.
Yep.
And takes.
Bishop e1, very important.
And okay, bishop takes g2 would be natural, and then you take on c5 with triple attack.
Wow.
I mean, everything is hanging.
Literally. Queen d5.
That's the problem.
No, just knight takes a6, I guess. There's nothing.
Well,
bishop h1,
I mean,
you
okay.
have f3.
Oh, you can maybe just take on b4.
And if bishop h1, there is even knight to e4.
Yes. This is safe. This is safe.
Yep. So that wins for white.
Oh. But okay, it's very complex, because this knight takes b7, bishop takes b7, and then not recapturing on b7, but using this intermezzo move with knight takes d7, it's not so obvious at all.
Yeah, and again, we talked about this earlier, how when you play through the line with an engine and you know the evaluation, it gives you such a boost, because you know what direction to guide your calculation in. But big decision here for Alexander Goryachkina, a tough calculation task, and maybe we should leave her to it. We're being told that the Humpy Canero game is also very rich in positional complexity. So maybe we should briefly check into the game of one of the top female players in the world for many, many years now, Grandmaster Humpy Canero, with the black pieces against Belarusian international master Olga Badelka. But this looks... what do we make of this position?
Well, it's a really complex strategical battle. I mean, we have to know at least the last couple of moves, because it's how did they reach here. So something like, okay, that's already an indication that white was the one who was going for this knight c5, black captured, takes look fc8, look fb1, g6, g5. Wow, a nice strategical move, stopping any kind of f-force, expanding on the king side, bishop b4, and this is the current position.
Okay, so just kind of a traffic jam. This is like San Francisco at 5 p.m. here on the queen side. Just tons of pieces, nowhere to go, nowhere to park. And knight g6 would be the logical continuation of the expansion, Peter, but the knight on g6 would be fully restricted by the pawn on g3. So I would only make such a move if I threw all of my chips into the king side, bishop h3 and knight f4 being the tactical follow-up. If you're trying to play more positionally, then something like rook a8 comes to mind.
Yeah, exactly. And also the knight on e7 is beautifully placed, because the reason why white is not really able to capture the c takes b5, because then black might even capture with the pawn from c6, and then that knight from e7 could land potentially on knight c6. This is a typical Spanish idea. Usually white is the one who is using that in the Spanish opening. Of course, black also has other options like c takes b5, maybe rook b5, but then it would give white the chance of activating that knight. So I really believe that c takes b5 will be met by c takes b5, and then we really love to have that knight on e7.
Yeah, so a more neutral move that just kind of increases the pressure, like rook a8 comes to mind. And it's hard for white to figure out a move. If you're not playing c takes b5, then what the heck are you doing? How are you gaining control of the a file here? It's just a very uncomfortable position for Badelka.
Exactly, and as long as white is not able to make up her mind, black can just increase the pressure with g4, h5, h4, or h5, h4 immediately. The move g6, g5 probably made sure that white will not be able to get any counterplay with f2, f4, and now she continues her positional squeeze.
Indeed, and we will keep an eye on this top-level game. Peter, I have to introduce some breaking news into the equation. We have to go back to the open section here into Peter Svidler's game, because I cannot believe my eyes as to what we're seeing in that game. Your catastrophe has struck the Jordan Van Forest camp, at least according to the eval bar.
Well, but this also looks to the human eye like it should be a catastrophe. But okay, how is the mate? And let's just see the last couple of moves. So in fact, after king b1, wow, so black play. We talked about this, that knight c5 is probably a good idea once white pushes f4. And in fact, it turns out that those were very wise words. Takes e5.
Extremely.
Yeah, now the knight goes to d5, and we spoke about this, that then these kind of things will be very dangerous. And Svidler does not blink twice. He goes for the kill on the king side.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Bishop takes g6, smashing through on the king side, garnering a second pawn for the piece here, and posing the black king with a very unenviable dilemma. If he had gone the other way, if he had gone king f7, was there a forced win? I guess queen h6, king e8, and rook takes d5. Bang! With rook e6 to follow. We can go home.
Yeah, I mean, two rooks are sometimes good enough against the queen, but not this time.
So the king had to go the other way, into the eye of the storm, which is never a good sign. Rook h6 check, king g7, I think is what Jordan is banking on, but maybe you can make a quiet move there, like rook takes h5. And I feel like there's too many avenues, there's too many directions that white can take this attack in. What if rook h5, rook h8? Where's the crusher there?
Well, also, because Jordan himself is such an aggressive tactician, I find it very hard to believe that, he hasn't sensed the danger. Yeah, and in this moment, he was okay, maybe he already hadn't had a choice, but he was going for the move c5, c4, provoking the sacrifice, probably thinking
Yeah.
that it's dangerous, but it's not crushing yet. It's one thing that we did see the evolution bar claiming that white is completely winning over the board. It might be very dangerous, but still black is hoping for something.
There's a beautiful idea here that I think is exceedingly hard to find. It starts with queen h6 check. You can also start with rook takes d5 right away. And the point is, after queen h7, rook takes d5, or vice versa, e takes d5, it's very easy to calculate to this point and say, okay, clearly there is no check, there is no follow-up. But there's the quiet queen g5. And it turns out that black is powerless, completely powerless against the threat of rook h6, because rook g8 runs into queen f6 check, another important detail. And white's got way too many pawns here. The king is way too weak. All of these types of positions with queen against two rooks in this version are going to be lost for the two rooks.
Exactly, yeah. The queen is just way too powerful.
Man.
Wow.
Is it realistic for him to find this?
Well, this queen g5 silent move is of course very difficult, but Peter is a monster and he's a calculating machine. I also believe that he believes very much in his position, that if this is not winning, then nothing. I'm seeing him finding a knockout punch. Not sure if exactly like this, but in some other ways as well.
And those other ways are being put into practice. He has played rook h6 and rook takes h5, our initial suggestion. But I'm still wondering where the knockout is after rook h8. Maybe it's just some mundane, rook g5 check, but oh, it's a zigzag.
Wow.
It's a zigzag. Queen g3, queen f4.
Yes, also the computer, okay, computer is enjoying himself.
Oh my
look
gosh.
at this. Yeah, takes and then queen b6. How likely it is that someone spots something like this?
Yeah, there was also e6 check and rook g7, just beautiful all around.
Yes. And okay, many options.
Bang.
That one also looked very powerful. King e8, then queen e5.
I like how you're chilling down a rook.
Down.
Yeah, you're just playing chess and you're down a full rook and you don't care. You don't care.
Yeah. But one really feels that there is this incredible domination. Yeah, the rook on c8 is not participating in the game. And all the forces are coordinating so beautifully for white.
But the cleanest win after rook h8 is queen g3 check, king f7, queen f4, setting up an eventual sack on d5 with the aim of deflecting the e6 pawn from its protection of the f5 square. Why is the f5 square important? Because once the king is driven to h7, well, it becomes self-evident why that square is important. This might be one way that the game ends, actually.
Yes, this is a very straightforward human way of dealing with these problems. But if we see this line, then maybe instead of rook h8, black should try to... But what else?
No
where do we hide?
You're losing the queen in every line here. It's very telling that the engine moved b4. Queen g3 and rook h7. I'd rather resign.
Yeah, basically white even has just a very simple rook d4, rook g4 as well at his disposal. Of course, probably some other check will already decide the game before, but it's just too frightening. Black is unable to coordinate the forces. This monster pawn on e5 is controlling so many vital squares.
And king g8, trying to open up a 7th rank defense, runs into rook takes d5, followed by, or even, wait, no, queen g3, what am I saying? I was monkeying the computer suggestion. I didn't look at the position myself. Queen g3, queen g7, rook g5. Why you would sack an exchange on d5? I don't know, but it shows you how winning the position is.
Yes. Yeah, basically just, it's very nice and very pleasing, I believe, for Peter that a move like rook h6 takes h5 finishes the game. I just don't see any defense. Probably rook h8 will be tried.
Yeah.
But with 33 minutes on the clock, I believe that only 3 minutes would be more than enough for Peter to navigate all these problems.
Well, you're calling it. It's a luxury that you don't have to go down the list of candidate moves, because in these lines, the most obvious move always seems to win. Like, just the flat out checks just lead to a forced win. It's all so very clean, and Black cannot find a single way to complicate the narrative in any way whatsoever. This is a tour de force by Peter Svidler in game one. Wow.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, basically, I feel like you should just not let Peter get his flow. I mean, always that was the problem. He was hating playing against Vladimir Kramnik, for example, because Kramnik was the one who was having everything under control with super preparation, and Peter was always struggling against that. But when you give him the chance to attack, yeah, I mean, okay, there is no force in the world that can withstand the pressure what Peter is throwing at you.
God, Svidler is just a renaissance man, if there ever was one. Extraordinary chess commentator, chess personality, now comes to the board in Baku and showing the younger generation who the Papa is.
Yeah, however, okay, we know it's a mini match. Even if Svidler wins this game, it's not over. I mean, Jordan is extremely dangerous with the white pieces. I think if there is a weakness in Svidler's play, is that his black repertoire is a little bit shaky. I mean, in order to have a very solid, stable repertoire, you have to constantly work on your openings, and clearly he has so many other things to do. His Grunfeld is in perfect shape. Yeah, he's always updating his chessable course, but also his Marshall is very good in e4. But still, I feel that he is not feeling that comfortable with the black pieces.
Yeah, it seems to be very likely that Jordan will start the game 1e4, and we might get an Italian. We're going to get something really, really interesting tomorrow. Of course, Svidler has to make a couple accurate moves in this game, but not impossible that Jordan simply puts his king down already in this position. There is just no realistic chances whatsoever. Maybe your time is better spent sampling one of Baku's delicious restaurants.
Well, but as you stated, if you lose a game, then restaurants also won't heal your wants. Yeah,
That's
I mean,
so
I think
true.
that I think knowing Jordan, he will be sitting down in front of his computer and will be already plotting tomorrow's comeback.
It is so truly amazing how the finest Michelin-starred restaurant, the food will just taste so gray after a game as disappointing as this. We've all been there, just opening up our laptop before you know it, it's 11 p.m. You haven't eaten, and you're pouring all the anger out into the next day's preparation. But we've seen a lot of comebacks, Peter, not just in the second game, but even in the rapid. So Jordan is not going to lose hope. This is still very much a match.
Of course. I mean, it's the first game. It's always tragic when something like this happens in the second game. You draw the first, and then you know exactly that you have no way back. You don't have any chances. You are exiting the tournament. But when you feel like, yes, okay, a new game is coming tomorrow, new energy, new hope, and besides, still the game is not yet over. Okay, I am not seeing any chances of seeing a miracle here with Svidler's clock situation.
Yeah.
It will be checkmate.
Although the feeling I dislike the most is that feeling when you wake up from a very restful sleep, you're happy for 10 seconds, and then you're like, oh my gosh, I lost yesterday. Back to reality. You remember what happened the night before, and he's resigned. He has resigned.
Yep.
That's it.
We felt it.
Yep.
Yeah, because basically we are always very careful of calling out action because we know exactly that the miracles can happen, but not here. And Jordan has resigned. It's absolutely correct. He has to put all his anger and his disappointment into the preparation for tomorrow to get into the right mindset and, of course, coming up with the right opening ideas.
That's absolutely true. Well done, Peter Svidler. We congratulate him on his first game victory. And the next big question, will we be congratulating Aryan Tari on holding that exchange down endgame against Magnus Carlsen? That game is seriously heating up. Aryan's clock is ticking down, and it's ticking down at a very inconvenient moment because he's got very serious defensive tasks to solve. Oh, F5 is the last move, just played by Aryan.
Yes, and now the big question is after G8, GH, Rook H8. Yes, black is definitely trying to go F4 check and then defend the pawn with Knight F6. But I'm somehow not believing that this construction can hold on for too long.
I think you're losing after Rook H8, Knight F6, Rook B8 and Rook F8, and then Rook F5. Oh, Rook B8, Rook F8, and Rook F5 I think wins.
But after Rook B8, I'm gonna go Knight D5 back.
Oh, you're gonna go back. Okay, and if I go Rook G8, then what is white achieved?
Yeah, but maybe you, I mean, now that the king is coming and you provoke the pawn to F4, the king can beautifully march to E4 and black has zero counterplay.
Yeah,
Nothing moves.
Following the yellow brick road, King E2. In fact, black is in semi-Zugzwang because, well, I guess black can move his king, right? King E5, King D6, but white just goes King D3 and takes away that square from black's king.
Yeah,
No, this
is hopeless.
This is lost, completely lost. Too many weaknesses.
Yes, I mean, not a single connected pawn for black. That's the problem.
So instructive. Black technically has 2 pawns for the exchange, right? You would think that there are great drawing chances, but it's when it comes down to a rook against a minor piece, it's literally all about the weaknesses that you have and whether you can keep them safely defended. The knight's just a bad piece. I'm sorry. It's just not a good defensive piece in the endgame.
Well, instead of this knight on d5, we would have a bishop on c6 and we would be probably chilling, yeah? Like, okay, everything is under control, everything protected. But yeah, the knight on d5 is not good enough.
Wow.
And having said that, so after king g3, computer was still, okay, I was very skeptical of black's chances of surviving this because Magnus has opened the front, a new front on the king side, so black has to be alert. Probably he had to go all in. He had to try king c5 and then start pushing the b pawn. This was his best practical chance. I don't know if it's holding or not, but this was the only way to play the position.
Yeah, Aryan trying to clarify the structure with f5. I think he felt that, oh, well, I can keep my knight on f6. So from a distance, it may appear that black has something resembling a fortress, but we know one person who doesn't believe in fortresses, and I think this game is going to show us why. He's already playing all the right moves.
Yeah, takes rook h8. It's so nice for white to provoke this move f5, f4. At first, it looks like white's king is locked out of the game, but Magnus already knows exactly that.
Where it's going.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Yeah, Papa's going to step back, and then I'm going to step forward again. When I'm going to step forward, there will be hell to pay.
And if Magnus wins this game, means that he will go 3 out of 3 in the World Cup.
Man, I think it was clear from his rapid and blitz performances in recent months that a performance like this was a long time coming. Of course, it's still very, very early. There's no conclusions can be made, but the Magnus that we're seeing here just feels so refreshed. He's shaved, he's gotten the haircut. So he's undergone the visual transformation, but it feels like his play is so crisp and his opening preparation excellent as well.
Yeah, I think that this whole new look means that he takes the tournament very seriously. Yeah, and we are seeing f4, king f2 being played. Yeah. So the white king will come, will eventually land on e4, and he will win. And Magnus is full of ideas. Of course, he has brilliant preparation, and I think he's really looking forward to this tournament. Yeah, he was waiting. This is the one that I want to win. I want to win at all costs, and I want to show my absolute best.
He's on a mission, and I think that was clear as early as that game against Levon Ponsalaya that ended with a rook sacrifice. Magnus is on good form, and he's just going to keep it going with a victory over Tari, sending Aryan into a very unenviable situation of having to defeat Magnus Carlsen on demand.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we know what happens.
Easy.
Yeah, what Magnus usually says, yeah, that if I'm getting the lead in a match, then good luck to my opponents. Yeah.
There is a game that we haven't checked into for a while. You selected this game beforehand, and I'm not insistent on it if there's something else you wanted to look at, but Bardia Daneshvar's game against Salam features a knight sacrifice by the Emirati Grandmaster. And it looks like Daneshvar's king is caught in a massive, massive storm.
Wow. I mean, okay, Salem is a very famous attacking player. He's a very dynamic player, very dangerous. Give him the initiative and he can checkmate anyone in the world. And he got a chance. So how did this happen? He got his knight to g4, and Bardia felt like probably that simply with the move knight e8, he will protect. He already has counterplay against the weak c3 pawn. His king can always run away from the danger zone. He probably has underestimated the strength of this sacrifice. Takes, takes, check.
King F8
So the black
is
king can't go
forced.
to the h file because of queen g4, and then on g7 or g8, black will be checkmated. So the king runs away, king f8, and the quiet queen d2 targeting the h6 pawn.
That is a exquisite move, because in your mind you think, okay, well, the king is escaping to e7, the knight on e8 is guarding the key f6 square, we're safe. It's so hard to realize that white's idea isn't checkmate, it is to use the weakness of black's king in order to accelerate the movement of the h-pawn. White wants to make a second queen. That is basically the idea. Of course, and to combine it with threats against black's king. So, for example, king e7, queen takes h6. There is a check on g5. But ultimately, Peter, I think as the line rook takes c3, queen g5 check illustrates, white's ultimate plan is to promote the h-pawn. You're going to take on c3, close your eyes, and play h6, and then h7.
You know, it gives me some terrible deja vu feelings. I had a game against Vladimir Kramnik in the Legends Tournament 2020, and the match situation was 1.5, 1.5 after 3 games, and we played a 4 games rapid match. And then in the 4th game, I had the luxury of having the white pieces, and it was a quiet, calm Carlsbad structure. I was trying to squeeze something. Kramnik was playing, of course, very well. And I completely lost sense of danger, and I felt like, yeah, he's threatening to give sacrifice a piece on the king side with bishop takes h3, similar like here, knight takes h6. But okay, there is no perpetual check, so why should I worry? And then it happens, he gives the piece, and I realized, of course, immediately that there is no perpetual check. I just have to resign because his h-pawn gonna queen, and this is very much the same. I know that it's just it's a hard attack, yeah, that you feel like the king is escaping, but the h-pawn is queening.
It is such a demoralizing sensation because it's very easy to. It's a form of tunnel vision, I think, where you evaluate a sacrifice based on its ability to give you an attack against the king. And when you see that the king is in relative safety, it's so hard to prevent that instinctual reaction, to stop calculating, to say, okay, my opponent can play this, but it'll lead at best to an unclear position. Well, this position is anything but unclear. It's very, very clear that the knight on e8 is utterly powerless to stop the h-pawn.
Yeah, and I think it was also a very good call by Salem to try to avoid any kind of theory. And in this game, I think it featured some long maneuvering middle game and opening phase because of what happened yesterday with Daneshvar. Yeah, I mean, Daneshvar had this incredible big match, incredible emotions at the end, winning that match against Grishuk in the most dramatic ways. I was completely exhausted. I felt even at the beginning of the show that I'm not sure if I have recovered fully yet. And then what about Daneshvar? He had to rest, he had to prepare, he had to take all the congratulations, all the joy that gives you by knocking out a superstar like Sasha Grishuk. And then Salem comes and delivers such a knockout tactical blow.
This might be a nonsensical remark, but it's almost hard to be happy during a tournament because that is also a burden. Like you're saying, you have to take all the congratulations. You have to call all the family members, you know, you got to call them the mom and the dad. And the thing is, Salem doesn't care. He doesn't give a care about how Daneshvar is feeling. The next day, you have to sit down at the board and at the initial position, right? The next day, everything is forgotten. So that euphoria and that roller coaster of emotions, whether they're good or bad, it's hard to put all of those on the shelf and to sit down and start playing from scratch on the next day. You're excited, your heart is jumping, and you know, to start from scratch and play black against Salem is hard even under the best of circumstances.
Yes, I feel like after such a tiebreak, it's very important to have the white pieces so that if you feel like you are completely exhausted, then you can take it quietly. Yeah, you might sacrifice your white color in a sense that you are not too aggressive and you are willing to make a draw, but then you recover and you can take it from there. But immediately with the black pieces against such an aggressive player like Salem, it's of course a very difficult spot.
Very true. I think that's a great point about, preferring to start with white, but that's just the lot of a lower rated player. You have to deal with adverse circumstances. Daneshvar is in mortal danger. We will see if he can throw a monkey wrench into this very obvious plan of dropping away the queen and pushing the h-pawn, but it seems increasingly unlikely. I also wanted to point out that Hikaru Nakamura failed to spot that queen c8 move we had been singing the praises of, and his game is hurtling actually toward a draw as the queens have now been taken off the board.
Wow, so let's go back to that critical moment. What happened? Oh, wow, look at this. He first moved the bishop back to d7, and after rook d1, he played queen c8.
now.
So he had queen c8 on his radar, but he was unable to calculate one of the lines there.
So what does that extra tempo give white? Well, it gives white the possibility to play queen takes a6 and avoid the fork on d3, right? The bishop used to be on f5, the white rook used to be on f1, so this is what rendered this move impossible.
Yes, I'm wondering that if it would not be in a 2 games match, if it would be just any random tournament, I believe that Hikaru would have played the move queen c8, but probably there was this kind of thought that, okay, but my position is good. If after queen c8 g4 there are dangers that something can go wrong or I can miscalculate, it's maybe too much of a risk. So he preferred to make a professional decision instead of the knockout blow.
And is it a bygone conclusion that the present position will end in a draw? Because I'll be honest, somehow I still feel I would feel a little bit uncomfortable with the white pieces. And not just because I'm playing Hikaru Nakamura, that's a big part of it. But after the rook captures on c8, let's say rook e takes c8, king takes g2, knight f6, isn't there a case to be made that white still has to exercise a little bit of caution to keep this under control, or is this just a dead draw?
Well, I think it all depends if white is able to target the d6 pawn. Yeah, so knight takes f6, bishop f6. I would love to, with rook a6, bishop f4, jump immediately on this d6 pawn. Can I do that? Rook a6?
Yeah, rook a6 is a crucial defensive resource. Bishop e5, you can just force that bishop off of e5 with the move f2, f4.
Yes.
And then you get liquidation. Yeah.
Exactly. Basically with any force, I want to get rid of this bishop on f6 or e5. And if you have to go passive with rook d8, then I think already we understand that it should be kind of safe.
And I think Hikaru is testing white, but ultimately in this position, I think he might just take on b2 and secure the draw, given the fact that he did play with an abundance of caution a couple of moves ago.
Yeah, of course, after the game, he will be kicking himself. Yeah, we know that in these mini matches, it's so difficult to win a game, and there was a golden opportunity there with queen c8, and very much his style. It will be interesting to hear how he will explain what happened there.
For sure. What a rich game we had. And Benjamin Gladura, draw with white, not the greatest result, but he's going to be happy that he managed to dodge a serious bullet. Queen c8 would have posed potentially irresolvable problems to white. Folks, as we take a look there at Hikaru Nakamura and his opponent focused on making the best moves, we are going to go on a break. But before we do, we wanted to remind you that you should not miss your chance to cash in on chess.com Twitch drops. Earn 2 weeks of Diamond membership by watching 2 or more hours of chess with participating streamers on Twitch. You must connect your Twitch and chess.com accounts to claim the reward. Drops will only be available for a limited time, so don't miss it. Use !drops, that's !drops, in chat to learn how. And folks, with that, we will be back to see if Magnus Carlsen finishes off Ariantari. Fabiano Caruana also playing a lovely endgame that we will revisit. But first, a short break. We'll be back with more World Cup action in just a couple of minutes.
what's your rating these days?
About 2100.
Wow, that's amazing. Puzzles. What? There are 72,084 different possible positions after 2 moves. 9 million different possible positions after 3 moves. 318 billion different possible positions after 4 moves.
I'm gonna play the London.
Seriously?
I'm sorry.
Hey, so what's your rating these days?
Entering the third hour of action here in the third round and the first match game of the 2023 World Cup in Baku. We hope you're enjoying our coverage, folks. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and Grandmaster Pete Oleko chopping it up for you today. Well, Magnus Carlsen is chopping up all of Ariantari's pawns. He is very likely to convert his extra exchange on the strength of some incredible opening preparation. But the game that we'd like to start with, the game that want to start with, is Fabiano Caruana's endgame conversion against his Turkish Grandmaster opponent. Peter, it's been pretty much an exquisite effort by Fabi from move 1. We haven't focused on this game as much, but it was a slight advantage, turned into a clearly better endgame, turned into a completely winning position.
Well, but hang on. What is happening? So Fabi is breaking
Whoa.
with a6, but b takes a6, rook takes c6. I mean, it looks very nice because bishop takes a6, or if the pawn advances bishop a6, b7, rook c8 looks deadly. But computer is indicating that there is some defense.
He
Bishop
messed up.
g6.
He missed bishop g6. Oh my gosh. Bishop e8.
Oh my god, look at Fabi.
Oh my goodness. With 27 minutes, he rushed c6 and bishop takes a6, bishop e8. The rook is unable to stabilize on the 6th rank.
And also to give a check because the bishop intercepts. And not only
No
that, because
way.
usually, I mean, after something like this, the tactic still works in your favor because you will pin the bishop. But rook takes b6 not only eliminates that pawn, but stops bishop b5. And then black is out of... Wow. Cannot believe.
Whoa. And a little wry smile there by Mustafa Yilmaz. I don't think he can believe it because c6 was absolutely not forced. I think Fabi might have been worried about bishop e8 to bishop c6 and maybe worried that Wait, no, never mind. Sorry, I was envisioning the wrong position.
But hang
my
on,
God,
I mean,
rook takes
he had rook
C6.
c6. Yes.
And this ended the game. This would have ended the game. A7 pre-move.
On the spot, and it's such a trivial tactic. Yeah, if you wake Fabi up 4 o'clock in the morning or whenever he goes to sleep, the most inconvenient time, he will just tell you within a second that okay, here rook c6, a6 wins. What on earth is happening?
This is absolutely mind-boggling. He got the wrong mover to rook takes c6 and then a6 instead of a6 and rook takes c6. You had to start with the rook sacrifice. Fabi has the cart before the horse. This is staggering. It's all my fault, Peter. We shouldn't have come back when we did, because the moment we spotlighted Fabi's game, he makes the first mistake of this entire game. He had been playing perfectly at this point.
And you know, I have the feeling that he felt like he's already completely winning. He maybe has even forced in the line with rook takes c6, a6. Why not? But he felt like, you know, let me be professional. a6, b, rook c6, followed by bishop takes a6, b7, rook c8. Does the job done. And then there is this incredible bishop g6. And that's why also the big smile on, or it was a hidden smile. You mentioned the smile on
he was
Mustafa's face.
He was smiling. And you can't blame
Wow.
him. I mean, that is a gift from the heavens.
For sure. I mean, this is, I mean, like, you get a new life.
But I think it's easy to say in retrospect that, oh, Fabi had 26 minutes. How could he have played so quickly? But sometimes you look at a position and you really believe that there's nothing left to calculate, that you have exhausted, that you have drank that cup down to its dregs. But there's always something left to calculate. And those retreating moves, right? The bishop on e4, I think what makes bishop g6 hard to see is that the bishop on e4 looks so active. You just don't think that that bishop has anywhere else to be other than e4. And yet it very much does. And there isn't even a single chance after bishop g6, Peter. It's not like, oh, white is slightly better. It's a dead draw.
Yes, and okay, this is a horrible moment for Fabi. I mean, there was a chance that he gets the lead and puts tremendous pressure on his opponent. I mean, any moment when these top stars are winning, it's almost impossible to come back. They have super preparation. They can be solid if they need to. And at the same time, now if Mustafa saves this game, and knowing that Mustafa is actually a great theoretician, he has very good sound repertoire, it will be basically almost impossible for Fabi to generate any winning chances tomorrow in my mind. And it means that they might get down to a big tiebreak.
No feeling is more excruciating, not only than coming back to the hotel room and understanding that you were completely winning, but knowing that you were within a single move of ending the game. Mustafa would have resigned after rook takes c6. And at least for me, Peter, I find that very hard to live with when you come back and you realize, much like Sasha Grishuk with queen f8, but here the circumstances were ideal. You have 25 minutes. You have no excuse to miss something like this. And you have to move on, right? You haven't lost the game, but moving on psychologically is just excruciatingly hard.
Yeah, and I think it's all written on the body language of Fabi. He just cannot believe what happened. He just cannot believe. He's just so upset with himself, because these are the moments, yeah, that you know exactly your coach told you 1,000 times already when you were 10, 12 years old, when you have a winning position, okay, double check, spend the time and make sure that you go for the best, for the kill. And Fabi had all the time in the world, and somehow he got too relaxed. Or did we curse him with this claim that he's already winning?
It's crazy. He can even play h4 here, and then rook takes c6 on the next move. He literally has a tempo to burn. So unstoppable is the threat of rook takes c6 that you can waste a move, and even with the black king on e7, the king is not fast enough to stop the pawns. This is going to be one to forget for Mr. Caruana.
Yeah, but how do you forget? Yeah, this is, as you mentioned,
you can't.
This will drive him crazy. And you did mention that the worst thing for you is that when you wake up and then you realize that you have lost the day before. I wanted to tell you, but you were lucky that you managed to fall asleep.
Yeah. Hey, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I need like 6 episodes of something until exhaustion drives me, to a very unquiet sleep.
Yes, I know this feel. I mean, how many times it happened that I missed something big and I just couldn't, and
Oh,
I tried to fall asleep, and then I'm twisting and turning, and I try to push those thoughts away, but they are coming back, and I don't know how can you calm yourself down. And then sometimes, you go to bed like at 1:32 in the morning, and it's already 5:30. You look at the clock. No, no, but Peter, you have to sleep. Tomorrow there's a game, a very important game. You have to recover, and then it's 6 a.m., 6:37, and suddenly at some point you pass out. But it's just completely crazy.
and the thought keeps circling and circling and circling like a tongue searching for the tooth that fell out. You can't help it. You keep circling and circling. And what if I had played that move and I would have won? And the alternate scenario gets constructed in your mind, and I would have had such a nice dinner. And then the next day, all I would have needed was a draw. It's just crazy the way the human mind works, and how universal these feelings are, how relatable they are, no matter what your rating is. So Fabi will have a very difficult task ahead of him on the board, but also off the board tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it will hunt him. I wanted to praise him very much that he did mention that before in the World Cups he was probably taking way too much risks, and he decides for this tournament to be more professional and not to give his opponent any chances. And he was building up beautifully this game. He already did fantastic job against Chedlishvili, winning 2 model games. I mean, really showing exactly this new kind of approach to this World Cup, that no reason for any fancy stuff, just strategical, nice play, and then this happens.
Yeah, and one game in which this is not going to happen is that of Magnus Carlsen, who is officially, I think, a couple of moves away from ending the game. We don't necessarily have to revisit his game. I'm sort of keeping a side eye on it, Peter, just to make sure we capture the moment when he does win. But it seems to me
But
like
I
our
think
Antari is running out of time. Yeah, we should revisit it for a
I
bit.
think we can. Yeah, I think we can, because the game is about to end. I perfectly agree with this. I mean, if that king lands on d4, I mean, how long do you play this position? All your pawns will fall.
Ugh, and the most debilitating thing is how the rook trampolines from side to side to side. It goes rook g5 to g1 to b1 to e1 to e5. Literally name a square on the board, and it's likely that that's a weakness for black.
Yes, exactly. I mean, of course, what we don't want to do is capture on h5, because that gives black the chance of going knight e5, attacking the only weakness on f3. We never want to give any counterplay to our opponents. That's why the move that smiles on the human eyes is the move king d4, stopping any counterplay. Black is forced to go back with the knight to f6. Black is in some kind of a zugzwang, and then the play that you mentioned, bringing back the rook, start collecting. I mean, just black is unable to control all the weaknesses.
Man, did White's king get its steps in today. It started its journey on g3. I just love how Magnus provokes f4 and then circles around to d4, from f2 to e2 to d3 to d4. And just looking at Magnus's moves on the surface level is already gorgeous. Then when you start delving deeply into the intentions behind his moves, you start realizing that what you're dealing with is a generational endgame technician.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with incredible precision, you shouldn't give Magnus any chances to show his skills. But it's easy said, difficult to do. What I really feel like that whenever you give him a chance, he takes it. No matter if he has to be active, he has to be strategic, he has to squeeze something out. Often also people, in my mind, as a professional player, feel that people get a wrong feeling that, Magnus won again, a drawish position. Maybe it was draw for the computer, but for a person, a caliber of Magnus, he always felt that there is something to play on. Yeah, and then he squeezes out those kind of invisible advantages. He's an incredible master of that.
Do you think that that is part of the long-lasting effect that Carlsen has had on people's understanding of the game, in the sense that, at least, I don't remember who made this point a year or so ago, but I think it might have been Topalov who mentioned that now other players realize that there's a lot to play for in positions where maybe 20 years ago a draw would have been agreed at the top level. But now people's fighting spirit has expanded, and part of it is Magnus Carlsen kind of showing that in so many positions there is juice left to be squeezed. Is that an enduring effect that Magnus has had on people's perception of the game, do you think?
Well, definitely. I remember that when I was a youngster and coming up, I was studying the games of Anatoly Karpov. Yeah, it was incredible. He was also the master of squeezing out all these small advantages. Seemingly dead-on possessions were won by Karpov. Other people would have agreed to a draw in that moment. And I think that the same legacy Carlsen is continuing. Only that the opening knowledge and everything developed so much that it's so difficult nowadays to, I mean, all times it was easier to show this kind of skills, but Magnus is combining everything what modern chess really means.
Incredible. Such a treat to watch him play as he establishes the king on d4. Ariantari has made move 40, but that will bring him neither relief nor solace. This one might be 4 or 5 moves away from its conclusion.
Yes, I think that, okay, knight f6 will be still played, and then after rook g1 you might have enough. I mean, I don't really feel that there is any sense to continue the battle, because you know that it's hopeless. You also know that it's against Magnus, and sometimes it's better to resign and get focused already in the future. And the time control has been passed. Usually people never resign while they are in time trouble. Yeah, they want to reach move 40. They want to have a quiet look at the position. And then you realize that, oh my God, yeah, this is completely hopelessly lost. Then it could be that you make a couple of more moves, but you are already getting ready for resignation.
Yeah, my attitude toward this has changed a little bit in recent years. As a kid, I was a very late resigner. I'm still a late resigner, but I don't think there's a point of playing just to tell other people, oh, you know, I'm making more moves, I'm fighting. The definition of fighting is trying to exploit realistic chances. If you're playing Magnus, who's got an hour on his clock, and you know the path toward victory is ultra straightforward, just making moves for the sake of making moves, I think, is pretty pointless.
Yes, I perfectly agree. I mean, also when you give a simul, yeah, there are some people who are counting the moves, how long they are holding on. Usually they are the
So
weakest
true.
players, yeah? Yes. I mean, and then, okay, there is somebody who resigns on move 25 because he's a good player, understanding that there is no chance, and then some very weak player goes on to fight till move 40, 50, and then he says that, yeah, I lost it this long, and deep inside me, I knew that the game ended already on move 5. Yeah, it's kind of.
When I would brag, and when I was, 2000, and I'd lose to a GM, I'd tell my dad after the game, I lost, but I lasted 60 moves, and he would always respond, on the score sheet where you indicate the result, does anybody indicate the number of moves that was played? I would say no. Does anybody indicate the number of hours that the game lasts? No. What is the only thing that's indicated? The result. Truth hurts.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, knight f6 on the board. Okay, the rook g1 is very, very likely here. Or rook g2, I suppose.
Yes, I mean, just swinging the rook. Okay, one could argue that after rook g1, black will try to play king c6. Okay, let's make these moves. For example, there is this variation. King goes here. For example, rook b1. King goes to c6. And then king e5. I don't know if we want to do something fancy like this or not. This is a question.
If I may just derail us for a second, after rook b1, the brazen computer was giving knight g8. And apparently this garners some practical chances for black. Knight e7 and knight c6, pushing the king away from d4.
Yes, and look at this. Rook b6 check, knight c6 check, king d3, king c5, and then finally black might get some knight e5 or something. Okay, it still looks bad, but of course Magnus will never let this happen.
Yeah.
Also, there is this question of, can we also set up some Zugzwang position? Yeah, also we can play something like rook a1, and then we are invading with rook a6 check. That looks very tempting.
That might end it on the spot, because the knight is unable to reach c6 in time. Rook a1 and rook a6 pre-move, essentially.
Yes. Yeah, and
Just
now
no
we see
moves.
the difference, yeah, that we can immediately give a check, and if the black king is forced away from the 6th rank, then it's game over.
Yeah, and a deja vu moment for Ariantari, who lost to Magnus Carlsen 2-0 in the 2021 World Cup. And he's had this feeling many, many times growing up in Norway and being the second in command. Arian has had some good moments against Magnus. He's defeated him in blitz games, but at the end of the day, Magnus just dominates in their matchups time and time and time again.
Well, you can also say that how unlucky Tari has to be, yeah, that he's facing for the second time Magnus Carlsen in the Knockout World Cup. I mean, there are easier opponents than getting Magnus all the time.
Yeah, debilitating traveling all the way to Azerbaijan. It's like when I would play the World Youth Chess Championship and get paired, with Ray Robson, and I'd say, really, the pairings gods had to reward me with black against an American in a tournament as international as this. Couldn't they give me someone interesting?
Yeah, I understand. I very much understand. All right, so basically we are staying on this in order to wait for the game to finish, or should we move?
I think we should move on. I'll keep an eye out in my peripheral vision. If this game concludes, we can always swing back. But we've got a couple of other games hitting critical moments. Anish Giri, Basov are going to draw their game, although it's a 2-pawn down position for Anish. He had to work some magic in order to hold this together.
Wow. Okay, so there when we have seen, and there were many interesting options, Anish probably did not find the right continuation. So Abasov makes a throw with the black pieces. It's going to be a very tough match. Yes, okay, let's just quickly explain that thanks to this b5 pawn, which fixes the a7, b6 pawns, we simply don't see any chances for black to fight. One could argue that eventually, somewhere, if black activates the king somehow, then something like a5,
Exactly
b takes
what I was
a6,
going to say.
b5 would be the only chance, but I mean, it doesn't look realistic.
The problem is also black will have a very hard time creating a passer on the other side of the board. I mean, even pushing f7, f5 is virtually impossible. I think white's ideal setup is to put pawns on probably h3, g4. And if you can put a king on e4, then you've covered all the bases and you can start shuffling.
Yes. Yeah, it should be a draw. Besides, even you have some ideas like going bishop c8, bishop a6, if you really want to block that. But of course, then black will try to make some progress on the king side, but also that doesn't matter at all. It should be a draw, so we can move on.
Quick update.
We can move on.
Quick update. Hikaru drew as expected, and Nepomniachtchi, whose game was relatively peaceful throughout, also has drawn his game against Rauf Mamedov.
Yes, and I also see that David Havel drew with one cow.
Ooh, and Ivanchuk managed to hold.
Ivanchuk managed to hold. Wesley So drew with Musa. There was this carry in the opening. Wow, we are getting a lot of results. One game that we haven't returned to was Erigaisi against Fedosiev. Remember that bad opening for Fedosiev, and now he's in a position where, yes, white will be torturing black forever. Yeah, this is a typical rook and minor piece, 3 versus 2. It's a nightmare, but in a classical game, it should be drawish.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. It's a rook mare, but black basically doesn't have to do anything. You hold with the king on g7. You probably don't want to go to f7 without provocation because knight g5 will come with check. Of course, this is giving me Carlsen Nepo vibes, but this is a much easier position to hold than the version Nepomniachtchi had. If we were to think about nightmare scenarios for black, how do you lose such a position? Like if someone were to tell you that white ends up winning this game, is it because black blunders the g6 pawn or misses some sort of tactic where the rook is sacrificed for a fork?
Well, I think that there are some ideas like king g2 just protecting the knight, get rook to e5, rook to g5, and then try to reroute the knight to f4, for example, yeah? And then I will be hitting the g6 pawn, which you can never protect, so you will be relying on the fact that you will be giving some queen c6 check, and the king on g2, if it falls back to g1, you will keep on hunting. And whenever white goes king h2, then probably the black queen will start attacking the f2 pawn. That should be the defensive method.
Yeah, too many targets, right? The knight on f3 can be targeted in the event of the alignment, as you're indicating. That's a very important defensive resource. Queen c6 at the right moment. And then if the king slides back to the first rank, you always give the check on c1. So as long as you make sure you keep your queen on a square such that it can access all of the key defensive squares, basically you're good. But do you think white's going to make 50 moves here? Or is he going to acquiesce to the draw after black demonstrates the simple defensive method?
Well, I did have a very similar position against Ivan Chuk in this legendary World Blitz Championship, or was it? I mean, it was Star Blitz, but I think it was already called World Championship as well. And Chuki had Rook Bishop 3 versus 2 on the king side. And that game, it was a 3+2 Blitz game, lasted 230 or 240 moves. It was literally Chuki played on till we died. And at the end of the day, I was already lost and managed to sacrifice my queen and escape with a stalemate. It's all on YouTube. I mean, some incredible save and emotions. This Blitz game lasted something like 45 minutes.
Man, I was planning to take a nap after commentary and go to lunch, but no, I know what I'm doing after we finish.
Yes, that was epic. So ever since, I have very big respect, that you can just torture your opponent forever. And I was defending perfectly for 150 moves, and then just one mistake, and then it kept on going. Yeah, it kept on going forever.
Man, it reminds me of those games. The longest games you'll have in chess history usually are rook and bishop versus rook, but one side has a pawn, then they play 50 moves with the pawn, and then the side wins the pawn, and then they play another 50 moves. And defending those endgames is some of the most painful and difficult thing that you can do in chess. But you got to do it if you're a chess professional. So we're likely going to have a draw here, but this game will continue. A lot of draws in general. I'm looking around the horn, and a lot of games ending peacefully. Shall we check back into Salem's game?
Exactly. Yeah, what is happening here? Because it's very dangerous for black. The pawn is advancing. Yes. And look at this. White even was able to simply place the queen on f6, and black can never trade because of e takes f6 and losing the knight.
Beautiful move. Queen sliding back, opening up the pin. Black has no moves. King d8, just h7? Is that the next move?
Yeah, I mean, next move is h7 anyway, I guess.
Yeah.
So...
No, this is resigns. h7 and then rook takes e7. No moves. No moves. Rook c7, I guess you have to play to hold the knight with the other rook.
Yes, I just wanted to highlight that if black sidesteps and then trades the queens, it does not bring any relief, because then white plays rook g8 and the h-pawn queens anyway.
Very true. That's an important point. And if king d8, h7, rook c7, okay, anything wins. White can even send the g-pawn up the board at the right moment to force black's hand.
The defense you were referring to was rook c7 here.
Yeah, or like then h7 and king d8. And I'm trying to lure white into playing rook takes c7, which is winning. I have no doubt that rook e7 wins, but why? It's unnecessary. Probably g4 is the most clinical path forward, and then rook g8. Well, no, I guess queen e4, for example. And what's the killer blow? Oh, queen h4, rook h8, rook g8. Bang.
Yes, that's a possible, but also just probably if you keep on kicking that queen, yeah, for example, from the diagonal, f3, queen c2, rook f2, queen b1 check, king g2, just improving the position also looks very promising.
Wow,
nothing moves,
like...
and besides also e6 is falling.
Why not? Queen takes e6 is on deck.
Yeah, just a hopeless position. So what happened? Queen f6, do we have still... Yeah, we still have some time, but no real time trouble. I mean, Salem has 8 minutes. what happened? Queen h5 happened.
Ah, h7, he wants rook c, c8. Actually, that's a very ingenious defensive construction.
Yeah, clever. Very clever, but it does not... Okay, yeah, how does white finish it off?
Maybe f4, f5, trying to set up an epaulette mate with queen d6.
Yeah, rook c8. Basically, the problem of black is that he doesn't have a next move. Nothing moves. So basically, he's stalemated. The rook cannot move. Needs to guard the knight. The rook on c8 needs to guard also the h8 square. The queen on h5 also guards the h8 square. Nothing moves. Maybe even white can just play moves like rook e1, a5, whatever. Just give the pass.
Oh
And black is running out of moves.
If
But your brutal force,
yeah,
f4, f5 also looks very sympathetic.
if you want to take this and rub it all over black's face, you go a5 here, just to, you know, the quietest move to illustrate the extent of your dominance. But you're
and after b6, a6, yeah, just
Zugzwang. Actually, Zugzwang.
Okay, black will still have b5, but yeah, it's no fun to be black here. It's basically designs, no defense.
Indeed. Speaking of no defense, a game we haven't looked at, Lenier Dominguez, I think, if I understand this correctly, is about to win his game in style. Let's see, who is he playing?
Wow, he already won it.
Oh, look at that final position. Bishop g8. And black has to give up his rook in order to prevent the ladder mate. Oh, it was a blunder.
Wow, he
this.
blundered.
He missed bishop g8.
And exactly on move 40, the last move in the time trouble.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh,
The famous...
one more move to make. Oh, the famous situation, isn't it? Always seems to happen that way.
Yeah, but it's so... I mean, basically bishop g8 is a big threat. So I'm not even sure if... Does black have a defense? Oh my god, computer says, look, f8 to a8 only move in order to be able to protect with rook a7 and also with rook a2. Basically, you are threatening both rooks somehow.
Rook fa8, bishop g8, and rook a7. I mean, seriously? And then rook a2 if white refrains from the trade. This is just an immediate draw.
Yes. And okay, if it's not move 40, if this position would have been move 41, and he has 50 minutes on or 30 minutes on his clock to think about, then he would have found it. But with the clock ticking and with 1.5 minutes, he might have also completely missed this bishop g8 threat. It can also happen.
Bishop g6 was also winning, interestingly, but I feel like he just panicked. He played a move with 5 seconds left. He just didn't have time to think things through. And obviously, he's made time control. Congrats, you get another 30 minutes to contemplate the hopelessness of your position.
Yes, I mean, okay, basically we should explain that the idea of rook f1 was that it touches the bishop, and after the bishop moves, black wanted to trade the rooks with rook f2 and be out of danger, right? If there is no checkmate in the next move, everything is fine, it's going to be a draw. But unfortunately for black, this is not only a check, it's a checkmate.
And he was also hoping for rook g6 check. The king would have slid back to h7, and there was no effective discovery. So with 2 minutes left, you basically only have time to calculate the forcing moves. What a heartbreaker for Gusenov, but what a finale. Lenier Dominguez leads 1-0, and the local Azerbaijani hero will have to win on demand tomorrow against one of the most solid and well-prepared players on the tournament circuit. We congratulate Lenier.
Certainly, yeah, it was a great technique. And what do we have? Let's check back on Caruana. That did he manage to find a way to continue? Yes, he's continuing the game. It's not over yet.
He is clinging to that d5 pawn like one would hold on to a grudge. Like, he is not releasing that. He's gripping it with his teeth. And king d6, he wants rook c8. So a couple accurate moves are still, I would imagine, required from Mustafa here.
Yes, probably. I mean, okay, one could argue that maybe also just setting up something like bishop d7, king d6, and then advancing your pawns and breaking the pawn structure with f5 should be easy. Though on the other hand, you never really want to be pawned down for too long. Yeah, it's very tempting to try to get that pawn back.
Can you do it by force with king d6, rook c8, bishop d7 as you're indicating? I guess rook g8. Bishop f7 I think is accurate.
Yes,
Instead of
this
bishop
is
d7.
very natural. Okay, but still, rook c6 check.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the forbidden question. Oh, rook c7 if I take. Huh.
Exactly, and king e6, bishop c4
Whoa.
check.
Wow. So you got to go back to d7, and that, or even king e7, but that allows a check on the 7th rank.
Then I
Okay,
still
king
put some
e7.
tricks with bishop b5. Yeah, king e7. Okay, it should be a draw, but I mean, at least we see that there is still some little intrigue. The problem is that the time travel finished, so black will nicely navigate through all these questions.
Yeah, it just helps that the other pawns are all on the same side, and they're all on dark square, so you know they can't be attacked by the bishop. As long as you can avoid blundering some tactic along the 7th rank, you're in the clear.
Exactly. Yeah, so basically Mustafa should be holding. It's also clear that Fabi is trying everything. He's so frustrated. He wants to keep the game going. He's hoping for some miracle. But yeah, king d6 played. Okay, we're gonna move forward. What else? For example,
Yeah.
Pragnanda Navara. How did this game continued? It's still torture time.
Absolute torture, but is it a fortress? Well, I guess not, because white can always go b4 at the right moment. And I'm always terrified of that idea when you have this pawn structure. Like b4, a5, and you get the outside a pawn. But maybe not immediately. You have it in your pocket.
Yeah, I mean, usually this is the most unpleasant when you are defending and the opponent doesn't do anything immediate. He keeps you in this lock, yeah, and then you have to constantly in every single move contemplate what happens after b4. It's
the
a nightmare.
Worst. Because you know that your opponent isn't just going to give away a draw. He's going to make 50 moves. And then just like Bogdan Daniel Dac in that, 200 move game in which he did exactly that. He played 40 moves and then changed the position. Another 30 moves, changed the position. And you constantly keep your opponent on their toes. Everyone's human. Eventually, everyone is going to lose their cool.
Yeah, and I also believe that this time control, this 30 seconds increment, actually heavily favors the side who is calling the shots, because it's so much easier to control the clock when you know that you can make any decision, and defending and just one single mistake can cause the game. The tension is growing, the clock is ticking down, and your opponent can play on forever.
And speaking of one single mistake, Daniil Dubov, white against Grandmaster Vocaturo, declining a perpetual check, goes for the win down a rook, and loses. Daniil Dubov loses with white, a big, big upset, as Daniil is over 2,700. That's
wow.
the final position. Down a rook, and queen's off the board. Whew. What a game.
Wow, what happened here? Let's just...
So, things started getting crazy around move 20. There's that rook sacrifice, and instead of queen takes c7 check, queen c5 would have forced a repetition of moves.
So this was the moment when it was repetition. Okay, I see. Queen c2, knight c5.
Jeez.
Wow, because of the mating threat on d7.
As well as knight b7, which he played. But he allowed black's queen to get back into the defense. And obviously he saw queen d7. He just banked on the long-term chances afforded by the queen and knight, but eventually his attack just evaporated, and black was left with an extra rook.
Yes, this is sometimes the problem when you show too much talent. Yeah, he probably believed that queen takes a3, he's trapping this knight, he's combining with queen a8 ideas, and then he can play on for compensation, but black had queen c6 check. King h3, knight takes c4.
Oh, no checks.
And
Queen
wow,
A8,
what?
Queen C8.
Yes, that's it. That was missed.
Aha.
That was missed. But hang on, we have to move to the Magnus game because
Yeah,
I think
he's about
Tari is
to
about
resign.
to resign. Yes.
And what a beautiful conversion by Magnus as he gives up his exchange and shoulders Black's king into oblivion.
Yeah. The king is coming. King has way too many squares to force an opposition, which Black will not able to hold.
And Tari resigns. He extends his hand in admiration. What a game. What an exquisite conversion by Magnus Carlsen. Fabi looks on with jealousy there.
I can understand, but it's only himself to blame. Yeah, he had all the chances to finish the game in even more stylish way with rook takes c6. Now he's kicking himself. Okay, let's just very quickly show for our audience that what happens. Why did Tari resign? It looks like it's 2 versus 2, but here the shouldering comes. Black finally loses the opposition. White gets to the f4 pawn. And after that, there are some miracle positions when the pawn is on h7, but the pawn on h5, just to illustrate that here we are losing everything.
Indeed. f6, and you just walk around. Black is in Zugzwang. This is the critical position. You must give up h5. And with 2 extra pawns, there is nothing left to play for. Tari knows all of this, as does Magnus. And just a round of applause for the greatest player in this tournament. Filigree precision by Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, very nice.
GG.
Victory, a very big victory. Yeah, because I mean, we have seen, yeah, if the favorites with the white pieces make only a draw, then the match can turn out to be a total nightmare. It's so difficult to break through your opponent, and then the match is getting more and more nervous. Anything can happen, but if you grab the lead, then you are in a total comfort zone and all the pressure is on your opponent.
Indeed, it is. Well, we will see what Aryan Tari comes up with, what comes out of the Tari laboratory with the white pieces tomorrow, but he will need all of the stars to align. Folks, I will align my coffee cup with the coffee machine because we are going to go on another short break here as we're 3.5 hours into the round 3, game 1, another scintillating round, and we will be back with plenty of more World Cup action in just a couple of minutes.
This course is about white playing d4, all the tools you need to get an advantage with white and not be tricked early in the opening. Now, it has a really long, complicated name that I'm going to mispronounce now, so you can make fun of me. Okay, don't make fun of me too much. I'm trying to help you here. It's called the Chelyabinsk variation, and I'm probably mispronouncing Chelyabinsk. That's why I call it the A6 Slav.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring your clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
Magnus Carlsen has already won almost every tournament imaginable, most of them several times. Norway Chess 5 times, Tata Steel Chess 8 times, the World Rapid and Blitz a combined 10 times, and of course the World Championship 5 times.
Wait a second, we have history. Magnus Carlsen is now the 5-time world chess champion.
Most players are at the World Cup because it is part of the World Championship system. Magnus is not here for that. So why is he here? This one event has eluded his otherwise ironclad grip on the chess scene. Despite the hits he's taken in this tournament, it's a format he enjoys.
Personally, for me, the World Cup is such a prestigious and interesting event, so I'm very happy to take part.
So he keeps coming back. 2023 will be Carlsen's 5th shot at the World Cup since 2005. To this point, he's only gotten as far as the semi-finals. To be fair to Magnus, his first try came when he was 13 years old and seeded 97th. The prodigy announced his arrival with a 10th place finish. By 2007, he was a semi-finalist. After that, other events took over as Magnus worked his way to the World Championship. He skipped the World Cup for a decade. In 2017, Magnus surprised everyone. He decided he wanted another chance at the Cup. Unfortunately, it ended up as his most disappointing try to date. Fu Zhengzhu beat him in the 3rd round. 2023 now marks the 2nd time, in first in 16 years, that Magnus has played back-to-back World Cups. In 2021, it appeared he might finally break through and win it all, but the young Jan Krzysztof Duda stopped him in the semi-finals. You can't win them all, they say, but once Magnus takes down the World Cup, he will have won them all. Is this the year he breaks through and checks one last thing off his to-do list?
The World Cup, the only tournament that Magnus Carlsen, arguably the greatest player in history, has not won. But this start for Magnus has been incredibly auspicious as he has blown through his round 2 matchup against Ponsolaya and now defeated Aryan Tari, his compatriot, in style to jump to a 1-0 lead. Peter, I want to ask you where you stand on the idea that it's crucial for Magnus to win this tournament in order to complete, quote-unquote, his chess career. I would hesitate to make that case because I really don't think that it is central to Magnus's legacy to win the World Cup, but I think we can all agree it would be nice. And I think he's thinking, listen, it would be really nice if I could check this item off my list.
Yeah, for sure. I think that mostly it matters to Magnus. Yeah, he just feels that this is missing from all the collection that I already collected. So for him, there is also extra pressure. I also feel like he's now in the right mindset. He's very focused, very determined. He just plays excellent chess. Today also we have seen that he's ready to reveal big opening novelties. Probably he was also feeling that someone else might use this idea. So let me be the first. But I also believe that for us, we think about Magnus like he has won it all. Yeah, we don't feel like he haven't won a World Cup yet. So I completely agree with what you have been saying.
Indeed, Magnus Carlsen will continue to attempt his run. All he needs is a draw tomorrow with the black pieces, and he will be through to the next round. Speaking of coming through to the next round, Tin Jingyao defeated Shakir Mamedyarov with black in Game 2 to advance to his match against Rasmus Svane, who was playing in the World Cup alongside his brother Frederick. And the last move, Rook D7 to D5, a hammer blow that seems to be bringing the Singaporean Grandmaster down. This has been an amazing game, Peter. And once we finish discussing this position and coming to terms with the hopelessness of White's position, I've got an incredible line to show you from earlier in the game.
Wow, I'm looking forward to it because already this Rook D7 to D5, let's just put that Rook back to D7 and then admire that this Rook from D7 came to D5. Now Black is eyeing some Rook H5 checkmating ideas, so it's kind of logical from White's side that what happens if white takes that rook, well, what happens is pretty obvious. Rook h5 check. The king tries to run away, but there is nowhere to run. I believe rook g5 is the human way of finishing things off. King h4 runs into everything, but even queen f2 check is the move that I like the most, because then we definitely gonna checkmate white with a check. So a part of this, then rook d7 to d5 seems to win the game and give the lead to Rasmus, whose brother Frederick had been knocked out yesterday in the tiebreaks by Ivan Cheparinov.
Indeed, and not a good day for Frederick, but a great day indeed for Rasmus. And rook h5 check is a massive threat here, which forces white's hand in the event of g4, which I think might be the move Tin Jingyao plays. But now rook d4, does it work? Rook d4, queen c8. Okay, that's the whole point. That's actually Rasmus's or Tin Jingyao's point for this move. And black suddenly loses because there are no checks. So what's the most clinical way of meeting g4?
Well, then probably rook c5 just to stop any kind of queen c8 ideas. The queen is overloaded, yeah, because the queen has to keep an eye on the f4 knight.
And queen a4, rook c2, look at the division of labor between the rooks. One rook combines with the queen on the second. The other rook fulfills a purely defensive task, i.e. guarding the h5 square. Knight h5, rook takes h5, and the mating attack plays itself. Lovely, lovely conversion here for Rasmus Svane.
Yes, I mean, this is great news. And you mentioned something. Where was your spectacular line?
So the penultimate, though, the ultimate mistake that caused all of these problems was move 35. So if we go back to white's 35th move after bishop takes c4. Now this is a crazy position, and we could spend 30 minutes discussing it. Bishop takes c4 is just an incredible tactic. The correct move here was rook d1. And in and of itself, I think this move makes sense. You're trying to move your rook to a defended square, but it's easy to rule it out because of bishop f5 check, and then you think, well, I have to go g4, and then rook takes f3 leads to a mating attack. But there was a mistake in what I just said, and it's that you have to play g4. You have instead the incredible defense, queen g4 check. This is what all the fuss was about. I hope I didn't overhype it. I just think it's a lovely move.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Of course, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much that you are sharing this with us. Wow, incredible! Because there is another heavy piece on the fourth rank. So bishop takes g4, runs into rook takes g4, and the black queen is lost on e1. Stunning.
And it's a draw in the end. I'm glad you enjoyed that line. It's a draw in the end because black is a pawn up, obviously, but the weaknesses of the kingside pawns give white more than sufficient counterplay to hold the draw just by attacking with rook h4 and rook f4. The a-pawn won't go anywhere.
Well, actually, I'm famous for enjoying draws. Yeah, I just feel like, these are the most beautiful things when you save a lost possession. Yeah, this is just unbelievable feeling.
That's absolutely true. The defensive resources like queen g4, chess is just such a beautiful game.
Yes,
queen
unbelievable.
g4 check. In any case, that will remain behind the scenes, Peter, as all of these lines always do. And g4 has indeed been played in the current position, but as long as he avoids rook d4 and plays either rook c4 and f2, this game will end within a couple of seconds, I think.
Yeah, I think rook c5 is so tempting, yeah, because you know exactly that white's only threat is to get to the 8th rank and then deliver checkmate. And we don't want that. Yeah, we just want to make sure that nothing happens to us. Rook c5 blocks the c file, and after queen a4, rook c2 delivers checkmate on h2. Black is the one who first gets to the opponent's king.
Yep. White runs out of ideas. A big, big game winning with black is Rasmus Svane, but we have had a couple of players winning with black on demand. Actually, more than I'm used to, Peter, especially in the previous round. I can't name any names. I think Anton Korobov, I want to say. But there were a couple of players who came back with the black pieces. It's possible, but exceedingly difficult.
Well, actually, it happened like this, that Itudizaga in the very first round lost with the white pieces.
Oh, yeah.
And then he bounced back with black. And then against Kodobov, they were winning with the white pieces, but they were always coming back. It was one of that completely crazy match. I mean, Ituzaga finally was knocked out, but he delivered an incredible match.
Yeah, those matches are just nuts. Every game is decisive, and every time there always seems to be one particular player who faces that 1-point deficit. Man, that's just the World Cup for you. And I see you're looking around the horn here. A lot of games have completed. This has been a pretty quick round. We're not even 4 hours into the round, and a lot of the games are not making time control. We have Fabi, who officially failed to convert that position. A heartbreaker indeed. He will have to get it together tomorrow. MVL also drew his game against Javohir Sandarov. And big kudos to Vasya Ivanchuk. Chuki saving that very, very nasty endgame against Wei.
Wei, yes. Yeah, that was important. Yeah, somehow the results are getting much faster than what would expect.
Yeah.
I'm expecting. Yeah, what is your take? My feeling is like at least half of the matches will get down to the tiebreaks.
I agree completely. I mean, with this amount of draws and you know how solid some of these 2600 GMs have been, I think a lot of the top matches will go to tie breaks. And I wanted to ask, is that often a premeditated strategy for some of the top players? Like, do they actively want to take these matches into the tie breaks if you feel like you're a superior rapid player, or is it too nerve-wracking and are the margins too thin when you get to the rapid portion?
Well, I think that top players in general would love to finish the match as quickly as possible, but they can, of course, rely on their incredible rapid skills. I would say, that there were times when the top guys had tons of rapid tournaments. Yeah, so they really had incredible experience, but not thanks to this Champions Chess Tour and all these playing tournaments and all this Division 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, so many players who before never had a chance to get, this experience on the highest level. How do you handle the tension? How do you handle these mini matches? They are getting this experience. So I think now the gap is narrowing.
That's such a great point. Like the CCT and other online tournaments like the RCC is demonopolizing the access to rapid tournaments. Whereas, like you said, rapid tournaments on a regular basis used to be the sole privilege of the top 10. Now, essentially any grandmaster can set himself up with regular practice across different rapid and blitz time controls, which is amazing.
Exactly, and also that if you, for example, in some rapid mini matches manage to beat some top guy, that gives you the confidence that, hey, come on, I faced him and I managed to beat him. I believe that Itulizaga, by getting into Division 1 and then performing so well, was getting so much energy and so much confidence for the future.
Very true. What a crazy world it is, and how thin the margins of victory have become. I see you've switched to our Rook and Knight versus Queen Endgame. Nothing has changed. It's like the wilderness out there. 200 years have passed, and we basically have the same position.
Yes, and it will be like this for a very long time. I mean, White has so many different ideas. He can shuffle back and forth, and the problem for Black is that he can never change the character of the position. Yeah, so if you are on defenses, you have this tendency, you have this desire to somehow simplify the position that, okay, I know that I'm going to do this, this, and that, and it's going to be a draw. Here, I believe psychologically, this is the most difficult task for Black, to know that actually it is a draw, but he has to be patient. And it's especially with this time control with 30 seconds increment, if this position ends up, that White has like 10 milliseconds, 2 minutes for Black, it can become very nasty.
Yeah, most certainly, because the knight on g5 can shuffle to f4, your old idea. And in fact, I think knight h3, it might be time to try to change the character of the position and face Black with a fresh set of challenges. It is possible to blunder here. Like, I'm envisioning knight f4, Black plays queen f7 and walks into rook c7. Of course, that's not going to happen because it makes no sense to keep the queen on f7. But it makes sense to keep the queen on d7. And I've blundered like this in classical games. It's so easy to forget about this type of tactic, as you're indicating on the board. And would you agree that bringing the knight to f4 is the logical next step in terms of squeezing some chances out of this position?
Yes, for sure. Yeah, because for example, let's just say that black stays passive. Okay, actually, it is white to move. So let's make knight h3 and black just waits. We put the knight on f4 and suddenly we are already also settling with some rook c7 check, and the g6 pawn will feel very awkward. So it's not only that rook c5, rook g5 is an idea, but also just some check could be very annoying. And the big question is how quickly Fedoseev will be able to understand exactly where to keep the queen, so that when white activates the rook, then which checks are exactly needed in order to distract white's forces, not being able to implement his own ideas.
Well said, and you're right. White is waging a war of attrition here, a war on 3 different fronts. Of course, a war on the g6 pawn, a war on black's clock, and also on Vladimir Fedoseev's psyche. You just keep playing and playing and playing, and one little queen move that's off is all that stands between black and losing the g6 pawn. Once you lose g6, you lose h5, and once you lose h5, you lose the game. So a difficult defensive task awaits Vladimir Fedoseev. Arjun Aragaisi is not going to give him a mercy draw. And I think this affords us a good opportunity maybe to check into the women's section and update everybody on the chief results. There are, of course, a couple of big games still going. We see that Humpy Canero was unable to convert that positional advantage against Bedelka, a good result for the Belarusian international master. And Aline Rubers, in that crazy Sicilian, did in fact drive the point home against Claudia Colon. Goryachkina also won her game against Divya Deshmukh, so not too many surprises at the top.
Yeah, that's... and Kostenyuk made a draw, and Yuvan Jun also made a draw. Yes, I mean, I think that Yuvan Jun is also having a little bit this problem that the opponents are very careful, because everybody knows that she's so strong. She's the world champion. Nobody wants to take any risk whatsoever. And she probably also has a lot of opening preparation from the world championship match, which is based on stability, solidity, especially knowing that she played against a very dangerous, dynamic opponent, Lighting G. It made a lot of sense, to build the repertoire on stability. However, the stability is then also not exactly the best opening strategy against the slightly weaker players, yeah, because how do you create winning chances to yourself? So it will be dependent how much Yuan Jun can make out of her wide games, because there definitely she will be very active and very motivated to get the maximum out of her chances.
Very true. And she will have white tomorrow and a chance to put the match away in the classical section. I think the top game's still going. Yeah, we've got this game between Gomes and Salimova. We've also got an endgame in the game between Khotanashvili and Mary Arabidze from Germany. But this endgame seems to be a load of pleasure for white. Man, nothing I'd rather do than try to defend this endgame for 2 more hours.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, white is passive. If that rook would be on d5 and being able to create counterplay, it would be a whole different story. Like this, it looks very dangerous. Actually, I think Marianne Gomez was the one who knocked Katarina Lachno out of the World Cup yesterday in the Blitz tiebreak. So also she had a big sensation, and then Salimova is so very aggressive and very dangerous chess player. I think that she had some great results in some real open tournaments, finishing or maybe even winning that one open in front of many very strong grandmasters. So she is very experienced. I have noticed her in the Julius Baer Junior Challenge. There was this tournament, and she was also there, very dangerous, also where Vincent Kaimer, Pragnanda, Abdusatov were playing. So she's a very aggressive player.
I've played quite a few Blitz games with her on chess.com and absolutely can confirm she is difficult to play against with both colors. She just puts a lot of pressure, and I definitely think that Grandmaster is in her future. Still young, still with many years peak performance ahead of her, and she will continue to squeeze this endgame out. Can we take maybe a very quick look at the Arabidze game? It looks like the Georgian player is struggling in this endgame with a knight on c2 that has seen better days. Let me put it delicately. And I think king d3 might simply end the game on the spot.
Well, this is a Georgian duel, yeah, because Kotenashvili against Arabidze, and yeah, it looks like the knight on c2 is kind of trapped. Just king d3, avoiding any kinds of bishop takes a5, knight e3 check counterplays. Yeah, just move the king back. And where is this knight? Where is this knight running?
Yeah,
I mean,
the
knight a1 will be trapped. You can't do that. And knight b4 check just ends up in a losing pawn endgame.
Yep, and knight a3, bishop c1. That knight isn't particularly merry, shall we say? And Arabidze will have to be married to the idea of winning tomorrow, because king d3 ends the game immediately. Of course, bishop takes a5, I think, is a sloppy move that allows black to stay in the game, at least for a bit. So you definitely just want to put black away. But the fact that white is thinking, I think, is a clear indication that she understands to calculate the most forcing move first.
Yes, that she knows the importance of the position. We have seen what happened to Fabi by rushing his decision there. And she has 22 minutes. I mean, there is really no reason to rush, because one good move and the game ends. So just make sure you make the right move.
Only Western propaganda saying she could be in for a Hail Mary attempt. I like it. Always time for a pun. Okay, so Bela Khotanashvili will win this game, jumping out to a 1-0 lead. And those are the two big games still remaining. We also have Muzichuk Vaishali in an opposite color bishop endgame, but that one will last for a while, with Anna Ushenina defeating Muzichuk's sister, I think. Or on the cusp of defeating Muzichuk's sister. I don't know which is playing, who is playing who, to be honest.
Yeah, let's check it out then.
So Anna Ushenina is playing Anna Muzichuk. Okay. What's happening here? Just a dead lost endgame?
Yeah, I mean, white is not only 2 pawns up, but the king is also cut.
Oh, but I guess the only big trick is if you advance the pawn too quickly, there's like rook a6 with rook g6 check as the idea.
Or also like with king e6, g5, then finally rook a5, just to highlight. But it's it's white to move. Yes, okay, I understand. Yeah, but okay, g5 takes.
Rook somewhere, maybe rook a4, for instance. But that allows the king to move up.
Then yes, yeah, then we move the king up, and black is kind of in the Zugzwang. Yeah, because what I wanted to highlight, that in this position, for example, let me just lose a tempo.
Yep.
It's not important, but just to highlight. So if black would be able to play king e6 here, then for example the move g5, and look at the computer version, changes immediately, dramatically.
It's a draw.
It could be draw, despite the 2 pawns up. Just this little detail that the black king is on e6, because it makes such a huge difference. Then g5 is not possible due to takes, and rook a5, collecting that g5 pawn. Also rook f6 check doesn't serve anything, because king e7, then the a2 pawn is lost, and white has to be passive with rook g6. So I sensed it, yeah, that this Zugzwang stuff, but the king was on e4. So she could only play king e5, and then white has now the chance of simply winning the game with g5.
And if you try g5 takes, and then you play king e6, I think white still needs to exercise caution. G6, rook a5, and
but then we go king h3 and rook g2. We will always have, yeah.
And a4, that pawn is way too fast. Or even king g1 probably. But this is the clinical approach. Takes, king f6, a4, and black is not even close to stopping the a-pawn. This is what is known as trousers in Russian chess terminology. 2 passed pawns on either side of the board, and the king is just not fast enough.
Yeah, so this is This is incredible. Yeah, rook endgames are so crazy. Just this one minor detail that now if it's black to move king e6 and probably there is a miracle escape, but with king on e5, g5, and then making sure that the rook will always be able to protect the pawn on the g2 square should win the game pretty convincingly.
Indeed, but your point is well taken, Peter. That you very often you think, this is totally winning 2 extra pawns, but you shift one piece slightly, and suddenly, the evaluation changes completely. So this is far from elementary, but at this point, White's just going to push her pawn and win this game in a matter of a couple of moves.
But hang on, she's down to 6 minutes, so she's really feeling that that this is a critical moment, and okay, this is a tricky spot. Yeah, you have to find the force win. Then you can't just sit around.
But it helps that I don't know what else White can do. I mean, maybe she's attracted to h5 and some sort. But why would you? You don't need to create a passed h pawn. Your a pawn will be fast enough in any pawn endgame to outrun the king. So as long as you confirm that you don't lose the pawn after g5, because okay, anytime black moves the rook away from the third rank, White inches up with her king. That's it. That's the pertinent detail, and I don't see what else there is to fear here.
Yes, definitely. It would be some incredible miracle if White would not end up winning this.
Indeed.
And by the way, if you already looked at Anna Muzichuk, that she's in trouble, you mentioned her sister is in good shape, right? Let's check her game then.
Indeed, Maria Muzichuk is playing. It's yeah, we're locating her game. It's with a Y, I think. Mariya. Yeah. It's MUZ. MUZ.
Yes, the trick is that this Hungarian keyboard, it's exactly the opposite, these 2 letters. Oh my god.
Z should be ZY.
Okay, I will do it like this. So
yeah, we're just trying to locate Maria's game. Because Anna's game shows up.
Unbelievable.
Do we know who Maria Muzichuk is playing? Maybe we can search by her opponent.
Yes, that would be.
Let me.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, against Vaishali. Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Not that that would have been easier to
Vaishali,
spell. Would have been just as hard to spell.
No, this is always so tricky, and I'm switching the keyboard from Hungarian to English, and then it's always crazy. So this is the position. White is doing very well. Yeah, I mean, 2 pawns up.
Should be a technically winning position. Now Vaishali beat Pauline Guichard in the previous round in a position where she was a rook down for absolutely no compensation, with Black's pawn promoting. Somehow swindled that game. So Vaishali is just happy to be here, but definitely not happy to be defending this endgame.
Yeah, it's looking hopeless. But okay, with opposite colored bishops, as long as you don't have to design, it's not automatically over. There are always some chances, yeah, thanks to the blockade, thanks to a good pawn structure, the powerful bishop. Somehow we can hope for some rook e7, rook e4 counterplay, but it does feel like White should convert this.
Yeah, it feels like if the rook moves away from d7, perhaps White can go rook b8 and try to go rook d8 with an eventual pawn breakthrough. But definitely, not trivial, and it's not totally clear if a rook trade wins the game for White. I would imagine that it does with that outside passer on a5, but I don't know. It's still a little bit of uncertainty here.
Exactly. Sure. Yeah, there is still a lot to fight for.
Indeed. Well, we have a cool animation of some of the top players who have been eliminated from the World Cup as early as round 2. There weren't a lot of upsets in the first round of matchups, but here is the list of players. As you see, the X marks the top players who have been eliminated, from Notorbeck to Alexander Grishuk in shocking fashion against Bardia Daneshvar, to Shakar Mamidarov, who lost with white, to Tin Jingyao. And upsets are always jarring, Peter, but when we've got 2-game mini matches and everyone's good, it's honestly not that much of a surprise that some of the top guys have been eliminated.
Yeah, basically it's almost the fate. Yeah, there are simply too many matchups, and it's impossible for all the favorites to win. That's the nature of it. And whoever loses feels, of course, very sad. And this is the knockout World Cup. That there are many happy people, yeah, who advance. But finally, there's only one winner in the tournament. Now, thanks to the 3 spots for the candidates, there will be 3 players who will be very happy. But imagine that guy who ends up being 4th. Yeah, that means that he played a brilliant event for almost 1 month. He will be in the semi-finals. He will then lose that semi-final, go on to fight for the 3rd place, and ends up 4th. I mean, I'm already, feeling so sorry, whoever that will be.
That must be a crushing feeling. Of course, the consolation is the big prize, and just the prestige of finishing in the top 5 of an event like this. But your point is well taken. Man, I feel like this is familiar. I've seen this endgame before.
Yes.
And White still hasn't gotten his knight to f4. He's still chilling on g5, trying to squeeze everything he can from that knight placement before, switching gears and bringing his knight around to f4.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we can simply move on, because I believe that this game will be probably the last to finish. We will have lot of enjoyment dealing with this game. What else? So how is Anish doing? Because we said that he should be holding, but 2 pawns, and he's losing. Oh my God!
No,
Anish
I think
is
he
losing.
drew. I think.
Drew, of course. No, it's
that they drew.
Yes, it's drew. I mean, again, because of the king placement. Yeah, this king e4 was never played. Of course, the king was on f3, a7. Yes, of course. Anish simply after king h4 played the move a7. Black took on a7, and white would have taken the pawn on f4, but black probably already offered the draw, and the draw agreed. King e4 is just a heart attack to make all the Dutch fans, and myself included, to collapse. But no, the game is a draw.
It's part of the reason that happens for newer fans and viewers is that when the game is drawn, the players use a DGT board that transmits the moves. And in order to indicate a result, you arrange the kings in an illegal situation, which signals the result to the internet. And to indicate a draw, you put kings on e4 and e5 or d4 and d5. So sometimes when you start arranging that, it executes the move on the board if king e4 happens to also be a legal move. So that's exactly what happened here. The king just happened to be on f3. And so as they were putting the kings in the center of the board, it executed the move king e4. But I definitely have given my coach a lot of those heart attacks from improper moves being transmitted on the board.
Yes, I mean, luckily, for example, here, if I would have just had a second to look at the position instead of at the result, or I mean that it's hopelessly lost according to evolution, but then I would have spotted that king e4. First of all, when king e4 happened, I thought like king g3, and oh my God, you cannot give up the f3 blockade. But of course, black would have just queen with b1 queen, and that's why king f3 to e4 would never ever be played.
Indeed. Well, Anish Giri, topsy-turvy game, but ultimately he escapes with a draw. Good defensive effort. You have your eyes on the Prague-Navarra game. The other interesting game that's still going is Vincent Keimer's endgame. He seems to be knocking on the door of a conversion with the black pieces against the similarly rated Amin Tabatabai. This is the current position. Vincent has the black pieces, an extra pawn, and a more active king. But he struggles with the weakness of his queenside pawns. What factors are more weighty here?
Yeah, my feeling is actually that it should be kind of a draw. Yeah, I mean, I just intuitively believe that it's more drawish than it is. On the other hand, computer indicates that black is winning. So this is kind of a shocker. And Vincent goes g6. Ah, okay. If g6 and ag rook g6 protects the pawn, and then black's king will be
nice
able
move.
to march toward the weakness on c3, then of course it should be a win.
And after rook takes b6, of course you have to allow through clenched teeth the connected passers on the king side, but with the weakness of b5, it's not going to be that easy to win.
Hang on, according to computer, king e4 is a stunning move here.
Wow. Oh, rook g6, rook g5. No way.
Yes.
And you're actually briefly a pawn down in the pawn endgame, but it doesn't matter. Your king collects white's pawns. Beautiful.
Wow. But let's just understand what happened after. If king g4, black gives the check, then king f3, and there is no way that you can protect the b5 pawn. So yeah, lot of tricks here.
King is cut off from the 6th rank by the rook, but from the 4th rank by the combined forces of the c3 pawn and white's king. So never too late to blunder. I think one thing is clear. Amin has to try to take on b6, because after hg, the position becomes so easy to play for black.
Yeah, it basically wins by hand. Yeah, king d5.
Yeah.
With rook c6, you can't stop any kind of rook c7, so black will have no trouble of getting his king to c4 when everything falls apart. The only trick is to try to force black to find king e4. However, since Vincent had already played the move g6 after spending quite some time, I believe he has calculated it.
He's got 10 minutes on his clock now for the rest of the game, but once he crosses the hurdle of avoiding that tempting check on g5, I think his plan involves sending the king to d3 and maybe even at the right moment giving up his kingside pawns in order to win c3 and b4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also we have to mention that Magnus has won his first game, so he's a big favorite of winning his match. His next opponent will be exactly the winner of this match between Tabatabai and Vincent Keimer. So that's why this game is also extremely important for Magnus, for example, to know exactly whom he will be. I mean, it's still only the first game, but he definitely keeps an eye on this match.
Without question. And Magnus probably enjoying a nice dinner to himself right now as we look at the bracket. He defeated Georgian GM Pansalaya 2-0 and defeated Ariantari in traditional Carlsen-esque technical fashion. He will indeed play the winner of the Keimer Tabatabai. Very closely contested match. Folks, we will go on a short break as we enter the 4th hour. We have entered the 4th hour of battle here in Game 1 of Round 3 of the 2023 World Cup. Lots of interesting results and quite a few more interesting games. Most of them end games still going. We will be back with more coverage in just a couple of minutes.
Oh, confusing one. Yeah.
Yeah, this one is a bit difficult. I can say.
What do you think? I thought that you didn't solve it for a second. Good job. So I'm going to show you some puzzles. You're going to have 10 seconds to look at the tablet, and then I'm going to take the tablet away, and you're going to have to give me the solution. Okay. You ready? Sure. All right. Mate in 5, white to move.
Okay.
You got it. All right.
Yeah. Queen g6, knight f6, bishop g7, rook h7.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Good start.
Okay. Queen g6.
Yes.
Queen g6, knight e7, bishop f8, knight d5. No, wait. Where's...
If you go knight e7, I go king h8. Bishop f8, bishop h5.
Yeah, that's not working out. Okay, queen g6 has to be the right first move.
Yes.
Bishop. Knight f6, bishop e7, rook h7, rook f7.
That's right. Yes. Very good.
Okay. So it's queen takes g6, fg, knight e7 check, king h7 or king h8, bishop f8, and then bishop h3 or h5. Wait, bishop h5 must be played, yeah, not bishop h3. Bishop h5, and knight g5, king h8, and then knight takes g6. Is that 5 move?
So You said queen takes g6, f takes g6?
97.
97, okay.
Yes.
We have knight f6 here.
Oh, knight f6.
Knight f6, king h8.
Oh, then bishop f8. Yes.
Bishop g7. Check.
Oh,
king
g7,
g7, rook
rook
h7,
h7, rook h7.
and then
Okay.
rook f7 mate.
Wait, but knight e7 is not checkmate?
Let's see. Knight e7, king h7.
Bishop f8. Bishop h5.
Bishop h5.
Knight g5. Wait, do I have a knight on g3? F3?
You do have a knight on f3.
So knight
yes.
g5 check. King h8. Knight g6.
So what if I go king h8 first instead of king h7? Bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Oh, yeah, it's
bishop
not weight.
h,
Yeah,
h5.
then bishop h5. Then knight g6, king h7.
Then
Yeah,
king
yeah, that's
h7
not weight.
and I
Yeah.
pick up the knight.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
...309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 Fide World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Both of the reigning World Cup winners are back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament. They are Jan Krzysztof Duda and Alexandra Kosteniuk, the victors in 2021.
Alexandra Kosteniuk crushing everybody. She is your deserved champion.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 Fide World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. In addition to Zhu Wenjun and Kosteniuk, that list includes Tan Zhongyi, Maria Muziciuk, and Anna Ushenina. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 Fide World Cup.
The 2023 Fide World Cup from the birthplace of Garry Kasparov, the capital of Azerbaijan, the beautiful city of Baku. As we look into the playing hall there, we are in the concluding phase of the first game of the third mini-match, with a couple of the favorites already eliminated and the others trying to stay afloat in this grueling months-long tournament. As we see, most games have finished, but a couple of end games continue to be hotly contested. And the reason this tournament is this hotly contested is because it is a ticket to the most prestigious and the most important tournament of all time, save the World Championship itself, which is, of course, the 2024 Candidates Tournament, as we take a look at the various roads that allow you to qualify into the Candidates Tournament. Peter, really the prestige of the candidates and the importance of the tournaments that lead up to it cannot be overstated. For anybody who thinks they have a chance to become world champion, you have to make it to the candidates. And will Jan Nepomniachtchi make it a third time in a row? Well, that would be the craziest thing ever, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, he has won twice and he's already seeded, yeah, as a runner-up of the World Championship match. This is, we talked also about Magnus Carlsen, yeah, that he basically wants to win this event at all costs because it's up to him to take his rating spot, yeah, because one rating spot is reserved. So if Magnus decides to play the candidates, then there is just no way around Magnus. And all the other guys have to fight it here in the World Cup, get into the top 3, or if not, then they have the Fide circuit, where only the number 1 qualifies, and it's a very messy system, very close race there, or at the Grand Swiss tournament in Isle of Man.
Yeah, lots of options, but none of them are even remotely easy. Of course, I remember when Kirill Alexeyenko qualified from Isle of Man. So I think in terms of giving quote-unquote regular GMs more of a chance to qualify, the Isle of Man tournament might be the best chance, relatively speaking. It almost feels like a lottery. And you've played in the Isle of Man tournament, Peter. What would have been your impressions from that tournament overall?
Well, first of all, I'm loving Isle of Man. It's basically such a lovely place. And it's always a pleasure to visit the island, to play the tournament there. The organization is fantastic. Well, the Grand Swiss is a real lottery. I mean, so much also depends on using your momentum, getting the right pairing, using all your chances and so on. If I believe that it's very important to have a good start. If you are somehow, because there are no weak players, if you are stuck in the middle of the field and you are facing one strong player after another, it's so difficult to start an incredible comeback. But if you started well, then you ease the pressure also, take the pressure away from yourself, and then you can really just play normal chess. Otherwise, if you have to do catch up, there is so much to think about. And if you lose all your energy by thinking that I have to catch up, you won't have enough energy for the tournament itself.
That's great insight. And speaking of energy levels, obviously the players in the World Cup who have the misfortune of suffering through a very long tiebreak, they have less energy the subsequent day. They have less psychological willpower and brain power to sit down at the board and start from scratch. A heartbreaking loss was suffered by Alexander Donchenko, who had one of those topsy-turvy affairs yesterday against, who did he lose to? Maksudlu.
Yes.
From a good position. Sadly, just wasn't able to keep the tension and collapses in a critical position.
Yeah, this is so typical that, after such an incredible battle that he had with Mateusz Bartel, that was an insane match. Mateusz was coming back at some point with an incredible win. Then Alexander was on the verge of being eliminated. Then he won on demand, and they exchanged blows. Not a single game of their rapid blitz match ended in a draw. Always decisive games. So I can imagine how much nerves, energy, and everything Alexander has lost. At the same time, he got the euphoria that he qualified, but today he played a great game. He played some insane game, but finally in the complications he lost the plot and he went on to lose.
Yeah, and this is where he did it. He gave a check on c7 that was blocked by White's queen. He had to find a cold-blooded move, bishop d3, or even rook e8. But fatigue, you're exhausted, you're in time pressure, and fatigue plays crazy tricks on you. Donchenko, with an otherwise inexplicable move, queen f7, simply giving away the exchange on f8. But I think in light of everything that he's been through, hallucinations are totally normal, right? You're a human being. We're all human. And after he dropped the exchange, Maksulu took only 5 more moves to drive home the full point.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it was definitely not a missed move. It was just a complete hallucination. I mean, you can never make a mistake like this unless you don't spot that your rook is hanging on f8. It's a very sad moment.
It is indeed, and he will have to win tomorrow on demand once again. Although he's all too familiar with that situation from his match against Bartel, so he'll just have to tap into whatever reserves of energy he has available. But we can go back now, maybe to one of the several end games that are still going. I think Prague's end game might be the most, meat on the bone. Though there isn't a lot of meat on the bone here in Black's position, with White creating a second passer potentially with d3, d4. And is this one of those situations where White's ultimately going to give his rook away for the h-pawn, and the 2 passers are going to overwhelm the black rook?
Exactly. I mean, if Black goes along the lines like King G3, the traditional way, then definitely d4, cd4, cd4, h3, I don't know, e5, d5, it's a matter of choice. We see already those pawns advancing. I don't know. Because rook g3, rook h3 check is maybe a threat, so better we just give up the rook immediately and then keep on pushing the pawns, and simply clearly that with the king and the 2 pawns are just too much to fight for this single rook.
Yeah, this is borderline resignable because Black has no other plan other than to try to push that h-pawn, but it's so excruciatingly slow, the process of inching up your king and then inching down your pawn and then repeating for like 6 moves. Can you try rook b8 maybe going from the other side? Well, maybe,
but then we're gonna play e5.
e5, yeah.
Yes.
That's lost. I think Black is dead here.
Yeah, it's dead, and it will be a wonderful big day for Pragnanda. David goes for h3. He wants to rely on that h-pawn, but it will... maybe he's trying some rook g5, rook h5 idea, but I don't see it really working.
So
I mean, now White can push.
Uh-huh.
Okay, but yeah, h3 was of course much smarter than king g3 because there is this rook g5, rook h5 idea at least.
Yeah, so White has to be smart about how he starts, right? e5 or d4. Probably starting by pushing a more far advanced passer makes sense because after d4, cd, cd, rook g5, suddenly you get into kind of a tempo for tempos type of struggle. But
also, you know that after rook h5 we can trick. Exactly. We can just... the king is perfectly placed on e3. So whenever let's just highlight, we are also already hallucinating because it's not so easy always to keep track of everything.
No.
And the White king is just king f3, king f2. It's basically depends. And it just wins.
But the idea is probably rook b8, like our old idea from the other line is this is a better version. So if you rush d4, cd, cd, rook b8, it's hard to say intuitively why the engine reduces its evaluation almost to equal, believe it or not.
Wow, what? What? So, okay, we're going to push e5. Oh my god, king g5, stunning.
Rook h7, king g6.
Oh my god.
Perpetual pursuit. No, but this is
can
ridiculous.
never take because rook b3 check.
This is gorgeous. And d5 doesn't change anything at all. It's the b3 square remains undefended. God, this is so easy
what
to
an
miss.
incredible trick.
And he's got 4 minutes on the clock. He absolutely could miss this.
Okay, Prague is, of course, a genius.
Yep.
I expect him to, because he's playing the game, yeah, so he already knows the motive. He has been dealing with this position for quite some time. And he has to push e5. Okay, e5. Just not open the third rank. Yeah, that's the key.
Yeah, rook b8 is easier to find because Black just doesn't have any other resources. I think anything is easier to find when you can eliminate all of the other options. So you just stumble on it whether you like it or not. I saw rook b8. Honestly, I missed king g5 for some reason. Because it's so rare that you can disattach the king from the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, for example, instead of the move h3, I was thinking about king g5, but I was just very happy. I will always have rook h7. The king can never leave the h4 pawn, and okay, what's the problem? Slowly we're gonna win. But yeah, h3. And do we have a move? Yes, e5 on the board. Yeah, Prague is super alert.
Genius is right. And the only drawback of e5 is that it technically allows king f5, but even after the simple rook takes h3, you're 2 pawns up, all pawns on the same side. There's nothing to play for there.
Exactly. I mean, okay, then 4 versus 2. That's an easy win. So it's gonna be a good day for Indian players, yeah, because Pragnanda wins. I think Vidit is pressing, Edigais is pressing. I don't know the other results, but I mean, Indians are just so strong. Yeah, e5 rook b8 played.
Okay. So e6, rook takes b2 is the intention, and then go back to b8 to stop the e-pawn.
But okay, e6, rook takes b2, king e4. I mean, let's just activate this king.
That's it. h2, you can even play e7. Even play e7, and literally any version of that endgame is winning, I think. So like
yes, I'm with the active king.
e7, king g3.
I felt like even just going king d5 or king is also winning, but you wanted to push, yeah, e7?
Let's say king g3, I don't know, or rook e2 first.
Yeah, okay, doesn't matter. Yeah, king d5, king g3, yeah, king d6, and okay, now we can also play king d7.
Promote and d4.
But we can also push. d4 first. I mean, we are many tempi ahead, no? I mean, even just to illustrate that, takes, h1 queen, rook takes, king takes, king d7, king g2, d5, king f3, d6, and
I can't cross the Rubicon.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course e8 queen wins, but this is the clinical approach. This wins by 2 tempi to spare. Wow, very pretty. Very pretty.
Yeah,
King
just
e4 first.
no need to calculate anything. Yeah, you just advance the pawn, activate the king, and you make sure that you just win this. And king e4, I believe, had been played. Yes, okay. He started with king e4, but he will continue with e6. It's just a matter of choice.
Indeed, rook takes b2, e6. And obviously 2.5 minutes might give someone a false sense of hope, but Prague is a 3,000 rated blitz player on chess.com. There's nothing left to calculate here. It doesn't matter how much time you have on the clock at some point when, you know, the yellow brick road toward victory is laid out and signed as clearly as it is.
Yeah, it's clear. I was suddenly, when I spoke about the Indians, I was thinking immediately, what did Gukesh do? And in fact, he had an all-Indian duel against Narayanan Sunil Dutt. The game ended in a draw, so a fellow Indian player managed to stop Gukesh, because Gukesh also started with 2 victories.
Yeah, Gukesh, another incredible young Indian phenom. And he has a very bright future ahead of him. But I've been so impressed with Prague, the way that he's essentially crossed 2,700 after getting stuck for a long time on, 2650, 2670. That's swampland. Can be very hard to get out of. And Prague has kicked it into another gear lately.
Yeah, but I think he was also kind of in a tricky spot that he qualified to the 2022 Magnus Tour, to the Champions Chess Tour. He was playing for the whole year with Magnus and the like against the very best players. He finished, I think, in the overall standing in 3rd or 4th position. Sensational result. It was clear that he's definitely 2700 plus player already, but he did not have time to play too many over the board tournaments, and that's why his rating was stagnating. I mean, chess wise, his knowledge and everything is, in my opinion, clear already 2730 and plus. But Gukesh was the one who managed to advance completely, and it's unbelievable that he's just 17 years old. He broke into the top 10 in the world. He's, I think, the youngest player ever reaching 2750. He became the #1 player now, overpassing Vishy Anand. It's just incredible what this young man is achieving.
He doesn't look like he's 17. He doesn't play like he's 17. He doesn't perform like he's 17. But age is a chess player's best friend. When that age, is below 20, Gukesh has so many years of improvement left. Just fascinating time to be alive and to watch these young talents blossom. And speaking of blossoming, we have a cool graphic of former World Cup winners, ending, of course, with Jan Krzysztof Duda in 2021 as he dispatches Magnus Carlsen en route to that impressive victory. And obviously, as far back as 2005, when Levon Aronian managed to capture the World Cup. Any of these performances, Peter, jump out at you when you look at this list of winners? Do you remember any years of the World Cup better than other years?
Well, I think the World Cup always has its own dynamic, own craziness, with all the ups and downs and dramas and finally a winner. I do remember that Duda's victory last time in 2021 was very impressive. I mean, that looked even a little bit too smooth. Yeah, it's not supposed to be so simple. The way how he made it look that so simple. I mean, knocking out Magnus Carlsen in a convincing manner. I mean, that was truly amazing performance.
Amazing is the only way to describe it. And speaking of the devil, speaking of the Duda, he has the black pieces in an extra pawn and some minor chances to convert against Ivan Cheparinov, but by and large, I think this is simply a fortress.
You think so, yeah?
I hesitate to say this with Magnus Carlsen in the tournament, but if white just checks on c5 and comes back to c3, to me it seems like black's only plan might be to swing the rook to f3. And I'm not sure why Duda didn't try that on the previous move. Like rook f2 and rook f3. How does white defend against that?
Exactly, that was my question as well. Well, we might be seeing it because, okay, rook g2, king h4, rook h2 check happened. So white plays king g5. Rook b2, he's maybe also trying with rook b3. It's a similar idea. I mean, my first instinct was that, I'm also very much like Magnus Carlsen, that I don't believe in fortresses. I believe in the strengths of the position. So if I'm the one calling the shots, then I somehow believe that, I don't know how, but I will play as long as I don't convert it.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can get the pawn to a2, then obviously black will achieve a winning position. I think one of the big issues isn't even getting the pawn to a3. It's getting it from a3 to a2, because once it reaches a3, white needs to set himself up such that he can get the rook to the a file and combine forces with the bishop and the rook. So for example, rook b3, rook c5 check, and after king b6, rook c4 is a very annoying move. And this actually just like forces essentially a repetition. I mean, you can try king a5, but the point is that a3 always is met with rook a4 and the pawn is lost. So that might be the irresolvable hurdle on the path to trying to win this position.
Yeah, it's actually an incredible defense. Yeah, this king on h4, and now we already got the answer also that what happens after rook f2. Probably white would anyway play the move king h4, making sure that he protects the pawn, and rook f3 or rook b3 doesn't really make much of a difference. We still rely on the same defense. And this, of course, is great news for white. If you have a stable defense and it's pretty easy, and at the moment it looks pretty easy, then you have all the chances to hold it.
We have more craziness in the game between Tabatabai and Keimer, in which Vincent had a winning endgame, makes a mistake to allow a potential draw, and apparently, we'll take a look, but apparently Amin Tabatabai's last move has been a big mistake in his own right that enables black to send that g-pawn down the board and grab the victory after all. But with 2 minutes left, nothing is guaranteed.
Yeah, nothing at all. I mean, it's also such a crazy endgame. It's not the usual thematic endgame that you can simply rely on your intuition and you know exactly that's the way to go. And yeah, Vincent has only 2 minutes. Okay, this g4, c takes b5, g3 is a line that requires very precise calculation, because definitely white will start giving millions of checks.
Yeah.
And then you have to make sure that you are hiding with the king in time and still the b pawn will not queen.
Yeah, and that you don't lose, because the b4 pawn acts as a blanket blanketing the other b pawn from the wrath of Black's rook. But rook b1, rook takes b4, I think will come at the right moment. If I were playing a blitz game, I would probably go bc. But g4 earns Black that one extra tempo. That's crucial because it generates the h3 square for Black's king. I think once the pawn reaches g3, that is the key.
Oh, wow. So the black king can hide there, yeah? That's the
Zig,
secret.
zag, zig and zag, and the king on h3. Still, that has to be calculated tempo for tempo. We're about to find out. He's got a minute left. I think he's going to go g4.
Probably. I mean, yeah,
and he did.
and he has done g4.
Okay, so we're going to see cb, which is absolutely forced. Or is it?
CB has to be.
It is.
It has to be, yes. And also it's the only headache move for black to calculate.
CB g3, rook c3 check. Right, white has to start checking laterally, otherwise the pawn gets to g2. No, but it's just lost. Because of this king hiding away in h3.
Yeah, is there an argument that because it's a tense situation to go rook b1 and try to be safe and try to win it like that? Is that also an option, or it's also complicated?
I think rook b1 does win. Then perhaps white starts checking from the back, like rook e6 check, rook f6 check.
Yes.
And forces your king to hide in front of the pawn, thereby garnering white another tempo. But it is still winning according to the computer.
Yeah, but humanly, I don't know how easy it is to evaluate all these things. And yeah, Vincent down to 30 seconds.
g3.
g3 played.
Okay, so rook c3 check will happen momentarily. And then king f4. And we start the journey to h3. The
very nice
journey
spot.
to h3.
And the point is that the black pawn queens with a check, so white is losing any pawn race. He has to rely on trying to check, but if he runs out of check, it should be a loss.
Yeah, and then b6, rook b1, tempo, 4 tempo. The rook captures on b4 when the pawn reaches b7. Man, what a topsy-turvy endgame this was. And you're going through the moves here. What if you try... That's the problem. b6, g2, and black promotes with check. So debilitating. Were white's king on h7, then, in case of simultaneous promotion, white might not even have been worse.
But okay, hang on, then you can try b6.
Oh, whoa. If you go rook b1, there's rook c4 check. And b7. My gosh,
Exactly.
white wins! Despite
White
the
wins.
fact that black promotes with check.
Yes, it's tricky.
So
but
what
okay,
are you
of course,
supposed to do?
I mean, black has rook d1 move, for example, yeah? I think there is this move, because after b6 there is rook d6 check, and then rook b6. That's also one nice defensive idea against the b pawn, and that should do the job.
That's a crucial idea, using the compromised position of white's king in so many different ways, whether it's promoting with check or using it to trampoline black's rook all the way to b6 at the right moment, ignoring the b4 pawn and working around it. Very instructive.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I also have never seen this motive yet, because this pawn race, yeah, with the double b pawns and this g pawn, you don't got to see this very often.
I had a discussion with my friend recently. Is the b4 pawn in this situation considered a passed pawn? Like, by definition. Or is it just the b5 pawn? Like, I never had thought about that before.
Yeah, well, these moves had been played. Rook c3, king f4, rook c4 check. Well, I do believe that it should be considered an extra pawn. There was one Hungarian grandmaster who told me that, you know what, you might have the most ugliest double pawns, but they are still double pawns, and in pawn endgame your opponent has to take both of them, and thanks to this extra tempo, you will win the game.
Do you remember who it was?
Yes, Peter Székely Peter, who tragically died early, but he still managed to give me this wisdom.
Oh, I do remember that name. Okay, king f3.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, the position at this point plays itself. Last hurdle to cross is to find rook d1, d6.
Yeah, rook c3 check. I mean, okay, one could, yeah, but king f2, rook c2 check doesn't really give any benefit. So, of course, you can repeat once because I believe white has to play the move rook c2 check anyway. Then you can win like 50 seconds or something.
Yeah, but I feel like if you've seen rook d1, rook d6, you're confident to the point where your moves are automatic at this point. White is on the verge of resigning. Beautiful.
Yeah, king g4 played, basically with confidence, with quite quickly. So probably Vincent has already calculated the line and he has spotted this rook d1, rook d6 before going g4, g3.
Yeah, I mean, should try b6, of course. There's no need to resign yet. You should play b6 and make black find the final resource. But once rook d1 is found, it's time to resign. Maybe rook d1, rook c6 can be tried? No, but then rook d5.
Yeah, but in any case, don't resign yet. Miracles can happen. I mean, as long as there is the slightest chance, of course, yeah, with this incredible time pressure, if it would be a so-called old-fashioned classical game and the opponents would get extra time after move 60, that's a whole different story.
Man, that is just a brutal time control when you get another 15 minutes after move 60.
And I think Vincent is also very irritated because this is an unlucky situation that exactly, and rook d1 played, exactly in this situation you get a new score sheet, yeah? I hate this because you have 30 seconds on your clock and then arbiter comes, of course, that's his job to give you the new score sheet, but it still distracts a bit.
Well, in the US, where, you have to bring your own boards and clocks sometimes, you have to get up and grab your own score sheet. So around move 58, there's always a moment, because you're always in time pressure. So you run up, and the nice guys, they'll grab 2 score sheets, right? It's not about forcing your opponent to get up. So I do my best always to get a score sheet for my opponent as well, even if I'm the one in time pressure. Because that's not how I want to gain the edge.
Yes, so okay, Vincent find the move rook d1, so he should be winning now. We get an update that there is some crazy position in Wojtaszek versus Shitko game. Oh my god, what is this?
This is probably a draw, but I don't know who's playing for a win here. I'm having a hard time determining that. I think it's probably white. F2. You've got to play F2 here.
Yeah, I mean, F2 is the natural move. Yeah, F2, and it should be, I mean, F2, King F3, King G2. Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
wait, but after F2, can I try King E7?
But what does it give you? For example, King F3.
King takes F7.
King G2.
King G6, and you take on H3.
And I take on H3, of course. Yeah, first collect and then come back.
And F1 queen. The immediate F1 queen actually loses there, but obviously black was not born yesterday.
Yeah, Shitko is a very strong player. I mean, he was the board number 1 for the Moldavian team who sensationally shared 4th, 5th place in the Olympiad last year in Chennai. I mean, he was a vital part of that team, and he already caused some sensation here. Whom did Shitko knocked out? He also
Sam Shankland.
Yes, Sam Shankland, exactly. Poor Sam, a victim of Shitko.
Poor Sam indeed, and Sam missed like a mate in 2. Sam was outplaying him, but missed mate in 2. That's just what nerves do to you. Apparently in this game, it appears that black was winning, but I don't know. That ship has sailed. No, white was winning. I apologize. Wojtaszek was winning.
Then white was... Yeah, and now it's basically clear F2 had been played.
Yeah.
And there is no way around.
There we go. They're
we're gonna see the line.
Whoa!
Exactly.
King F7 loses.
Even loses. Wow.
Whoa! You have to go King F6 here. That's an only move.
Well, of course, because after taking on G2, I mean on H3, you go King G3, H3, H2, King G2. That's the trick.
It's just so easy. And by the way, I think Prague has just won his game. That we saw him briefly there leaving the playing hall. Yeah, Prague wins his game as we expected against David Navarra.
A big win.
Final game start coming to an end. Huge win.
Yeah, a
What a
big win
tournament
because
for Prague.
I think also that David Navarra did not lost a single game in the Prague Chess Festival, and he also didn't lose a single game in the Biel Chess Festival. So basically, he played two undefeated classical events, and finally Prague takes him down.
Well, he had a great Prague Chess Festival, and now he's playing a different kind of Prague Chess Festival. This one.
And oh my God!
Oh my God!
Oh, not that Radek even goes on to lose this. I mean, he was winning and now Black escapes in a draw, and then suddenly Radek also relaxed just like we relaxed. Yeah, that we thought like, okay, it's automatic. Yeah, Black saved it. This line is draw, but in fact, it's a win for Black.
I put this into his mind, Peter. I was the one who proposed it. And the point is, after King takes H3, what did he miss? What do you think? He forgot that Black could take on H3?
No. I mean, he just thought like, okay, yeah, that's draw, but Black plays King G3. Oh my God! I mean, okay, he will just die. He will get a heart attack.
Oh, and he cannot stop both pawns at the same time. And I think just the way he made that move. The worst thing is that Shitko has only moves to win. King takes H3, King G2, and push the H pawn. But you're right, Peter. King G5, King G3.
Yes,
and
that's
if
the
the
key
rook
move.
checks on A3, he forgot that he releases the promotion square for the pawn. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable.
And look at this. He's kind of realizing now. He cannot believe his eyes. What happened? King G5, King G3, and Shitko cannot believe his luck, basically, because this is a miracle.
First, Sam Shanklin blunders made in 2 from an equal position. Now it's Wojtaszek who misses the win. Okay, that's it. It's a draw. No. He finds a way to lose. The power of pass pawns.
Unbelievable. I mean, also
Stunning.
our intuition was signaling no dangers whatsoever for White here. That okay, yes, we take, and it's a draw.
That's it. 10 seconds. He doesn't see a move. There is no move. He has to go queen versus rook and pray, but with 30 seconds left, it's indefensible.
Yeah, he goes King F5. Now King G2 comes, and King G4, H3.
God, Shitko's going to have a great time calculating this line. Now, King G3 is what Wojtaszek is hoping for. But that is a draw on account of King E4. That's actually a very pretty draw. But why would Shitko ever play King G3 here?
Yes, I mean, that was only because after King G5 we had to protect the pawn. Like this, of course, we are going to G2.
Yeah. I'm stunned,
Dramatic.
frankly.
Dramatic.
King G2, King G4, and just every puzzle piece is in the perfect spot. The pawn on F2, pawn on H3, the king keeping its vis-a-vis at bay. And does Wojtaszek at this point even have a way to get queen versus rook? I don't think so. Or maybe he does, but I think he'd
by
rather
a miracle,
resign
yes,
than
by a
swim
miracle,
in those
actually,
waters.
yes.
And he's done
King
it.
G2 played.
He's got to go King F4, King E3, and pick up that F pawn. Nah, it's over.
Yeah, it's completely over.
Will we see him resigning here? Likely.
No. I mean, knowing that he was winning, it will be so difficult to digest that you have to resign. I don't think that he will.
Okay, King F4. He is, in fact, coming to terms. And H3, he's going to go Rook A2. Wow. Oh.
But
King
okay,
E3
now it's
he's playing,
over.
But F1 Queen. Yeah. F1 Queen.
And look at this. He looks aside. He thinks like, how did this happen? It should have never ever happened. And he resigns.
That's it. And Ivan Shitko dispatches another Super Grandmaster. And again with the black pieces. Can you believe that? 2 wins over Super GMs, both of them with black. And he is unbelievably solid with the white pieces. He is very hard to beat. And what a Cinderella story, Cinderella run this would be if he can hold Wojciech tomorrow. And we will go back to the Tabatabai game. That will be the last game that we cover. And I'm surprised that game isn't over yet.
Yeah, this is not a good sign for Vincent. But okay, he gets the queen versus rook.
He gets that pawn, and unfortunately, what's crazy is that when I play this versus the computer, it always holds with the rook. I think this is one of the most common misconceptions in chess. People assume that this is a very easy conversion, and for a human, I think it is, but if you know all of the defensive techniques, Peter, you can correct me if I'm wrong, white can defend this very resiliently with proper knowledge.
Yeah, he needs to be like a computer, but I think in a human versus human game, it's hopelessly lost. I do recall that one of my favorite ways of winning this is that if you get the king to d5, for example, with the black side, and then you play queen to f4, this is some kind of a magical square, this queen on f4, with the king on d5, with the rook somehow, probably the rook being on e7. Yeah, so black gets his king to d5, that queen goes to f4, and white is usually standing with rook on e7, and it's a finished position. That's when even the computers start to collapse.
Wow. And the sort of on a primitive level, the 2 ways to force the victory is either to force white's king to the 8th rank, and then you have to be careful about the various stalemating ideas. But the second is to force the rook to separate from the king. The moment the rook and the king separate, in most circumstances, there will be a way to zigzag the queen and ultimately deliver a fork.
Yes, exactly. So king f5, king is coming to e5.
Or e6 in the event of the check. And that's precisely what happens. King e6, rook c5, maybe you can try.
Yes, and then you give queen e4 check, get the king to d6, and it's getting more and more difficult.
The king is getting pushed to the side, and once it gets pushed to one of the 4 corners of the board, the fork should be inevitable. Queen a4 check is also possible.
Yeah, well, for sure. But I think that humanly, I did have this endgame once over the board against Fabiano Caruana, against the very young Fabiano Caruana in 2008 in the Dresden Olympics, and I had no trouble converting it.
I've only had it, well, I was about to have it against the now Grandmaster Daniel Fernandez from England, and it was a dead draw. He blundered a promotion and was so disgusted with the position that he resigned, and he just blundered a rook. Queen a7, queen a6, and queen d6. That's it. Tabatabai, you can't blame him. He wants to accelerate the process. And black wins the rook here with queen a7, king c6, queen a6, king c7, queen d6. If he misses that, I'll be pretty shocked.
Yeah, especially now here, Vincent also has more than 3.5 minutes. And probably the reason why he gave queen he gives queen d7 check.
He missed it. How did he miss that?
And why would you give queen d7 check? Okay, he will go king d6. Okay.
But I'm really stunned he missed that. That was that was a very basic sequence.
But also Tabatabai missed it, yeah. So it's basically the typical mutual hallucination, yeah. You kind of believe your opponent. You don't expect him to blunder anything. You know that this is a methodicus long way, so you just systematically play along your plan.
Yeah, I'm wrapping my head around it. I think now Tabatabai's idea is if black goes queen f5, then he's going to give the check on c6 and dig his feet in and try to sit around b6 without, okay, queen b8 check, king b5? I don't like the way he's converting this at all. He's wasting some moves here.
Yeah, he is, but okay, I think that he's super confident on the other hand. Otherwise, you would be spending some time, no?
I wonder what target position he's aiming for. My guess is he'll give another check on e8. And what then? King b4?
Yeah, and then okay, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, the position isn't more advanced than when the king was on c7. Yeah, it's a little bit strange.
Oh.
Yeah, king c4. Okay, thanks to all kinds of checks or zugzwang situations, black is slowly making progress. So I believe probably we'll play some queen d5, king b4, queen d2. Okay, he plays queen
He's
f4.
zigzagging.
Yeah, he wants to get the king to d5.
Okay, so king, where will it hide? b5 or b3?
Probably b3, but on the other hand, king b5 has some ideas of giving rook c6 check. Wow. Okay, queen a7 check, queen a6, queen d6 would have been cleaner. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I'm still wrapping my head around that, but the thing is you have 50 moves, and 50 moves is... It depends on the position, but in this endgame, it's a staggering amount of time. Because to survive for 50 moves without blundering your rook, which apparently he did, is impossible. And this is, I think, the key, queen e4. There are these magical squares, as you put them, where the queen basically goes the opposite direction of the rook. If rook c4, then queen d3. You know, if the rook stays on the third rank, then you have a different check. One way or the other, the king is going to get forced to the last rank. And at last, I think black is making the necessary progress.
Yeah. I mean, important that rook c6 check is not possible. So white has to make some ugly move. Yeah, rook c4, queen d3. Or rook c4, so queen b7 check, forcing the king already to the edge of the board. But the queen
Although
d3 is exactly then king a4, rook b4, and you start crawling out through king b3.
Yeah, it's white. It was like a fish out of water, but never seems to run out of breath.
Yeah, so rook c4, queen d3, king b4, king d5, rook c5, king d4. Yeah, that would be a very natural way of advancing.
And maybe then rook b5. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but okay, then already we know exactly that king will be... okay, just to highlight, then queen c3 check, king a4, king c4 would be that terrible blunder. Thanks to the rook c5 check, king takes c5, stalemate.
Yep. How many times has that been blundered, particularly in blitz? It doesn't matter how many times you've seen that trick, you will ultimately blunder it in at least one game.
Especially if you don't have increment, then for sure.
Okay, well, this is dragging on a lot longer than it should have if Vincent had, you know, not trusted his opponent, but he should be taking this one home, I think, in a couple of moves.
Yeah, it feels like, yeah, rook b3. Now, white is getting squeezed to the edge of the board.
I feel like queen d4 might be his idea. Trying to dominate the rook. But then I guess rook b4.
Yeah, then rook b4. I mean, also king d5 is possible. Okay, every move is possible, every move is winning, but you have to win it, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta actually win the rook, and you first of all, you have to take it when it's offered to you. But you gotta find the right construction here. King d5 also might make some sense. Although I wouldn't commit the position of my king necessarily, because then white can dodge like the other way. Okay, he's played it.
Yeah, he got the king to d5.
Oh yeah, it is. It's winning. It's winning.
Yeah,
rook b4, queen e8, and too many directions.
And then ultimately, white will, black will get closer. We'll get to the c5 with his king. And it's very important to keep that queen a little bit far away, exactly for these stalemate ideas that we have been talking about before, then you are not risking any risk of blundering any trick.
Well said. And it looks like Vidit has failed to convert that extra pawn. Convert is probably the wrong word because it was most likely a draw all the way through. But he had a rook knight and 4 against rook knight and 3. Kudos to the German GM Matthias Bluebaum for holding it together and pulling out the big draw.
Yeah, Matthias is extremely stubborn. I mean, he has some incredible defensive skills. So difficult to beat him. He escaped there. It's also gonna be a very big match. On the other hand, Vidit will have the white pieces tomorrow. So he did not manage to squeeze out the win, but he gets the white pieces.
Yeah, he is just a stone wall. And his openings, of course, with both colors are really impressive. He is one of the leading French experts of modern day. He might not be over 2,700, but I think he's earned that title with the persistence with which he's played the French against 1e4.
But I think by I think by now he has given up on the French. That's the interesting part. Yes, because I also thought like, okay, Matthias is the French expert. You know, it's so difficult to touch him there. But he started moving towards Caro-Kann. I think he was lately playing different lines already.
Do you think it's at all realistic for a GM over 2650 to follow the old school and essentially have, and I think there you can count on one hand the amount of GMs who adhere to that approach. I mean, MVL might have been the last stalwart. Is it realistic to play one main opening, or do you have to follow the popular trend of essentially surprising your opponent as the top priority?
Well, it basically also depends what kind of training you are doing. Yeah, it's very much depends on that as well, and which opening. Because, for example, if you play the Najdorf, I think the Najdorf is so rich that you might not feel like you are playing only the same opening all the time. Yeah, you can play the Scheveningen way with e6, you can play the Najdorf way with e5. So within one opening, you feel like actually you have so many different ideas. Many other openings are, of course, much more limited.
That makes a lot of sense. I remember preparing for Alexander Oreshenko, who's a Ukrainian GM. He was, I think, 27-20 at the time, and I saw that he had MVL's exact repertoire. I knew exactly what he was going to play, the Najdorf. But there's nothing more infuriating than knowing exactly what your opponent is going to play and sitting there the morning of the game having no idea what to play. I couldn't poke a single hole in his entire repertoire.
Yes, and against d4, Oreshenko was also playing the Grünfeld. So absolutely identical to Maxim's repertoire.
I ended up forcing a draw in the poison pawn variation. You know, that queen f4, queen d4 draw or whatever.
Okay.
Or bishop f1, bishop d3, I think.
Yeah, when you chase the queen. Yes.
Yes, bishop b2, bishop d3. Yeah, exactly. Okay, looks like Keimer is getting closer and closer, inching his way, literally, toward finding the ideal setup here. King a5, probably forced.
Yeah, but then again, queen a8 check, you are forced back to b4. And okay, it's hopeless. Yeah, then you can do the zigzag, the queen is coming closer. And eventually you get king c4 in.
Indeed. Rook b2, okay. Queen e1 check.
King b5.
And king c3.
And then you win my rook.
Rook b4, queen e8.
Yes.
Only move,
then,
probably. Also
then basically,
e5, but
after queen e1 check, then king b3, but this is looking very ugly. Yeah, then the king is forced already into the corner.
Yeah.
That should be hopeless.
It all starts with queen e1 check. You just want to avoid the check like queen b8 because the king steps away with tempo and you have to keep burning moves on moving the queen.
But on the other hand, you keep on checking and get the 30 seconds.
That's true. Although who do those 30 seconds benefit at this point?
Yes. I mean, okay, it probably doesn't. The time does not matter as long as black has time and he can always accumulate time. It should be perfectly simple.
Well, as we start to wind down this round, we just wanted to give a huge shout out to over 20,000 people who are still watching across YouTube and Twitch. To those taking time out of your busy weekends, we appreciate it, and we hope you've enjoyed this long day of action. We are awaiting as Vincent Keimer just puts the finishing touches on that very well played endgame against Amin. But he's he is taking his sweet time in this conversion.
Yeah, but we have seen what happened to Fabi, yeah, and
Yes.
then of course there we were saying that why Fabi rushed. Now we are saying why Vincent is taking his time. We
Yeah,
are
what
never
do we want?
satisfied.
Can you? How much time do you want me to spend? 36 seconds and 4 milliseconds?
Because
Okay, Queen E7 check.
yeah, already here it's obvious that White is not being able to set up big defense. I mean, King D3 looks very natural and okay, you are running out of squares.
So Queen E3 check came to mind, but then somehow King A4.
No, I actually just want
Still-
King D3. Yeah, I'm just coming closer and the rook is running out of options. Yeah.
Oh, King D3. I guess I go Rook or King A2. But then again, like you said, the king is getting closer and closer to the corner.
Yes.
And he's played it. Good call. King A4
Well,
forced.
I think that any other move would have been the same good call, but yes, you played King D3.
Hey. So King A4, I think only way to avoid losing the rook immediately. And then do you zigzag?
I do remember from my experience with Fabi that when I managed to already force him there, I felt very relaxed and I thought, yeah, now everything wins. So I believe at this moment you only have to watch out for the stalemate, but that's it. There is no more this. How do I break the opponent's fortress? This is already not this type of position where the computer is putting up the resistance.
Yeah, great point. But sometimes you need to put the queen on one of those magical squares. So I would start with Queen E6 check to ferry the king into the corner. And after King B1, you play a move like Queen E4, and then you just find that you get the queen to A4 in order to cover the C2 square. I actually think that's the target square, is A4.
And then you go King C3.
Exactly. And no stalemate there because the king has too many squares.
Exactly, yeah, that's very nice.
One more hurdle to cross for Vincent, and he is crossing it. Queen E6 check is on the board.
And I think you also have some activity tonight, right? Or it's not tonight, of course, it's the day is only beginning for you.
The day is only beginning for me. I do have the bullet brawl in 38 minutes.
Wow.
Which is the weekly bullet tournament, and I will play. I can't guarantee that I'll play well. In fact, I'm quite positive I'll play very poorly, but I'll have a little fun. I think I've earned it after this round.
Yeah, definitely. And I can say that already 6 a.m. your time. Where are you now? Is it a secret or can you reveal?
I'm taking a little retreat. I'm in South Carolina. I live in Charlotte, North Carolina, but right now I'm in the state of South Carolina. But it's the same time. We start at 7 a.m. my time.
Yes.
Getting out of the hotel bed, though, is the hardest part. Once I'm out of bed, that's it. I'm locked in. But you know how good hotel beds are and how hard it is to get out of them. That's what I'm going to be up with tomorrow.
Especially when the alarm is ringing at like 5:30 a.m.
And it's dark and, you've had the coffee in your room the previous day and hung up the do not disturb sign because you were commentating. So it's a perfect storm. But I'll try not to jinx myself. Bic will always give me a call if I'm ignoring my alarms.
Yeah, that's also how we started our discussion today. Yeah, I started with my deepest sympathies. Yeah, I know what it means for a chess player to be waking up at 5:30 a.m.
Yeah, I'm just thankful that this hotel has the fastest hotel internet I've ever experienced. But
and there we see the rook moved away. Yeah, rook b7. I mean, it's already a miracle that this rook is not checked immediately because queen g1 check, king a2 Queen G2 check is still answered by Rook B2.
Frustrating. So what about Queen? I guess Queen C4 people in the chat are saying to create an umbrella for the king to step onto C3.
Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, first of all, if white returns with Rook B2, then Queen A4 is there again, your favorite construction, and then King C3 is coming.
Yeah. Okay, 1.5 minutes for Vincent to figure this out. This is all reminding me of that. I don't know if you saw that meme, Peter, when Anish was drawing a lot of games. It's one of my favorite chess memes where you had pictures of Hikaru, Fabi, and Giri. And, you know, it's a picture where it's queen and king versus king. And Fabi gives queen e8 checkmate. Nakamura gives queen a7 checkmate. And Anish is like, has a gleeful smile and makes the stalemating move. I don't know if that rings a bell.
Yeah, well, but this also means that he has a very nice sense of humor.
Oh, yeah. That's what makes Anish so much fun. I wonder if people in the chat remember that. It was going around like a year ago or so.
Ah, yes, in the hotel room. Wasn't it in Toronto or somewhere?
Well, it was a meme. It wasn't like an actual photograph of a real thing. I'll share it with you before. I'll find it for tomorrow's commentary.
Yes, okay, but I also do remember that Danny, Rensch, and Fabi and Anish were doing some kind of video, and it was also some very funny kind of
yes, I was
about
there
eating.
when they were making it.
Aha, the cookie story.
Yes, so I was in the room when they were filming the content. I was sitting on the couch, and they did like 6 or 7 takes. I'm not supposed to say this, but they did 6 or 7 takes of that video because Fabi couldn't stop laughing. Then I started talking on the phone without realizing that they were doing a video. Then Danny started laughing, and then Robert started laughing. So it was a fun night for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the video was fantastic. I enjoyed it immensely. I watched it like 100 times, I remember.
Oh yeah, no, I love that stuff. You know, which humanizes the chess players. It's awesome.
Yeah.
King A1, King C3, Rook C2.
Yeah, let's just highlight that King A1, King C3, Rook C2 check. Of course, black does not need to take the rook, but King takes C2 would lead to a stalemate. Just don't do that.
Yep.
I mean, Vincent has to listen to you. Yeah, Queen A4. Queen A4 is the spot, and force the white king to B1.
Right, and I guess King A1 just loses immediately because of King C3.
But then Rook C2 check.
But yeah, but still King B3, I think.
King B3, yeah, Rook B2, King A3.
King A3,
and finish. Yep.
I forgot my own idea, sorry.
Yeah, just to highlight that, yeah, we don't need to take the rook, we go King B3. Yeah, okay, King B1 played. So white is still trying to be able to give a couple of checks.
Yeah, I feel like if black doesn't know the idea of getting the queen to A4, which he does, then you still have to work for it. I think Vincent might be thinking about King C3 and shuttling the king over to A3, but that's the wrong approach, I think.
Yeah, because then finally you... Well, after...
No, it wins.
Rook B3, yeah. I mean, anyway, I wanted to run. Yeah, he goes King C3. I wanted to run with the king, but I'm not in time.
Yep, because you're going to lose the rook. That's it. I think Tabatabay might give 2 more checks and then resign the game. And I think the body language says it all. Vincent's just kind of sitting back, and you know you have it in the bag at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the key defense by the computer is always when the king is somehow on E2 and rook is on D2, and then you don't let your king to be forced somewhere, and then you have to do some magic. But once the king is already forced towards the corner, then it's hopelessly lost.
There's a beautiful mate, King A1. You go Queen H1 check, and if Rook B1, then Queen H1 to A8 with silly geometry.
Yeah, that's lovely.
But King A1, Queen H1, King A2, you again make the Zugzwang move, Queen D1. Same concept, separating the rook and the queen and the king.
Yeah, so King A1, Queen H1, King A2, and then you do your business. Yeah.
Yep. You zigzag all the way sometimes from one side of the board to like h2 if the rook is on b8.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This is a typical way. If the rook goes to b8 somehow, finally you check it on h2.
Well, Amina's drinking this cup to its bitter dregs. King a1 is played. Kudos to Amina. He's, other than that blunder, he has made all the most resilient moves. But what's crazy is that Vincent has, I think, another 25 moves or so before the 50-move roll. So imagine surviving this for another 25 moves, and you realize how impossible it is. Queen h1,
Yeah,
queen d1.
It is truly impossible.
Okay, 30 seconds, for Vincent.
Yeah, he has to spot this key motive.
Ironically,
it's a Zugzwang also.
But queen d1, king a2, suddenly black is the one who is in Zugzwang. Well, quote-unquote Zugzwang, because black can easily force a position with one particular side to move. 10 seconds now for Vincent. And queen e6 is also good. Yep, that's another type of Zugzwang. Rook c2, and again, king b3.
There are all kinds of Zugzwangs, but, I mean, it's not that straightforward. Yeah, the way how he converts it. He had 4.5 minutes, then he was playing quickly. Yeah, he missed that chance of collecting the rook immediately, and yeah, it's just too winning. Yeah, you never really practice this kind of things because okay, it's you assume that okay, if I get this completely in position, I will
Figure
anyway
it
win.
out. But again, Vincent, is he seeing the target position? Queen e1 and queen d1. I just happen to know it from, I think, Dvoretsky. But I think Vincent is one step away from me. Queen d1 at this point is logical because it stops rook b3, and he's done it, and that's over. He's going to win the rook no matter where white goes.
Yeah, so okay, white has to move the rook. The king cannot really move. But where do we put the rook?
There's a fork and a zigzag wherever you go.
Yeah, I mean, let's just highlight this, yeah? Queen d5,
Check.
king a1, queen h1, check. So again, rook b1 is checkmate, and king a2 runs into queen h2, check. And finally, you are relieved, it's game over.
Yeah, now that you won the rook, okay, I think I remember how to mate. Okay, I mean is taking the rest of his time, but you can't discover America here. This is over. Rook b8 played. And you can also zigzag with queen e2, queen f1, queen g2, queen g1, queen h2. But the method you indicated is more efficient. Okay, Vincent going after that one.
Of course,
resign time.
it's already...
Apparently queen h2 is the fastest mate, but that's the definition of inhuman.
Yeah, you just want to keep on checking till the bitter end.
Wait, oh, queen f2, right? Because if you had gone queen g2 instead, then king a3. And
was
suddenly
possible,
there are
yes.
no more checks. Yeah, you want to go queen f2. All right, I mean, it's time. It's time. Queen g1. And he will resign in this position. Or not.
He will. Yeah, he will.
Always those couple seconds where you come to terms with the results of the game. Mentally prepare yourself. It's 8:30 in Baku, so you need to rush, get dinner, force yourself, and immediately get to work for the next game. It's crazy how the time flies once you finish the game. And that's it, folks. That was the last game in the open section. 97 moves of technique demonstrated by Vincent Keimer, who comes one step closer to facing, I think, Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, but still, tomorrow there is a game, and Amin will do everything in his power to bounce back. He's an incredible fighter, so Vincent needs to be very alert.
He does indeed, and this was just game one of the third round of matchups. Folks, we will be back tomorrow with the all-important second game, when we will see which matches go into the tie breaks and which matches are decided in the classical portion. So that is tomorrow, August 6th. It is the same start time, which is of course 7 a.m. Eastern time. That would be 4 a.m. Pacific time, and it's morning even for you, Peter. But I just wanted to say, as we conclude today's coverage, it was a great honor commentating with you. I was looking forward to this for a long time, and it didn't disappoint. I had an absolute blast of 5.5 hours, and the best part is that we will be back tomorrow. I'll give you the mic one last time, Peter, before we wrap up. Your final conclusions on today.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Danya. The same for me. I was also looking forward to this commentary together. The tournament is incredible. We have tons of action, so much excitement. And let's continue in the same spirit. We have seen Magnus Carlsen dominating today, his match against Tari. Vincent Keimer also making a big step forward, but it's still not over at all. Many players need to bounce back, and many people need to just win to advance. And we will also be witnessing some incredible tie breaks. Stay with us, come back every day, tons of action guaranteed.
Indeed. And for now, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and Grandmaster Peter Leko bidding you a great rest of your Saturday. We will see you tomorrow bright and early for the second and decisive match game of the third round. Goodbye.